As one of the strongest in the card world, the field marshal was enlightened and profound, detached from human emotions, or so she would like to think. Talking to Wyatt, she would always find herself getting in touch with her mortal side that would like to cover its helplessness with rage and such emotions. She wanted Wyatt to be comfortable around her, but not overly comfortable. Not to mention, where does he get off belittling her husband to her? Your Highness, I don't understand. Why are you getting so defensive? I was just implying that you were the best thing that ever happened to Lorenzo, Wyatt explained, feeling the field marshal's anger. We both know what you were implying, Brat. Don't try to whitewash it now. The field marshal was astounded seeing Wyatt imply that she was undermining Lorenzo, not him. I don't know what you are talking about, but I feel. Let us reduce the wager time limit by half. If you agree, we have a wager at our hands. The field marshal put forward her proposal for the updated wager, interrupting Wyatt, as she did not want to continue listening to him find creative ways to undermine her husband just to provoke her into a wager. Does that mean you have agreed to the stakes I proposed? Wyatt asked, feeling field marshal was trying to pull a fast one on him. I stand by what I said before. I have sworn my loyalty to the southern region and its ruler. So my loyalty is not up for stakes, the field marshal declared. Then, I am afraid, we don't have a wager. Wyatt decisively pulled the plug on the wager, surprising the field marshal. After all, he had been pushing for this wager since the start, but now seeing him pull the plug on it over a little disagreement without even trying to negotiate. It all seemed absurd to the field marshal as the involved party in the wager. Why call off the wager? Unless you are afraid you will not be able to free clown mask in the next 4 hours. The field marshal knew this wasn't it, yet she said to provoke Wyatt. After all, she wanted to enter the wager with Wyatt, but not given the stakes he asked for. Really? Wyatt rolled his eyes knowing what the field marshal was doing. Ignoring her, he hovered above the crowd in stealth in his rainbow fly monster form, scanning the crowd with his sole pupil searching for Gideon's hypnotized puppets. This was important to Wyatt because if he found Gideon's hypnotized puppets among the crowd, he had nothing to worry about as long as Gideon was only resorting to such petty tricks. But if he was not, then that was bad because it meant he was patiently planning something big and devious, which meant Wyatt would have to be on guard for him and be prepared for it. Wyatt, you are being unreasonable here. My loyalty has always belonged to the southern region and its ruler. It will continue to be so in the future too, until my last breath. The field marshal's voice sounded in Wyatt's mind. She wanted him to agree to the updated wager. However, Wyatt nonchalantly replied, "Good for you," showing no interest in negotiating with her. This led her to wonder if Wyatt really could not free clown mask in the next 4 hours. Otherwise, there was no reason for him to so decisively forego the wager that he demanded in the first place. Wyatt wasn't even trying to negotiate the terms. It was as if he had given up. Wyatt, ask something less. The field marshal now no longer cared about appearing too eager and losing the upper hand in the negotiation since Wyatt wasn't even willing to participate in a negotiation. Except for your loyalty, I think there isn't anything else you can provide me with. That would be worth me taking the risk of updating the wager and making it harder for me when I am sure to win it as it was. Wyatt replied, making his intention clear to the field marshal. The only reason Wyatt went through the trouble convincing field marshal for an improved wager was because he wanted her loyalty, stealing her from Anna's mother. But since the field marshal was not willing to bet her loyalty, he saw no point in going through the trouble to update the wager. However, seeing the fish was hooked, Wyatt decided to tempt his fate and see if he released the fish, would it jump right into his fish bucket? Meaning, now that the field marshal was hooked on the idea of updating the existing wager, enticed by the stakes he proposed to her, would she be willing to bet her loyalty just to see it through? Wyatt had no idea what the field marshal would do. But gambling has brought out the worst in the best of us, so Wyatt believed anything was possible. Was Wyatt investing in a sinking ship? Maybe, but he has no choice as the only reason he proposed to modify the existing wager was to steal field marshal from Anna's mother. So, he had little choice but to invest in what he believed would make it possible, no matter how large the odds stacked against them were. Aren't you presuming too hastily? I might be just a soldier, but I have the backing of the Heat-Send royal family and the Lorne family. The combined wealth, treasures, and knowledge of these two families are at my disposal. Name what you want and I will get it for you, the field marshal generously offered, showing how much she wanted Wyatt to continue with the updated wager conditions that she had proposed to him. After all, the stakes he offered were too good for her to pass on. I want you, Your Highness, and nothing else. Haven't I made myself clear? Hey, brat. Your words are starting to touch the line of ambiguity. Watch it, or I don't mind thrashing you around until you learn to respect your elders. The field marshal warned Wyatt, feeling the ambiguous nature of his words could not be more apparent. First, he undermined her husband to her, and now this. If she did not know better, she would think Wyatt was hitting on her. Wow. Just wow. Well, it's good to know where your mind is at, Your Highness. Wyatt indirectly said the field marshal's mind was in a gutter for her to even imply such a thing. Watch it, the field marshal uttered, as she covered the rainbow fly with her intent. Feeling a sense of dread, Wyatt hurriedly said, Your Highness, I don't understand why are you so hesitant about swearing your loyalty to me when you not only want me to join your family, but also become the hope of the South. If you don't trust me, how can you be willing to welcome me into your family and entrust the southern region to me? Isn't this baffling to you? Listening to the point put forward by Wyatt, the field marshal fell into a deep contemplation, feeling that what he spoke had merit to it. If she was so eager to welcome him into her family and hand the future of the southern region over to him, why was she so hesitant to the thought of swearing her loyalty to him? However, suddenly she shook her head and awakened from her contemplation. Then, staring intently at the rainbow fly, she said, You are good. For a second I was almost considering it. Your Highness, I was just stating the fact. Besides, since you strongly believe that I am the future of the southern region, why is it that you want to continue to serve the old regime that is failing to give the southern region and its people the prosperity they deserve? Why don't you consider switching your loyalty to me, the future that you believe in? By doing that, you will be allowing me to uplift the southern region to prosperity faster. Don't you think what I said is true and the best for the southern region? Wyatt stuck when the iron was hot. He believed the only reason the field marshal was having a hard time giving her loyalty to him was because she was being cautious around him. Yes, one of the top 10 strongest in the card world was being cautious around a card master realm teenager. Wyatt did not dare to credit himself for this, because it was not his doing but the doing of Anna's mother. It must have been her who had forced the field marshal's guard up against him. Otherwise, how come a person who was willing to welcome him to her family and also willing to hand over the southern region that she defended by risking her life for most of her life to him was so wary about the idea of giving her loyalty to him? Anna's mother was good. She had skillfully laid seeds of doubt in the field marshal's mind against Wyatt, such that she could never truly come to trust him. This may be because she saw how both her beloved daughter had fallen head over heels for him. Anna's rebellion was not new to her, but to see and willing to bend a few rules for Wyatt. Now that was a huge blow for Anna's mother, because Anne's entire existence was built around pleasing her and winning her approval. Now, seeing and go against the purpose of her very being for Wyatt, she felt threatened and challenged. She could not get around the fact that a nobody, who was non-existent until recently, had managed to steal her daughters from her. Without knowing it, Wyatt had already fired the first shot. Anna's mother was just trying to defend what's hers. Any mother in her position would do the same. If Wyatt knew this, he would be speechless and instantly conclude, women are trouble, not that he would distance himself from Anna. Meanwhile, the field marshal awakened from another long and complex contemplation. She would not understand the source of her caution towards Wyatt. But sticking to her gut, she said, Wyatt, I don't want to talk about it. I have already told you my loyalty will always lie with the southern region and its ruler. You don't, but I do. Because it pains to know that you do not trust me after all I have done and been through for the southern region. Yes, I look out for my profits, but I was also born and raised in the southern region. I am a southerner by birth. Just like the rest of the southerners, I am willing to risk my life for the southern region. Have I not made it clear by now? Wyatt asked the field marshal, expressing his anguish, knowing that field marshal would not trust him. He acted his part so well that even he felt he might have meant the words he spoke. Cut the crap. What is your point? The field marshal said mercilessly. Feeling that Wyatt's words were starting to sway her mindset, she immediately got defensive. That was a natural reaction. After all, one would want to stick to their beliefs and protect them, but only a very small group of people would keep their minds open and see the flaws in their beliefs and try to correct them. It wasn't surprising to see the field marshal was not part of that small group. but it was good to know that she was willing to contemplate them, showing Wyatt a chunk in her armor. "Your Highness, let me make this easier for you. Will you be willing to bet your loyalty if I promise that I will always keep the best interest of the southern region in my mind?" Wyatt said, knowing that unless he assured the field marshal that he would not use her loyalty against the southern region and its people, she would never be willing to bet her loyalty with him. "What about the southern royal family? What about them? Boy, if this is your idea of a joke, then let me warn you it is not funny. I will ignore it this once." The field marshal warned Wyatt to watch his words. "Your Highness, I wasn't joking and I stand by what I said," Wyatt declared to the field marshal, ignoring her warning. However, an invisible pressure covered Wyatt's rainbow fly body, and he heard the field marshal say, "Last chance." "Sigh, Field Marshal, you know as well as I do that the southern region's future has no place for the southern royal family. Heck, the entire world's future doesn't have a place for the royal families, nobles, and the current government. Clown Mask's future vision is evidence of that. The sooner the southern royal family understands it, the better. Otherwise, sooner or later, they will face the same fate you saw in Clown Mask's future vision. If you think you can avoid it just because you know it, then you are seriously mistaken. If not for the three mischiefs, then it would be someone else, maybe the freedom fighters. The world is starting to evolve, and it has deemed the current regime unfit. It is your choice: either be erased by natural selection or adapt to the change." Wyatt addressed the field marshal by her military title instead of her royal status, because he was serious this time. The citizens of the southern region respected the southern royal family, revered even, but it did not mean they did not have any complaints. Sooner or later, public opinion and anger would trump their loyalty and faith toward the royal family. In Clown Mask's future vision, people came together under the banner of Hero Aba Windsor to overthrow the three mischiefs. That doesn't mean the people could not do the same to overthrow the current regime run by the central government and royal families. It was only a matter of time. After the monsters, demons, and the supreme beings, the people finally achieved peace in their lives, so they did not want to lose it by rocking the boat. This enabled the tyranny of the central government and royal families to continue despite their obvious flaws and failures. But once people felt that they had enough and deserved better, their freedom and prosperity were more important than the illusion of peace, just like how they felt under the reign of three mischiefs in the Clown Mask's future vision. They would stand up against the current regime similar to how they stood up against the three mischiefs in the Clown Mask's vision. No matter how the southern royal family tried to avoid it, it would happen, as this was how civilizations evolved. The field marshal did not immediately lash out at Wyatt for badmouthing the southern royal family and its regime, but she seriously contemplated Wyatt's words. However, she failed to see a world without the royals to lead it. After all, the royal families never imagined such a day would come, even with the central government trying to weaken and swallow them. Even in the Clown Mask's future vision, she was killed before she could witness the world Hero Aba Windsor had created. Since the field marshal could not imagine a world without the royal families, it was hard for her to understand what Wyatt trying to say. Knowing Wyatt was not some random teenager who would spout random nonsense, she carefully listened to his words and tried to grasp their meaning. After all, she had seen the future of the southern royal family in the Clown Mask's future vision. They had been trying their best to think of ways to avoid it, and they too felt that if the three mischiefs can achieve it, then others can also do the same. This was why the field marshal seriously pondered on Wyatt's words. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not fathom a world without royals leading it. She felt even if it was not the Heatsen royal family, some other royal family would take its place, but a world without any royal family felt absurd to her. "Wyatt, don't do anything stupid. I promise you that I will arrange a meeting between you and Anna's mother without any of these games," the field marshal said, feeling she was not knowledgeable enough to have this talk with Wyatt. "Field Marshal, I thought your loyalty was to the southern region first, and then its ruler." Wyatt did not agree to the field marshal's request, but reminded her that she would be looking out for people of the south rather than looking out for the southern royal family. "Wyatt, what is your point? Are you planning on overthrowing the southern royal family?" the field marshal asked Wyatt in a grave tone. She really would not mind breaching the contract between Wyatt and Anna if he gave her a wrong answer here. "No, I would not dream of it. My ambitions do not lie in the card world, to begin with, but I am willing to help prosper it because of my sentiments. Wyatt replied honestly. This might be the only sentence so far in his conversation with the field marshal without any deceit. What are you trying to say? The field marshal asked in frustration. She was irritated that she could not understand a single thing the teenager said. She wondered if she was truly as profound as she thought she was. Give me your loyalty, and I will take care of your worries, Wyatt proposed to the field marshal. Preposterous. Who do you think you are? How dare you make such big claims? You have gotten full of yourself. Without my protection, you would have died long ago, let alone you taking care of my concerns, the field marshal yelled in a fit of rage. She truly felt Wyatt had gotten full of himself, especially with her forcing him to embrace the title Hope of the Southern Region. Wyatt was not surprised by the field marshal's reaction. Instead, ignoring her words, he continued to say, Field Marshal, these past few days, you have monitored and seen how I treat my friends, family, and employees. Still, I promise you that if you give me your loyalty, I will do nothing unworthy of it. You are mad. You are drunk on the fame my niece has been feeding you. You are just a teenager. Please act like it before it's too late, the field marshal said, now that she finally understood what Wyatt was trying to say all this time. He was showing her the problems that she did not see and also the solutions to them that were beyond her. He revealed it all to her, saying, as long as he had her loyalty, he would take care of it for her. How could the field marshal miss Wyatt's true intention? She has been courted before, and right now Wyatt was doing the same. While she was thinking of the wager, that boy was trying to court her as one of his subordinates. Her mind was blown away by Wyatt's audacity. Not only did he, a mere card master, dare to boldly try and recruit one of the top 10 strongest in the world, but he did not seem to worry about completing the wager, which gave her a bad feeling. If she was not reading too much into things, he was acting like he had already won. How? The field marshal wondered in her mind, and immediately contacted the facility and asked the personnel in charge of monitoring Clown Mask from up close for the next 8 hours to check if the clown mask in front of them was the real one or not. Receiving the confirmation from her people that the clown mask in the facility was indeed the real one and not a stand-in, Field Marshal felt that she was starting to get paranoid, wound up by Wyatt's games. When actually, all she was doing was trying everything to not give heed to what Wyatt proposed to her. After all, what Wyatt proposed was too good to be true and absurd. How can a teenager be the answer to all her troubles? However, still, she felt a sense of urgency to conclude the wager as fast as possible, which Wyatt was partially after. Field Marshal, you don't believe that. If I was just an ordinary teenager, you would not leave your post at Way Beyond and come to a third-rate city in the remote part of the southern region to protect me. Can an average teenager rescue a prisoner from the southern region's most secured facility? The question here is not if I can do what I claim, but if you are willing to take a chance. Wyatt did not let the field marshal just dismiss his proposal, but asked her to give it a chance. You speak as if you have already rescued the clown mask. The field marshal had a strong will and had long decided to ignore Wyatt's words as a devil's whisper. But just like how the best of us fall for the temptation of the devil, Field Marshal too was starting to fall for Wyatt's words. Because Wyatt spoke just the words her heart wanted to hear and promised everything she wanted. I will have rescued her by now if not for me holding back to win you over, Wyatt said, not caring for the ambiguity in his words. He had become bolder the more the Field Marshal tried to ignore his words. The only reason she was trying so hard to ignore his words was because they were working. She was tempted to shake Wyatt's hand on the stakes he sought. Oh, really? Then you would not be worried if I were to decrease the time limit of the wager to an hour, the field marshal asked, feeling Wyatt was being too overconfident. If you are willing to bet your loyalty, sure, I don't mind giving it a try, Wyatt said nonchalantly, not giving the field marshal a definite answer, leaving her guessing. Okay, then if you are willing to reduce the time limit of the wager to an hour, then I am willing to bet my loyalty, the field marshal joked, feeling that Wyatt was playing one of his mind tricks on her again. Sure, do we have a deal? Wyatt agreed, shocking the field marshal who was only kidding around. She was dumbfounded. She did not understand what Wyatt was thinking by agreeing to something so absurd. However, unlike her, Wyatt was laughing in his mind in satisfaction as the field marshal finally quoted a price for her loyalty, even if she was kidding. No, not an hour. Reduce the time limit of the wager to half an hour. And then we have a deal, the field marshal hurriedly corrected. She knew she was being shameless, but she wanted to see how far Wyatt was willing to go. Whenever people came to court the field marshal, they all came with the most luxurious gifts to shower her with, and the field marshal enabled them, as she liked that part since it allowed her to gauge her value in the market. She was doing the same with Wyatt. However, she was always trying to figure out if Wyatt was being for real and learn his bottom line. She still had not given up on winning the wager. After all, she liked winning, especially when it looked like she was going to lose. You do know that you are asking me to orchestrate a prison break in one of the most secured facilities of the southern region that is inside a secret space a few thousand miles from here, and not buy milk from the neighborhood store, right? Wyatt asked the field marshal if it was all right for her to state such absurd condition. I thought you were holding back to win me over. Don't tell me you were just bragging, the field marshal teased Wyatt. Then, she asked, now you know what you need to do to get my loyalty. Do we have a deal? Field marshal, are you being serious? Wyatt did not agree to the field marshal immediately. Having seen how despicable and shameless the honorable field marshal could get when backed into a corner, he knew he had to make it so that she could not back out of her words. Yes, I am, field marshal said with a mischievous tone, wanting to hear Wyatt finally throw up his hand in the air and say he could not afford her loyalty. Now this was the best part for the field marshal when being courted, the best of the best realizing that she was out of their league. She could not wait to hear Wyatt give up, saying he could not complete the wager in half an hour. She thought it would be satisfying to watch him get off his high horses. Field marshal, is this final? Are you sure there is no wiggle room for negotiation? Wyatt asked, trying to confirm that if he agreed to the wager, she would not back out. What the? Don't tell me you are considering it. The field marshal was shocked to hear Wyatt consider her unreasonable demand. Even if Wyatt employs the best teleportation card in the world, it would be impossible for him to rescue Clown Mask in the next 30 minutes. After all, no abilities could be used in or in the immediate surroundings of the secret space housing the facility, which means he would have to teleport further from it. Reaching it, he would have to find a way to break into the facility, handle the guards, search for Clown Mask, and rescue her. Not even she could achieve that in under 30 minutes. So she did not understand where Wyatt was getting his confidence from. If that is the price of your loyalty, then I have to, because I want your loyalty. Doing everything to get what we want isn't what all this struggle is for. Wyatt asked the field marshal, only to hear her say, you are willing to risk everything, doing the impossible and unreasonable, just to get my loyalty. You are crazy, do you know that? So you agree what you demand is unreasonable and impossible, Wyatt pointed out, enraging the field marshal, who then said, fine, do whatever you want. Those are my terms for the update wagers for the stakes you proposed. Take it or leave it. Sigh, I will take it, Wyatt responded, acting as if he got the short end of the stick. The field marshal was no longer surprised, just mad. She felt she could not trust any of Wyatt's words. Her niece warned her, but she was only beginning to comprehend it now. She even went as far as to say, let's make an oath so that neither of us can back out later. The field marshal knew Wyatt could not complete the wager in the stipulated time limit. Yet, seeing him agree to the update wager anyway, she thought worse and proposed to take an oath to secure her winnings. Low-key, she was even thinking that Wyatt might be doing this to marry into the Southern royal family while saving some face. How could such thought not cross her mind when she saw Wyatt, a mere card master, agree to do what was impossible even for her, one of the top 10 strongest demigods? Anybody in her place would think the same. Agreed, Wyatt was not a normal card master, but still, this was too much. Unless Wyatt could pull out a miracle from his ass, he was going to lose this wager. Even a child with a little common sense would know this. Do we have to go that far between us? Wyatt showed hesitance in taking an oath. Seeing this, the field marshal sighed and said, I am sure, we do. Follow my lead. In the presence of the world, I agree with the updated wager and stakes. In the presence of the world, I agree with the updated wager and stakes. Seeing that the field marshal took the oath without any reluctance, Wyatt smiled and also took the oath. The oath was straightforward with no deceit. Clearly, the field marshal did not want Wyatt to back out using a technicality. Good. Now I will inform Anna of the good news that she is going to be a bride soon, the field marshal said as soon as Wyatt took the oath. She wasn't trash-talking to Wyatt to throw him off his game. She genuinely felt that she had won the wager. It was also her way of calling him stupid. Oh, congrats. Who is the groom? Wyatt asked, feeling pity for the field marshal who had no idea that she had sold her loyalty for pennies. Why you, of course, my dear great-nephew-in-law, the field marshal responded with glee, wondering if Wyatt's delusion had grown to the point where he could not understand what she was obviously implying. If I were you, I would check on your subordinates. Or they should be trying to reach you right about now, Wyatt replied nonchalantly. Having finally dealt with Field Marshal, Wyatt continued to scan the crowd for Gideon Grimm's hypnotized puppet. He and the Hive AI had already scanned most of the crowd by now and were unable to find a single hypnotized puppet. Pretty soon they concluded that there wasn't a single hypnotized puppet in the crowd, which was just bonkers. This was starting to worry Wyatt, because with so many hypnotized puppets at his disposal, Gideon Grimm could spare a few to keep Wyatt on his toes, but he did not. After all, Wyatt was his most hated enemy, who foiled most of his plans and outed his existence to the card world. But unable to find a single of Gideon Grimm's hypnotized puppets, Wyatt was beginning to wonder if Gideon Grimm's hypnotized puppets were purposeful in avoiding him. This further intensified Wyatt's worry about Gideon Grimm's revenge. He knew that with Gideon Grimm's cautious nature, he would not strike until he was sure that he could kill his target and not get caught. Wyatt feared such an enemy the most because they would wait as long as required to achieve their revenge. Not to mention Gideon had already shown that he was not above using Wyatt's friends and family to get to him. This was why he had to prioritize this asshole of all the people that wanted to kill him, even more so than the three Mischiefs and Belphegor. Then Wyatt's grimoire notified him of a call from Courtney. Picking it up, he asked, "What is it? Where did you go?" "The children are waiting for you. Do you want them to have breakfast when it's time for lunch?" Courtney replied. There was a hint of blame in her voice. "Gather everyone. I am done here. Once I check the orphanage compound, I will be there," Wyatt informed as he headed toward the orphanage compound, hanging up on Courtney. Nearing the orphanage, Wyatt saw Deborah had summoned her origin card and its army of undead to guard the compound efficiently. She had advanced into the peak card grandmaster realm, and from the looks of it, after a baptism, the time restriction on her origin card skill had been improved, allowing her to summon her undead army more frequently and for longer periods. It seems the fine gold has not spared any effort to help her grow. Most importantly, Deborah Khan was able to develop so quickly mostly because she had accumulated a lot in the lower realm, and once she got her hands on a golden grimoire, her years of accumulation had given her a huge boost in her realm advancement. Wyatt felt a little good to know one of his clients was doing better in her life. Yes, Deborah's current success was mostly because of her patience, hard work, and good judgment, but he would like to believe that the origin card he created for her had paved the path for her. While checking the compound of the orphanage, Wyatt noticed that enthusiasm in the eyes of his employees, especially the kids from the Bright Lion Gang, which had now transformed into a private security agency that provided security to almost 3/4 of the city's market. The only part of the market they did not have access to was the part that belonged to the city's top families, who had their own private security force to take care of their businesses. Still, they donate a small fortune for the development of the Bright Line Security Agency. Wyatt also noticed the development and expansion of the orphanage planned by Diana and agreed by Courtney was actually well thought, keeping the future of the orphanage in mind. However, Wyatt believed the orphanage lacked the staff to properly make use of and maintain these new additions to the orphanage's infrastructure. If there were not enough responsible staff to guide the kids on how to make use of the new facilities being provided to them, then it would all be a waste of money and effort. He had to get started on the criminal rehabilitation and reintegration program. It will not only help him increase his defense against Gideon's hypnotized puppet army, but also be a big help to society. Unable to find a single hypnotized puppet or anything suspicious, Wyatt prepared to join the others for breakfast, but then he heard the voice of the field marshal in his head, asking, "How did you do it?" After being warned by Wyatt to check up on her subordinates managing the facility, holding clown mask, the field marshal, who Loki thought that Wyatt was losing the wager on purpose to marry into the Southern royal family while saving face, received a call from her head warden in charge of the personally monitoring clown mask. Getting the head warden's call, the field marshal's expression darkened, because he shouldn't be able to call her, as he should be beside clown mask's holding cell personally monitoring her closely. This meant that he could not access soul energy to summon his grimoire and call her. For him to be calling her meant that he was no longer in the space containing the secret facility, but outside. She had personally headhunted the warden and knew that he was not the type to disobey her direct order. Leaving only one possibility, Wyatt had pulled a miracle out of his ass. Controlling her turbulent emotions, the field marshal answered the call only to hear the panicking warden say, "Your Highness, the prisoner." Her body suddenly disintegrated into ash. I was watching her the whole time. Her soul energy was locked. She did not have anything on her person and was all alone in her cell. The facility was under lockdown the whole time. I even activated the emergency array, but I could only watch as her body disintegrated and couldn't find any trace of the killer. "I am sorry, Your Highness. I am sorry I let you down." The prison was impregnable for centuries, but now under my watch, someone not only managed to infiltrate it, but assassinate a prisoner and left without leaving behind a trace. I know nothing I say will make up for the blunder I have made, but I promise we are doing everything to find the killer. I will not rest until we find the killer. Don't bother. The culprit is right in front of my eyes, and I don't think the prisoner is dead. You continue the search, but if you cannot find the prisoner in another half an hour, then my ignorance has disgraced your meritorious record. All I am saying is, this is not your fault. The field marshal interrupted the head warden and tried to apologize to him, but was immediately interrupted by him. "Your Highness, please don't complete that sentence. Working for you has been my honor. You gave me an order, and I could not fulfill it. Please leave it at that. I promise we will turn the entire secret space upside down, but find the prisoner or trace her down in the next half an hour. Please forgive my rudeness. I will soon contact you with the good news." The head warden was enraged that his idol was about to apologize to him. He would rather die than get an apology from her. Therefore, taking all the blame for the incident, in a fit of rage he promised the impossible. This might have been a simple wager for Wyatt, but the honor and lives of honest people were at the stake. The head warden was himself an accomplished card demigod, a realm blessed with amazing powers. But for the sake of the southern region, and because his idol asked him to, he forsook the luxurious life of a demigod and served as a warden in space where soul energy, rule power, nor divinity could be used. Spending hours in that place could turn a person crazy, but he chose to stay there year-round guarding the prisoners, all for honor. The field marshal sighed as the head warden hung up the call to return with good news. But she knew that was impossible. Shaking her head, she looked at the time. It had only been a couple of minutes since she agreed to wager with Wyatt. Considering that the head warden wasted a few minutes trying to comprehend what happened and contact the field marshal, it can be seen that Wyatt completed his wager the very minute the field marshal agreed to the wager. As this dawned upon the field marshal, she understood what her niece had been warning her about had happened, and it was too late for her to do anything about it, but to submit to her fate. She had been tricked by Wyatt into giving him her loyalty for nothing in return. The field marshal wondered how long Wyatt had been planning this because she did not believe Wyatt decided to enter a wager with her on a whim and pulled out a miracle from his ass. He must have been planning this for long even before he approached her with the wager. Then she recalled how the conversation started with Wyatt wanting to start a criminal rehabilitation program, and it ended with her taking an oath to give her loyalty to him in a wager. No matter how many times she played events in her mind, she could not fathom how it all pieced together so perfectly, similar to an architect building a skyscraper. The field marshal sighed, unable to fathom what she was going to do now. She instinctively wanted to call her niece and inform her about the idiotic thing she did, but then she realized her loyalty was now Wyatt's, or did she have the time till the wager ends? Has the wager been concluded now that the clown mask was not in the facility? The field marshal's mind was in a mess. She did not know whether to get angry at Wyatt for tricking her or to get angry at herself for being stupid enough to fall for a teenager's trick. However, once the initial sadness and confusion settled and the field marshal's mind was in order, she did not regret anything. Even the fact that she took the initiative to take the oath that was now compelling her to hold up her promise. She knew what she was agreeing to. She did it out of her violation, and she was responsible for her choices. Resolving to her fate, the field marshal contacted Wyatt. "How did you do it?" "How did I do it? Does it matter?" Wyatt asked the field marshal. Not receiving a reply, he shook his insect head and said, "I will tell you later." "Fine, but show me clown mask so that I can conclude the wager and take responsibility for my foolishness," the field marshal's voice did not have drive. To Wyatt, it felt like he was talking to Hive AI, but not a living person. Understanding that Field Marshal must be devastated by the turn of events, Wyatt nodded and said, "Morph your appearance and join me for breakfast. Clown Mask will also be joining us there." Sure, the Field Marshal wanted to reject Wyatt's invitation, but hearing Clown Mask would be there, she decided to descend from the clouds for a change and check if it was truly Clown Mask who would be joining them from up close. Though she agreed she had lost the wager, without knowing how she lost, there was a tiny shiver of hope in her heart that she still had hope of winning or annulling the wager, as Wyatt might be resorting to some sort of trickery that he learned from the Dark Realm. Having made sure the orphanage compound was clear of all threats using his soul pupils, Wyatt headed to the orphanage dining hall, where everyone was waiting for him to join them for breakfast. Upon arrival, Wyatt scanned the crowd with his soul pupils to make sure that none of them was hiding some surprise, and only when he was sure that it was safe for him to reveal himself, Wyatt morphed into his original form with a causal attire on. The causal attire that Wyatt was wearing was the product of his soul, energy manipulation, and myriad devil transformation skills. Wyatt has become proficient with these skills so much so that he can now control his soul energy to make soul energy constructs such as clothes and shoes. Then, to give them a human touch, he would use the myriad devil transformation skills on them to morph them into regular clothes. The myriad devil transformation allowed Wyatt to transform into animate or inanimate objects. The soul energy construct was a part of him, so morphing them into regular clothes was within the limits of the myriad devil transformation skill. "Wyatt!" Courtney exclaimed, seeing Wyatt suddenly appear next to her when she was watching over Bloodette, playing with the kids and using her clone, while her real body was still in Courtney's innate blood rule rune. "Sorry, I got delayed. The kids had something to eat, right?" Wyatt apologized for the delay. "Don't worry, they had chocolate milk as they waited for your arrival. Now that you are here, we can commence with the breakfast. But first I have to introduce you to the person who made all this possible." Courtney planned to introduce Wyatt to the orphanage headmaster before they began breakfast. Honestly, they had a welcome ceremony with kids' performance and everything planned and ready to welcome Wyatt to the orphanage, but he came so late that they did not have the time for all that. Now at the least, Courtney could take this opportunity to introduce Wyatt to one of the most important people in her life, the orphanage headmaster. However, just when Courtney was about to do that, a plain-looking old woman appeared behind Wyatt, causing her to ask in surprise, "Who is this?" It was the field marshal. She had taken Wyatt's advice to morph her appearance before joining him for breakfast. Before the field marshal or Wyatt could answer, chaos descended. Seeing Wyatt suddenly appear out of thin air, the employees who were either playing with kids or talking with their colleagues immediately stopped what they were doing and then looked at Wyatt in reverence. Some even bowed a little bit. Seeing the adults around them act odd, the kids paused and followed their line of sight to find Wyatt. Then the chaos ensued as they all rushed at him, exclaiming, "Wyatt!" Soon the crowd of kids surrounded Wyatt. Courtney tried her best to control the kids, but none would heed her, as in their minds, she was one of them and not a grown-up. Seeing the mob of cute little children surrounding them without regard for their fellow kids, Wyatt was worried they would hurt themselves. So he mobilized this celestial force to gently carry all 178 of them into the air. Soon the dining hall was filled with floating kids gasping in shock, which soon turned into laughter as they saw their friends floating around them like balloons. 178 would be a huge number for any orphanage back on Earth, but here it was not high. Besides, the older kids had yet to join them. While carefully floating, the kids watching out for the ceiling, Wyatt monitored their hearts to ensure none was having a panic attack or something and were genuinely enjoying the lift. "Wyatt, me too, me too." Bloodette rushed to Wyatt's side, demanding him to lift her like the rest of the kids, feeling let out. Wyatt looked at her in confusion and asked, "Can't you fly?" "This is just a clone. My abilities in this form are limited. Send me toward Daisy and Brian," Bloodette responded, instructing Wyatt to send her to her friends. Recalling the two kids Bloodette was playing with earlier, Wyatt covered her clone with the celestial force and sent her next to them. Seeing the kids were enjoying the ride and had forgotten about him, he glanced around the room, surprised to find that the staff looked at the kids enviously. Wyatt shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, only to hear the field marshal ask, "How are you doing it?" How are you able to borrow the celestial force of the world with ease? Consider your realm. Tell you what, make a list of things you want to ask me about. Now that you are one of my own, I will answer them all. Trust me, Field Marshal Heatsend, I want my people to be the best. That is, prepare to become the strongest in the world. Though the Field Marshal was bound to give Wyatt her undying loyalty, he did not plan to treat her unfairly by getting her to work for him for nothing. Rather, he now planned to win her over completely by showing her what he was capable of. Besides, he had never treated his subordinates poorly. Not to mention, Wyatt wanted to make the Field Marshal his trump card against any unforeseen foes. Especially, in the case of Belphegor and the 7 Princes of Hell. They had invested all their wealth into invading the card world. Wyatt believed they would not hesitate to use any means to not only gain their investment, but also the profit they dreamed of making through this venture. Wyatt alone could not take on all 7 Princes of Hell. Each one of them was as strong as Belphegor. Wyatt's rehabilitated criminal army could deal with their demon armies, but he also needed to make sure that the card world had card apprentices capable of facing the 7 Princes of Hell head-on. That was where the Field Marshal came into the picture. She had a lot of potential, but was limited by the bounds of the card world. Had she been in the Dark Realm, Wyatt did not have any doubt the Field Marshal would have become a ruler class by now. Still, it was not too late. With proper resources and guidance, she could grow stronger. Not to mention, the Field Marshal was just the start of Wyatt's plan. With her by his side, he was sure he could recruit more trustworthy demigods capable of becoming ruler-class beings. After all, in a world where everything revolved around strength, once Field Marshal proves herself as the strongest of all, many will gather around her to learn from her. Was Wyatt not worried about getting betrayed? After all, unlike the tamed hearts of his Calamity daughter Gem, people's hearts, especially strong card apprentices' hearts, were fickle. There was no telling what they would do. Wyatt wasn't worried because he was just planning to employ them through oaths and contracts for a limited period, not start a family. Just a few years was all Wyatt needed them to buy for him. After that period, his need for them would be obsolete. They were just tools and means for him to grow into his potential and achieve the chill life he has been dreaming of for 2 lifetimes now. After the incident in the Blood Rule source, Wyatt was starting to understand that life was the biggest variable he could not control. The more he tried to control it, the more it would spiral out of his hands. He felt if it continued like this, regardless of his means, his life would be cut short. So he decided instead to stop doing everything by himself and share the load. The only problem with that was he was the most knowledgeable and strongest in his circle, which was when the Field Marshal made her appearance and showed him the way. Honestly, Wyatt wasn't just stealing the Field Marshal from Anna's mother's side, but stealing a page from Anna's mother's playbook. She had so many capable and trustworthy people at her disposal that she never had to show herself to control Wyatt. Colleen and the Field Marshal were just a few examples, without mentioning the royal family's ministers, guards, and the leaders of the Southern Watch. Wyatt learned from her, watching how she was able to control the entire southern region without actually ever taking the position of power. She was just a mere diplomat of the southern region, but she controlled everything in the southern region. So much so that she made her incapable daughter the next heir to the southern throne, while her musclehead brother, the rightful heir of the southern region, did not even voice an opinion about it, and spent most of his life at the way beyond defending it. As if he were in exile. Listening to Wyatt, the Field Marshal frowned. She felt he was too much. She did not believe Wyatt could make her strongest in the card. However, he was her liege now. She had to tolerate all his antics and shortcomings. Even if she was on guard for his perverted, unique eyes, she had no choice but to finally appear in front of him. If her lord demanded it, she had to follow through unless it sullied her honor. Wyatt, please put the kids down and follow me. I will introduce you to the headmaster. She is with the older kids, Courtney requested. Due to the mob outside and Wyatt's delay, all the preparations the orphanage had made to welcome the hope of the South went to waste. Now, the headmaster had to work twice as hard to clean up the mess. If not for the help of the Fine Gold employees and Bright Lion kids, it would be hard for the orphanage headmaster to handle it all alone. Sure, Wyatt agreed and then informed her, I wanted you to open the dungeon seal gate here. Someone else will also be joining us for the breakfast. Okay, Courtney nodded, thinking Wyatt was talking about Susan. Heading out of the dining hall, Wyatt gently landed the kids on the floor and retrieved his celestial force. Arriving in the hall, Courtney opened the gate to the dungeon seal. When Bloodette was within her innate rune, she was able to use most of her abilities, such as summoning the gate of the dungeon seal. While Courtney waited for Susan to exit the dungeon seal, she saw a familiar figure with an unfamiliar face exit the gate. It was a woman with a graceful body and a bit taller and older than Courtney herself. She looked like she was in her late 20s, meaning she at least had to be in her late 30s or early 40s. Looking at the hideous scar on the woman's forehead, Courtney felt an innate sadness from deep within her soul. It was as if her soul was moaning at a loss. "Wyatt, who is this?" Courtney asked, shock and sadness evident in her voice. "How is this possible?" the field marshal exclaimed in shock. Even though she knew Wyatt had rescued Clown Mask from the secret facility, to see the Clown Mask appear in front of her a few minutes after agreeing to the wager was a huge shock to her. Courtney had never seen her mother's face. She only knew her by her code name and the signature mask that accompanied it. It wasn't that Clown Mask wanted to conceal her face from her only daughter, but where there now was a hideous slit resembling a scar, there once existed an empty eye socket that housed her Tao eye until the circle mercilessly plucked it out of her forehead. The Clown Mask's third eye did not have eyelids, as it was not a normal eye, but more of an eyeball-shaped gem or jade. So when it was plucked, it left a huge hole in her forehead. She had tried using medical methods to close the socket or regenerate what she lost, but all seemed to be useless. Even Wyatt's Calamity Daughter gem was not able to close that socket or regenerate her lost eye. Even its body reconstruction skill failed to help. At first Wyatt was puzzled by this, but now when he learned about the world's will fragments, Wyatt understood why even his Calamity Daughter gem was of no help in Clown Mask's case. It was because the Clown Mask's Tao eye, Courtney's Tao tongue, and Agent Forger's Miracle Eye were all made from the fragments of the world's will. It was because the Supreme Leader had managed to get his hands on a world's will fragment that he was able to grow to the point that he ruled over 3 of the 5 regions in Clown Mask's future vision, while the matron limited herself to North and South regions, the 2 of most low-performing regions of the 5 regions, and the Emissary of Light limited himself to the Empire. Having understood this, Wyatt had Clown Mask use Myriad Devil Transform on her forehead to create eyelids to cover the empty eye socket on her forehead, replacing it with a slit which now looked like a hideous scar to the onlookers. Anyhow, now she was finally able to show her face to her loved one, Courtney, her only daughter. The reason she decided to struggle against the Supreme Leader instead of escaping. Her choice that day made today possible. Mother. Even without Wyatt answering her, Courtney finally guessed who the person in front of her was, understanding where the sadness in her soul came from. It was her Tao tongue physique which was crying, seeing the missing Tao eye. Seeing Courtney recognize her, even though she had never seen her true face, Clown Mask was genuinely happy. An unconscious smile graced her lips. But the same was not true for Courtney. She sternly gazed at her mother and yelled at the person she believed to be her best friend after Bloodette. "Wyatt, what is the meaning of this?" "Courtney, calm down." Diana and Cindy appeared with an elderly woman who asked agitated Courtney to calm down. Feeling the distress in Courtney, the clone Bloodette, who was playing with kids, rushed into the hall to check on her. "Headmaster, you do not know this woman and the worst she is capable of. Please, don't interfere and let me handle this." Courtney asked the headmaster to stay out of her business, only to hear the orphanage headmaster say, "Courtney, you do not know your mother and the good she has been doing. Please, listen to what I have to say, then you can decide for yourself whether to forgive your mother." "Forgive her? Besides, what is she even doing here? Shouldn't she be locked away for everything she has done?" Courtney found the headmaster's words absurd and then asked, staring at Wyatt, seeking answers to why Clown Mask walked out of the dungeon seal. "Courtney, honey, first let me attend to our guest and give the kids their breakfast. Then we can sort this out. For my sake, just tolerate her for a few hours." The orphanage headmaster pleaded with Courtney, asking her to tolerate Clown Mask's presence. "Fine, I am only doing this for you and the kids," Courtney said, feeling a sense of déjà vu, recalling how she accepted her estranged mother Clown Mask as her master to use her money to help run the orphanage more properly. She sharply turned to Wyatt and said, "Wyatt, I thought we were best friends." Then, she headed to the dining hall in a fit of rage. "I still think we are best friends," Wyatt replied, and Bloodette's clone added, She and I both think we are best friends. Only she knew the turmoil in Courtney's heart, so she tried her best to salvage the moment. Wyatt nodded at Bloodette, and then turned to face Clown Mask and said, "Don't worry. She will come around when she learns the truth." Clown Mask nodded in understanding. She was capable of such natural thoughts and responses because she was one of the Calamity Daughter gems with the highest authority. Wyatt had to give her that much freedom such that she would not get caught when the royal family interrogated her and copied her memories. Not to mention, Calamity Daughter gems had their own life, but they centered it around Wyatt's convenience, making his safety, satisfaction, wishes, and demands their priority. "Forgive my rudeness, Master Wyatt. I could not give you a proper welcome deserving of the hope of the southern region." The orphanage headmaster apologized and began to bow, but Wyatt hurriedly stopped her, saying, "Senior, if anybody should be apologizing, it should be me. My delay has caused you a lot of trouble. Please forgive me, and please do not stand on ceremony around me. I would prefer it if you treat me like one of the kids." Seeing the orphanage headmaster was about to deny treating him as one of her kids, Wyatt looked into her eyes and said, "Please, it is my request." "Fine, if you insist, I will do that. But you still need to be treated with the proper respect, as you represent the entire South." Seeing the orphanage headmaster continue to insist on giving Wyatt the proper respect that was deserving of the hope of the South, the field marshal nodded in agreement, having fully acknowledged her defeat and submitting her undying loyalty to Wyatt. When she saw Wyatt bring the clown mask out of the dungeon seal, she did not believe it, but her unique eyes told her that the person she was seeing was indeed the real clown mask, and not some duplicate that Wyatt arranged to dupe her. She could not fathom how the clown mask, who was supposed to be locked away in a secret facility in a special space thousands of miles away, would appear here in a few minutes. After wrecking her brain to make sense of what she was observing for a few minutes, she gave up, feeling utterly defeated. Unable to explain how she lost, not to mention how she got roped into the bet, the field marshal felt that Wyatt thoroughly defeated her. Hence a little of the reluctance she had in submitting her loyalty to Wyatt was erased, but there was still a lot of it left. However, what could she do? She took an oath with the world's will as the witness. She had no choice in this matter. "Fine, headmaster, please do as you see fit. After all, you are the host." Wyatt gave up, seeing how stubborn the headmaster was about treating him with appropriate respect, claiming that he represented the South. "Don't worry, child. As the host, I will not make my guest uncomfortable, but this is out of my hands. If it were up to me, I would do as you say, but it is not. Your visit to the orphanage is a trending topic in the southern region, not to mention I have to set an example for the kids. After all, they are not used to getting esteemed guests such as yourself." The orphanage headmaster explained, hoping it would help Wyatt understand why she was so insistent on treating him with appropriate respect, and also so that this experience would not stop Wyatt from visiting the orphanage in the future. "I understand," Wyatt nodded, deciding to follow the arrangement of the orphanage headmaster for the breakfast. He was so cooperative with the headmaster because, from the clown mask's future vision, Wyatt knew that she was not a simple mortal. Not that the orphanage headmaster was a hidden expert or something, but she was an exceptional mortal. When the matron took over the southern region, overthrowing the southern royal family, the economic state of the southern region was in turmoil. Because of this, a lot of families were thrown on the streets, and the southern royal family they trusted was nowhere to be found. But a saintess arose during this time of crisis in the southern region, Clara Cassidy, the current orphanage headmaster. If Clown Mask had not illegally brought her out of her hometown to become the headmaster of the orphanage in the Sky Blossom City to take care of Courtney, then, by now she would have started leading a charitable organization to help the needy around the southern region. For a mortal to run such an organization would not be simple in this world where only the strong were respected. However, with the Southern Watch as her backer, Clara would have no problem running the charitable organization. After Colleen's death, because of Matron's conspiracy for the Forsaken Treasure at the Way Beyond, inconsolable Anna goes on a journey retracing the footsteps of Colleen, trying to be closer to her late grandmother. That was when she would run into Clara Cassidy, the last living descendant of Colleen's BFF. When meeting Anna for the first time, Clara would be in her late 60s, unmarried, dedicating her entire life to a small charitable organization as a low-level employee, pretty much similar to what she was now. However, She had no idea that the charitable organization she was working for was a front for the city lord's money laundering and tax evasion. Clara only becomes aware of this when Anna comes looking for her, as Anna's arrival spooks the city lord into doing stupid things. Finding the truth about the charitable organization she was working for, Clara felt like she was living a lie all this time, and her heart was torn into two, as even though the charitable organization was front for money laundering and tax evasion, it was doing some good for the people by providing food and clothes for those that could not afford them. However, she could not be a part of a criminal organization. Clara and Anna both were going through their form of existential crisis. It was as if fate had brought them together to support each other through their tough time and climb out of the abyss together. They confided about their troubles with each other and helped each other overcome them. With Anna's help, Clara was not only able to hold the city lord accountable for his crimes, but she was also able to lead a bigger and better charitable organization. With Clara's help, Anna was able to deal with the loss of her grandmother and finally started taking the responsibility as the Southern Emperor seriously. However, they both would meet a different ending. Anna would fall prey to Matron's conspiracy and foolishly invade the northern region to hold her father Gainover responsible for Colleen's death, since he possessed the Forsaken treasure. Meanwhile, with the fall of the Southern royal family and what remains of it going into hiding, Clara used the connection, reputation, and trust she had formed by leading the charitable organization supported and sponsored by the Southern Watch for years to gather funds and help those who had seen the worst of the regime change. Clara's role doesn't end there. When the hero Aba Windsor and her rebel army freedom fighters come to free the southern region from the tyranny of the matron, she uses the funds of the charitable organization to provide them with food and basic utilities. Since the Saintess of the South was supporting the hero Windsor, Aba was able to gain the trust and faith of the Southerners to overthrow the three mischiefs and form new government. Seeing how Clown Mask did not hesitate to mess with the future of someone destined to become the Saintess of the South, it was clear how much she cared about Courtney. If not for the burden of knowing what the future held, she might not have abandoned Courtney. Despite the Clown Mask's inconsiderate manipulation of people, everything worked out fine. Because of Clown Mask's warning, Colleen did not fall for the conspiracy of the matron, and as a result, Anna never went on a journey to retrace the steps of Colleen to feel closer to her loving grandma. So she would never have found Clara Cassidy, which meant that Clara would continue working as a low-level employee in a fake charitable organization without ever knowing the truth about it. However, now that would not be the case. Clown Mask had changed her future and unknowingly brought her closer to people who could help her fulfill the destiny of becoming the Saintess of the South in place of Anna and Southern Watch, Wyatt, and the Field Marshal. The Field Marshal was fully aware of Clara Cassidy and the destiny she held thanks to the copied memories of the Clown Mask. This was why when the orphanage headmaster talked with Wyatt, the Field Marshal paid close attention to her and agreed to them with a nod. She even felt that the orphanage headmaster was nothing short of the image of her she saw in Clown Mask's memories of the future vision. Field Marshal Heatsend found that Clara Cassidy was the embodiment of gentleness and patience. Unfortunately, she was a mortal and was closing her end. At most, Clara had a good decade or two at her hands before she became unfit to continue doing what she was doing. Please forgive my rudeness. This is... After receiving a green light from Wyatt to do as she planned, Clara turned to the disguised Field Marshal and greeted. Don't pay her any heed. She is just my guard. It would be best if you act as if she did not exist, as it would be convenient for her to do her job that way, Wyatt said with a sly grin. Wyatt's response caused the Field Marshal to mentally gush her teeth, but on the surface, she remained indifferent. After all, she lost the proper moment to get in touch and form a casual connection with the person with the destiny to become the saintess chosen by the people of the South. However, now that Wyatt had introduced her as a guard and asked Clara to ignore her so she could perform her duties properly, the Field Marshal could only play her role, as she couldn't let her actions prove the person to whom she had given loyalty to be a liar. So, will she not be joining us for breakfast? Clara asked. Wyatt laughed and said, She will be. She is a lot stronger than she looks. She can multitask, protect me while enjoying the breakfast with us. That's a relief, Clara nodded, not finding it odd that someone as important as Wyatt had a strong bodyguard. As a mortal, she had no sense of soul energy, but seeing the grace and elegance the field marshal held herself with, she believed her to be someone important and capable. Soon following, Clara Wyatt, field marshal, and the clown mask returned to the dining hall, where the older kids of the orphanage also arrived and joined the younger kids. Once everyone had arrived and taken a seat, Clara gave a small speech in honor of the Hope of the South. Clara's speech was very sincere and moving. Some employees were moved to tears. She certainly had a way with words, otherwise she would not have managed to gather the required funds to run a charitable organization after the fall of the Southern royal family and move the Southerners' hearts to the point where they deemed her as the saintess of the South. Claire kept her speech short, being mindful of the time, and asked Wyatt to speak a few words, putting Wyatt on the spot. Seeing this, the field marshal snickered, as without her doing anything, her mission to get Wyatt to embrace the title Hope of the South was being completed by Clara. However, to everyone's dismay, when Wyatt got up to say a few encouraging words, he declared, "I am not the hope of the South. People who think a 17-year-old orphan can be the hope of the South are nothing but fools. Let me tell you who the hope of the Southern region truly is. It is you. Yes, you. You, and you. Each citizen of the South is the hope of the Southern region. Any one person cannot be the hope of the Southern region. Have you ever seen a house built using a single brick? Have you ever seen a bridge built using a single beam? So how can you think that a single person can be the hope of the Southern region? Don't let the people misguide you. These are the same people who said you will amount to nothing. These are the same people who treat their fellow human beings even worse than animals. These are the same people who would rather throw away the extra bread instead of taking time to give it to someone hungry. What do these people know what the Southern region is and what it needs? Let me tell you what South needs. It needs you. They were wrong when they said you would not amount to anything. They were wrong when they said you guys were just a number in the system. I am telling you right now, you guys are the future of the Southern region. You guys are the hope of the South. You guys are the ones who will guide the South to a better tomorrow. Now, answer me, who is the hope of the Southern region? Ever since Wyatt was asked to take the stage for the first time back on Earth, Wyatt had long gotten a feeling that he had no future as a motivational speaker. But receiving a graveyard silence in response to his "You are the hope of the South" speech, Wyatt finally confirmed his guess. Who is the hope of the Southern region? Wyatt repeated himself, looking at the stagnant crowd. They all had awkward expressions on their faces, and once again he was answered with the sound of passing wind. The kids, they were picking their nose. This was not the reaction he was expecting. No, it was far from the reaction he was expecting. His gaze landed on the adults in the dining hall, especially the fine gold employees who were supposed to be the ones who contributed the most. They had an expression of disappointment. Laugh. The field marshal let out a chuckle, unable to hold back her laughter, causing Wyatt's expression to darken. Turning to sternly stare at her, he yelled, "This is not a laughing matter." Then, turning to the crowd, he glanced over at the older kids. They were about a year or two younger than his physical body. That was a year or two from becoming legal adult and losing their right to live in the orphanage. They had no hope on their face. Wyatt was not some ignorant person who did not know the difficulties of life these kids had seen. He had seen the worst and the best of humanity in his 2 lifetimes. The crowd in front of him gave him a flashback of the time when everyone on Earth had given up on struggling for their freedom and decided to submit to the Voltronian. What have they done to you? Wyatt's eyes turned red. Kids were supposed to be ignorant and naive, believing in fables and miracles, but the ones in front of him seemed to have grown numb, having seen and experienced the worst of life. Yes, he knows he was in an orphanage, but this was too. His genius brain could not find a word for it. Wyatt, Courtney uttered, planning to console her best friend. However, Clara Cassidy pulled her back. Courtney turned to look at the orphanage headmaster. Seeing her shake her head, Courtney decided to trust her and stepped back. "Wyatt, you done? Brain says he is hungry." Bloodette suddenly spoke from the crowd. She was sitting with friends, Daisy and Brain. The 8 or 9-year-olds were one of the few who were not afraid of her appearance and accepted her. Listening to her, Wyatt's expression darkened further. "Son, why don't you warp it up?" Clara walked next to Wyatt, asking him to finish his speech so that they could start serving the kids. After all, it was almost noon and the kids only had chocolate milk since morning. "Ha ha ha ha." Wyatt laughed, scaring the crowd, Diana, and Cindy. Then he turned to Field Marshal and said, "You win. but I will still do it my way. Wyatt finally understood why Anna's mother wanted him to embrace the title Hope of the South at the orphanage of all places. It was not for the orphans, it was for him. Wyatt might have stolen Field Marshal from her side, but she still won. I would not prefer it any other way, the Field Marshal said with a gentle smile. Headmaster, I am sorry. I was not what you promised them, Wyatt apologized, and looking into her eyes he asked her, I need your help to salvage the moment. Would you please be my prop? My pleasure. Anything for the hope of the South, Clara agreed with a sincere nod, like a soldier prepared to kill for her country. Seeing this, Wyatt's heart ached. This place was not Earth. Here the monsters under the bed and in the closet were real and not some figment of imagination. So, here encouraging words were not enough. Here fables of miracles were not enough. Headmaster, please swallow this pill, Wyatt said, handing a silver milk powder pill to Clara. Gulp. Clara swallowed the pill without hesitation. As soon as the pill touched her tongue, it melted. Soon her body was brimming with an unknown power. This was a feeling Clara as a mortal had never felt. She closed her eyes and concentrated on it, trying to savor it while it lasted. Noticing that the time was right, Wyatt summoned 6 pairs of floating arms and 6 floating heads, gaining a gasp from the crowd. The floating heads and arms moved from behind him and surrounded Clara. Seeing this, the Field Marshal got up from her seat exclaiming, Soul energy manipulation. Wyatt having a soul energy manipulation skill was not news to the Field Marshal or the Southern royal family. But the extent of Wyatt's soul energy manipulation proficiency came as a surprise to the Field Marshal, as she did not expect him to be able to use it to help elevate the active soul control percentage of a mortal. Now that was beyond anything she had imagined. It was even more surprising than seeing him create a casual attire from pure soul energy. Headmaster, Courtney uttered in panic, seeing the sudden surge of soul power in the headmaster. Such an amount of soul power was not something a mortal could handle. However, she noticed that the soul energy in the headmaster was not trying to escape from her body. Instead, it was enriching her soul, increasing its active soul control, which was nothing short of a miracle. The silver milk powder pill that Wyatt had fed Clara was a high-grade pill that would help a card lord with their active soul control percentage, but for a mortal, it was a death sentence. However, with the combination of his otherworldly knowledge of soul cultivation and his soul energy manipulation skill, Wyatt was going to achieve what was believed to be impossible in the card world so far. He was going to give the people the miracle they desperately sought. By the age of 16 or 17, most humans in the card world reached 10% active soul control and awaken as card apprentices, but then there were a few who awakened faster than others, and then there were those who awakened slower than the rest. However, as they continue to grow old over time, sooner or later they will achieve the requirement of awakening, like in Susan's case. But then there were mortals like Clara Cassidy. She was in her early 60s, and her active soul control was still at 4%. Her chances of becoming a card apprentice in her entire lifetime were non-existent. It took her 60 years to achieve 4% active soul control. That was like 12.5 years for 1% of active soul control. This meant she needed another 70 years to meet the requirements of awakening. Considering that the average lifespan of mortals was about 8 to 90 years old, following the natural order of things, Clara would never be able to awaken. It was never meant to be. It was best if she did not hold her breath on it. However, Clara was about to awaken today, amidst the people she loved, becoming the miracle they all sought. Wyatt's 6 slave consciousnesses came together and concentrated, giving their all to precisely manipulate the soul energy in Clara's soul introduced by the high-grade silver milk powder pill. They accurately followed the soul cultivation knowledge sorted by the Hive AI to help enrich Clara's soul, increasing her active soul energy control to not only meet the minimum requirement of awakening, but also go further. The large amount of soul energy introduced in Clara's soul was finally stabilized by Wyatt's 6 slave consciousnesses. Then they circulated it following the instructions of the Hive AI, enriching Clara's soul slowly and stably, increasing her active soul energy. Soon Clara, herself, began to feel her active soul control elevate, which was impossible unless one had achieved 10% of active soul control minimum. It was thanks to the advanced soul nurturing method Wyatt's slave consciousnesses were using to enrich her soul. When Clara awakened, she was in for a lot of surprise. Because the method used to awaken her was not simple, and she stood to gain a lot of benefits from it. 4%, 5%, 6%, 10%, 11%. Sensing Wyatt effortlessly managed to increase Clara's active soul control percentage to meet the requirement of awakening, the already shocked field marshal was astounded. She felt as if she was dreaming. Noticing that Wyatt did not stop there, but continued to increase Clara's active soul control further, she felt her knees go weak, and with a thud, she fell to her seat in utter disbelief. In the whole dining hall, only she knew what Wyatt was truly doing. 10%, 11%, 18%, 19%. Bring Clara's active soul control to 19%. Wyatt stopped and asked his 6 soul consciousnesses to help Clara hold the excess soul energy in her soul, as he had other plans for the remaining soul energy. It was not surprising that there was still soul energy left after elevating Clara's active soul control to 19%. A high-grade pill was enough to help a card lord practice their active soul energy. The power contained in it was a lot, and the pill would prove deadly even for an average card master and card grandmaster if they consumed it carelessly. I think I can contract a grimoire now. Surrounded by floating heads and arms, Clara exclaimed, opening her eyes. They were teary, as she could not believe she had awakened. Though she had given up on ever awakening, she always hoped that one day she too could awaken like the rest. Wyatt nodded at her with a gentle smile. Then he took out a silver grimoire and passed it to Clara, saying, "Here, contract it." Clara did not take the silver grimoire. Instead, she looked at Wyatt and said, "It's a silver grimoire." Even though Clara was a mortal till now, she had the basic knowledge of becoming a card apprentice. She knew only the talented ones could contract a silver grimoire after awakening, but a late bloomer like her could contract the bronze grimoire. "Trust me," Wyatt assured and pushed the grimoire into her hands. Holding the silver grimoire in one hand, Clara dropped a drop of her blood soul on its cover to initiate a soul contract with it. To her surprise, as her blood came in contact with the grimoire shined brightly and started to hover in front of her as it slowly opened and revealing her status page to her. "Impossible," multiple voices uttered together, seeing Clara manage to contract a silver grimoire on her first try. Not only that, once Clara contracted the silver grimoire, it helped her use the excess soul energy in her soul to increase the active soul control to 27%, helping her become a high-level card soldier in a single bound. Completing his job, Wyatt recalled his floating arms and heads. "I gained a trait, soul sensitivity. I can feel the soul of everyone in the hall," Clara revealed to Wyatt aloud in shock. "Soul sensitivity," Field Marshal exclaimed and rushed next to Clara. Without her permission, she checked Clara's grimoire to see if the trait Clara had received was the same as she was thinking of. Trait name, soul sensitivity. Trait type, innate. Trait effect, the user is sensitive to souls and their intent. Impossible. How can a late bloomer have the potential to become a demigod? The Field Marshal exclaimed aloud, losing all her grace and elegance that she had practiced and trained for centuries. Because being able to sense the intent of other souls was something only demigods could do because of their intense sense. But Clara, a late bloomer, had awakened it as her innate trait, proving that she had the potential to become a demigod. The Field Marshal looked at Wyatt with complicated eyes, as he basically turned a lump of coal into the most precious diamond. Honestly, it wasn't Wyatt who gave Clara the soul sensitivity trait. It was her soul, her patient and understanding soul, that she had honed through decades of perseverance and benevolence, that had awakened the trait's soul sensitivity. Yes, Wyatt did use an advanced soul cultivation method to enrich her soul, but there was more at play here. Even though mortals cannot feel their souls, their actions and choices affect and mold their souls. It was similar to how a scammer happens to be the most worried about being scammed, a thief happens to be most worried about someone stealing from them. Their actions and choices dedicate their mindset and heart. Clara Cassidy might have been just a mortal, but whenever a troubled soul came to her, she tried to understand their pain and help them to the best of her strength and knowledge. Sometimes she failed, and sometimes she did okay, but she never stopped trying to help others. The kids of the orphanage were a living example of this. The life she had led had helped Clara understand people, see through their complicated exteriors, and see them for who they really were. She would know a troubled soul when she saw one and a cry for help when she heard one. In a way, this helped her become more passionate about what she did. And this very skill she honed would allow her to become this saintess of the South. All Wyatt and his advanced soul cultivation method did was help the skill Clara had honed to advance into her innate trait. That was to say, if Clara's soul did not have that capability, no matter what Wyatt did or how miraculous his advanced soul cultivation method was, she would not have received the soul sensitivity trait. If one were to romanticize this, one could say that Clara Cassidy, though immortal, lived her life worthy of a demigod. She might not have been a demigod in terms of realm, but her will had the quality of a demigod. She was the true demigod born by overcoming the test of life with the most brilliant grades. It is not me, it is her. She truly lives to her persona, the saintess of the South, Wyatt explained to the field marshal, who was staring at him as if she saw a ghost, pointing at Clara. Clara no longer looked like a weak, elderly woman. Rather, she looked like a woman in her early 40s and still in her prime. If she had a few beauty cards equipped then, she could easily pass as a young woman in her late 20s. Becoming a card soldier, her physical body had undergone a visible metamorphosis. Not to mention, Clara, who had lived a hard life from an early age, had a very strong body for her age. With the boost from the soul energy, she had basically been rejuvenated, almost as if she had regained her youth. Then, choosing to ignore the field marshal whose gaze kept switching between him and Clara, Wyatt removed a card from his card holder and passed it to Clara, saying, "This is one of the first few cards I created. I have upgraded it a few times since then. I want you to have it. C-rank Atlas Bear Spirit Guard card. I can't take something so precious." Clara tried to return the card to Wyatt, but Wyatt shook his head and turned to look at the confused crowd who were trying to understand what just happened, and said, "Equip it and show them that miracles are possible as long as they persist. I don't have to teach you on that front, do I?" The C-rank Atlas Bear Spirit Guard card was none other than the upgraded form of the E-rank Abyssal Giant Bear Spirit Guard card Wyatt had created. Wyatt, back when he still had free time on his hands, had upgraded the E-rank card because its star rating was too high, 26 stars. When he created this card, he was still figuring out card creation and soul pupils. If he wanted to keep using it, he needed to decrease its star rating. So, he had to upgrade it, but with his current abilities, he had no need for it, so he decided to gift it to Clara, so she put it to good use. As a silver grimoire holder, she could use C-rank cards. Card name, Atlas Bear Spirit Guard. Card type, skill card, passive. Card rank, C rank, uncommon grade. Card ratings, 4 stars. Card durability, 100/100. Card effect, the user gains Grandmaster level mastery in Beast Form Martial Arts, Atlas Bear form. Additional effect, 1. Atlas Bear Constitution. Passive, the user's constitution will be granted the constitution of an Atlas Bear. It will not alter the user's physical appearance in any way. 2. Atlas Bear senses. Passive, the user's senses are augmented to that of Atlas Bear's senses. 3. Atlas Bear Spirit Guard. Passive, the user's aura takes the form of an Atlas Bear spirit. The Atlas Bear spirit is sentient and will passively protect the user from all physical and spiritual attacks. 4. Atlas Bear's Roar. Passive, the user can roar like the Atlas Bear, rendering all nearby enemies unconscious or stunting them for 1 to 3 seconds based on strength difference. 5. Innate Aura. Passive, the user can choose to exert their aura on the surrounding units. The user's presence grows strong. "Don't worry, child. I will restore their faith in the hope of the South." Saying that, Clara equipped the card and took the stage. Wyatt quietly faded into the background and returned to Courtney's side, who was still trying to comprehend what just happened. Equipping the card, Clara's presence instantly became stronger and gained the attention of everyone in the dining hall. Soon her eyes became sharp and an apparition of a ginormous bear almost touching the hall ceiling covered her. Despite its giant and ferocious form, the Atlas Bear Spirit Guard did not appear threatening at all. Rather, it appeared benevolent, enlightened, and a little cute, instantly gaining the interest of the little kids. Wyatt guessed this was because the Atlas Bear Spirit Guard was made from Clara's aura, which was the most compassionate aura Wyatt had ever come across. Having gained everyone's attention, Clara began to put an end to the crowd's confusion and speculations by explaining what they had just witnessed. Silver milk powder can be procured in two, by buying from the local market and the other way as a subsidy. However, not everyone will be getting the subsidy. Only the meritorious citizens will get them. For example, students who are performing well in their school. This is just an example. There will be other ways for every citizen to obtain the subsidies. The Southern royal family will soon update all citizens of the South about this. Sliver milk powder, subsidy, meritorious citizens. What was Clara talking about? It was not Clara who spoke this stuff, but the field marshal he'd sent. Clara explained how Wyatt used a pill to help her become a card apprentice to the crowd and displayed her silver grimoire and powers to assure them that she was not lying. However, she had no idea what the pill Wyatt had fed her was, so she could not answer when the older kids who were yet to awaken as card apprentice eagerly asked about the pill. That was when the field marshal, who dumbfoundedly stood in the middle of the stage trying to comprehend how a late bloomer like Clara had the potential to become a demigod, came to her senses, took over the stage, and began to explain what pill was. How can they obtain it when they had no money to their name? What the Southern royal family was doing to make sure that everyone will receive the silver milk powder and not just the rich and powerful. Lastly, she did not forget to praise Wyatt, who discovered such a miraculous powder and invented a way to mass-produce it at the fastest speed, helping everyone in the room understand why Wyatt was the hope of the Southern region. Wyatt might not agree with this, but his speech, "You are the hope of the South," had seriously damaged his credibility as the hope of the South. The media and adults in these kids' lives talk so grandiosely about Wyatt and his achievements, but when they met him and heard him spouting nonsense that even 3-year-olds would not believe, they felt if this was the hope of the South, then they were doomed. But seeing their mortal headmaster, who had no hope of becoming a card apprentice, directly awakened as silver-grade card soldiers, they were shocked and moved to the point of believing that miracles do exist. Most of them were worried that they would not be able to awaken before they became of legal age and would have to move out of the orphanage without proper arrangements. Yes, the orphanage had many programs to help them integrate with society, but they had seen where their seniors were and knew unless they became a card apprentice their future was bleak. They would be lucky to be alive a month after leaving the orphanage. Now, seeing the miraculous powder they heard so much about work with their own eyes, they had a spark of hope in their heart that ignited into flame when the field marshal promised that the Southern royal family was going to give sliver milk powder subsidies to any and all meritorious citizens to ensure equal opportunities to all its citizens. Wyatt, who is this elderly lady? Can she guarantee what she is talking about? Does the Southern royal family really plan to provide the silver milk powder subsidies for its citizens? Courtney suddenly asked Wyatt. Courtney was happy that the orphanage master was a card soldier now, and also happy to hear the promises made by the unknown elderly woman, but she wanted to ensure that the elderly woman was not making false promises. Don't worry, if it's her saying that, then it will probably be true. Even if it is not, she will make it true. After all, she is the hero of the South. Wyatt answered, assuring Courtney that every word the unknown elderly woman spoke was true. That's the legendary field marshal he'd sent? No way. I have seen pictures of her. She isn't it. Clara, who had returned to her seat, said in disbelief, listening to Wyatt. Even Diana and Cindy nodded. Every one of them knew how the hero of the South looked like. Her image was pasted all over the grimoire network. She has morphed her appearance to not attract any attention, Wyatt replied. And turning to Clara, he said, "It's getting late. You should start serving the kids. They must be hungry." Diana finally knew why the field marshal had the time to contact her over something as trivial as Wyatt's visit to the orphanage. How could I do something so rude when the hero of the South is doing her best to encourage the kids? Besides, these kids know how to deal with hunger. However, it is rare for them to be addressed by their hero, Clara replied. But Wyatt shook his head and said, "She is too excited. If you leave her, she will keep talking till it's time for dinner. Don't you dare disrespect my hero, Wyatt." Courtney immediately warned Wyatt, listening to him. It appeared she seemed to revere Field Marshal Heatsend, which was a far cry from how she treated Colleen and Anna. "Wyatt, did you know she single-handedly freed MT Claymore from 100 Western demigods when they tried to illegally claim it as part of the Western region?" Courtney said, with fanatic light shining in her eyes. "No, I did not." Wyatt finally understood what was happening here. The entire orphanage was a fan of Field Marshal because of Clara's weird fixation with her. This was apparent when she was willing to let the kids starve a little to hear the field marshal's encouraging words. As such, he could no longer use the kids as reason, so he turned to Clara and said, "Fine, I will be honest. I am hungry. Feed me. Here, have some chocolate milk and shut up." Courtney passed him her glass of milk and asked him to shut up. "What the FCK? I don't want to drink your spit," Wyatt remarked. "Suit yourself, but just shut up." Courtney dismissed Wyatt without even bothering to spare him a glance. Wyatt was starting to regret having revealed Field Marshal's identity. "Don't worry, they will edit all the embarrassing stuff out, I guess," the Field Marshal said as she ate a sandwich sitting next to Wyatt. She was in a great mood for someone who lost her loyalty to a teenager in a wager at that. I could care less about that. Now that he had decided to embrace the title, Hope of the South, Wyatt could not care what Anna's mother planned, having the Field Marshal record and document his visit to the orphanage. From Wyatt's perspective, becoming the Hope of the South meant he was declaring the South as his territory to the world, and not that he was part of the Southern royal family. The world leaders might not have grasped his intention at first, but Wyatt planned to make this clear to all with his actions. Back on the stage when he bombed his speech, Wyatt understood what he had missed and decided to adopt the Southern region and soon the entire card world. "Wyatt, what's wrong with that girl? Why does she keep staring at me from time to time? Am I consuming too much food?" the Field Marshal asked, pointing at Courtney from the corner of her eyes while licking her figures. She was so happy today that she decided to indulge in a little gluttony. Not to mention, it had been ages since she had consumed food, so it felt a lot tastier to her. She wants your autograph, but doesn't want to expose your identity. It must be killing her right now. Wyatt took joy in Courtney's misery, recalling how she dismissed him when he was hungry. "Some friend you are." The Field Marshal rolled her eyes at Wyatt and mentally informed Courtney to meet her later. After all, Courtney was the Tao-tongue, kind-hearted, and capable. It would not hurt the Field Marshal to get acquainted with the future pillar of the South early. "Boss, if you may, we have gathered the employees who contributed the most to your various organizations in the gymnasium and would like you to meet them." Diana gathered her courage and awkwardly informed Wyatt. Knowing that the elderly woman next to her boss was the hero of the South in disguise, she did not know how to act. "They still want to meet me after hearing my speech?" Wyatt asked. Diana laughed awkwardly and said, "Yes. If anything, the speech made you appear more human to them. Let us expect it. Your achievements are too godly to whoever has heard of them. People can't help but get overwhelmed. But seeing your naive, humble side, they are starting to see you for what you are, a 17-year-old who chooses to see the best in everyone. Only someone like you will be willing to give criminals like us a second chance. I am sure the world will understand your ideology and accept it one day. Besides, the speech wasn't that bad. It's just that you said it at the wrong time at the wrong place. If you had started with the silver milk powder miracle and ended it with that speech, then you would have been a huge hit." Diana added what she thought after a short pause. "The girl makes a good point. I will ask the media people not to edit the speech out. Let the people see who you are and what you stand for. But for someone narcissistic, you are overly humble about your strength and what you are capable of. It doesn't add up," the Field Marshal said, looking at Wyatt suspiciously, wondering if Wyatt was up to something. "I know you guys are only saying that to cheer me up, but I will take it." Saying that, Wyatt got up to follow Diana to the meet, but before leaving, he turned to the Field Marshal and said, "Please help me complete all the necessary procedures to start a criminal rehabilitation and reintegration program. I want to get started as soon as possible." "Fine." The Field Marshal nodded and agreed with Wyatt without any question. After all, she had agreed to support Wyatt's idea of starting a criminal rehabilitation and reintegration program if she lost the wager. As Wyatt followed Diana, he saw Clara taking Courtney and Clown Mask to her office. It seems Clara had decided it was time Courtney knew the whole truth about Clown Mask. However, just as Wyatt was about to exit the dining hall, Bladette stopped him, saying, "I need silver milk powder and lots of it." Wyatt looked at the kids that had followed Bladette and said, "Bladette, silver milk powder is a strong substance. It needs to be consumed with caution. If these kids consume it excessively, they might explode from having too much silver milk powder in their system." Diana also spoke, assuring Bladette, "Blood Supreme, this orphanage is now being sponsored by Master Wyatt. So when we get enough stock of silver milk powder, we will help each kid in the orphanage get their share under proper administration. So, please do not worry." No, we want it now. Our elder sister is going to turn 16 in a week, and she still has not awakened. She is too weak. If she leaves the orphanage, she will not survive. A 9-year-old boy yelled at Diana. Wyatt recalled that the kid was Brain, one of Bloodette's friends. Boy, don't worry. If your elder sister has attended the reintegration program, then she should have joined Fine Gold as a sales intern. She will be provided the necessary housing and incentives by our company to help her integrate with society, Diana patiently explained to the kids. My sister tried to attend the reintegration program, but the staff rejected her, saying she was not fit for the program. Brain revealed with rage visible in his eyes. Wyatt was not surprised by Brain's frustration. At least this kid was showing some emotion. The kids during his speech were emotionless like lifeless dolls. However, he did order Diana. Check if what the boy is saying is true. Then looking at the boy, he said, Brain, what is your elder sister's name? Marcy Davis. Davis? Wyatt uttered in surprise, recalling Ada Davis. The last time he saw her was during the Southern Capitol incident. He heard that she vanished in the Doublegate dungeon. Apparently, the soldiers stationed there claimed that she had escaped to the demon realm, but the city lord of the Doublegate dungeon city, who was the last person to meet her, refrained from making any comments. There can be different families with the same surname, Wyatt thought. Then, shaking his head, he looked at Brain and said, If your sister is here, go call her. I will see how I can help her. Any friends of Bloodette were his friends. Besides, their friendship was sincere and pure. Wyatt liked that part a lot. Really? Brain asked in disbelief. It appears he did not expect Wyatt and Diana to do anything. Yet, he came with Bloodette just to let his frustration be known. Yes, Wyatt nodded. Daisy, go call Big Sis Marcy. I will make sure he doesn't leave, Brain instructed his friend, who nodded with a firm expression and daced out of the dining hall. Bloodette, you seem to make some good friends. Wyatt was happy for her. Clara was doing her best to keep the kids on the right path, but there weren't many kids in the orphanage that still had some fight felt in them, let alone go out of their way to help their fellows. Daisy and Brain seemed to be special. No wonder they could accept Bloodette despite her appearance. Yes, but I am not so sure about Brain, Bloodette said, making faces at Brain. Provoked, he yelled back. What did you say, you walking hot dog? Take it back, or I will make you eat dirt again, Bloodette warned, making a fist. Even though Bloodette's realm had decreased to that of a mortal, she was still more than what a 9-year-old would handle. Boss, I have talked to the person in charge of the orphanage's reintegration program. Marcy Davis's case is special. There wasn't much our people could do to help her. Overstaff offered to recruit her in the special needs program considering her condition, but she rejected it, Diana reported, having talked to her subordinates. You are lying. There is no way Big Sis Marcy would reject it, Brain yelled, staring hard at Diana. Having been in Brain's shoes in the past, Diana did not take offense to Brain's words. Brain, calm down. Wyatt will handle it. Trust me, Bloodette assured her friend. Since Wyatt had never let her down, she believed he would not let her friends down too. What sort of condition are we talking about here? Wyatt asked, wondering what kind of condition would stop a person from working a regular job. From what he gathered so far, Marcy didn't sound to be disabled or mentally challenged. Just then a cold wind filled the room and Brain yelled, Big Sis Marcy is here. She will prove that you are lying. Dark Realm energy signature. Wyatt muttered in alert, feeling that the cold wind was not simple. You noticed, Field Marshal said, having appeared next to Wyatt out of nowhere. Scaring, Brain. Old lady ghost. Wyatt, Diana, and the Field Marshal ignored Brain and looked at the eerily thin and pale girl being led by Daisy. Daisy, let me clean up first. I stink of sewer. People are eating in the dining hall. Big Sis, just follow me quietly. It was a pathetic sight to behold. An almost 16-year-old girl being bossed and dragged by a 9-year-old girl. Field Marshal, is she in any way related to? No need to guess, she is a Davis family sin. Field Marshal replied, interrupting Wyatt. Hey, old lady, watch what you say about our big sister. Brain was prepared to fight with Field Marshal. SSH, Brain, she is scary strong. If she attacks, I can't help you. Bloodette hashed Brain and warned him to curb his anger a little. I'm not afraid of an old lady. Brain replied, though he did so with some hesitation, as Bloodette was the strongest person he knew. If even she was afraid of the old lady, then he should behave, but he cannot let anybody mock his sister. Brain, That is not the way to talk to your elders. How many times have I asked to watch your manners? Apologize to her now. Marcy, who saw Brain arguing with a few adults, hurried over. Hearing his rude words, she reprimanded him, and then turning to the field marshal, she repeatedly bowed and apologized. Madam, he is just a kid. He doesn't mean it. Please forgive him this once. Marcy had noticed the head of fine gold Diana Keith, and the boy wonder Dalton Wyatt, next to the elderly lady, and guessed her status was not simple. This was why she did not bother to ask what happened or who was at fault here, and pressed her brother to apologize. Orphans like them stood no chance against people with high status. Marcy, don't apologize to her. She was bad-mouthing you. Brain informed, feeling wronged. After all, he stood up to defend his sister. Why was he getting scolded? Brain, shut up. Apologize now. Marcy stared threateningly at Brain, only to hear Field Marshal say, No need, dear. The boy did not do anything wrong. There seems to be a misunderstanding here, nothing more. Thank you, madam. You are too kind. Marcy bowed and thanked the field marshal, expressing her gratitude for generously forgiving her little brother. Listening to how softly the field marshal addressed Marcy, Wyatt frowned, finding her attitude toward the Davis family's sin was wrong. Hold on. With the field marshal's strength, she should have long noticed Marcy Davis's existence. Wyatt felt he was missing something here. Besides, didn't Anna slaughter the entire Davis family? How come people were popping up carrying the surname of the supposedly dead family? Marcy Davis, I am Diana Keith. We would like to talk about your reintegration program. Diana stepped forward, introducing herself, and she stretched her hand out to shake hands with Marcy as a courtesy on their first meeting. However, March, who instinctively extended her hand to shake Diana's hand, hurriedly took it back and explained, Please, don't misunderstand. I just returned from my part-time job cleaning the city sewers. I could not wash up afterwards since the shower there was busted. Please, forgive me about the smell too. Cleaning sewers. Now I understand why you rejected the special needs program. Diana was impressed by Marcy's personality and continued to hold her hand out, saying, How long are you going to wait for a handshake? My arm is about to fall off from the pain. But, Marcy hesitated. However, looking into Diana's bright eyes that had no judgment but just respect for her, she extended her hand and shook Diana's hand. Soon Marcy felt a refreshing force wash over her body. Astonished, she blurted, Cleansing card. Understanding that Diana had used a cleansing help her clean. You kids have it easy because of the new headmaster. Back in my time, the city sewer used to be our secret base, Diana said with a bright smile, giving Marcy a firm handshake. Not that she was jealous of the orphan kids. She just shared a bit of her past in a not-that-sad way so that Marcy would be comfortable around her. Meanwhile, Wyatt and Field Marshal were having a mental conversation of their own. You look confused. The Field Marshal mentally connected with Wyatt. Yes, I am. Didn't Anna kill everyone from the Davis family? Except for Ada, whose existence was not known to her. Wyatt held back from asking why the Field Marshal reacted so kindly to Marcy. He knew that kids weren't responsible for their parents' sins, but he was surprised to see that the Field Marshal, who had been indifferent to other orphans, acted warmly to Marcy. Wyatt, I thought you knew Anna better than to believe what the public says about her. The Field Marshal's response made it sound as if Wyatt was at fault for jumping to conclusions. Cut the speech. I know for a fact that Anna slaughtered the entire Davis family because they were devil worshippers. Wyatt had long looked into the Davis family because of Ada Davis, who was targeting him because of Anna. Even if everything about the Davis family's demise was faked, Ada's hatred for the Southern royal family couldn't be faked. Yes, everyone knows Anna slaughtered the entire Davis family, but only those who were there with her truly know why she did what she did. The Field Marshal replied, saying there was more to the story about Anna slaughtering her father's second wife's family. What is it? I did not find anything suspicious in the confidential records about that incident. Wyatt asked, wondering if Marcy was a friend or foe. He sincerely hoped it wasn't the latter because from what he had learned about Marcy so far, he did not want to have to. Let us not go there yet. Keeping the question of how you accessed the confidential records of the incident aside, what actually happened that day was not mentioned or recorded anywhere because Anna's mother did not want what the Davis family did to taint the names of everyone else who contributed and sacrificed to put an end to the reign of devil worshippers. Therefore, she decided to make Anna the villain of that story, since Anna did go there that night with the intention of killing those who brought shame upon her mother and exiling the rest of the family, using the fact they were devil worshippers as an excuse. I will also refrain from going into gruesome details about that incident and just say what you need to know. The Davis family, aside from the fact that they were devil worshippers, were involved in many shady stuff far from human imagination. One of them was human experimentation. During the demon invasion and the terror of demon worshippers, it was common for the strong to experiment on the weak. They were all doing everything they could to survive the invasion and then the devil worshippers. In a way, it produced many cards, elixirs, and arrays that people are enjoying today. I am not trying to justify what happened then, it is what it is. However, the Davis family continued it even during the peaceful times. It is not a surprise considering they were devil worshippers, but they crossed a line that no one had dared to cross. They were experimenting on crossbreeding humans with demons right in the artificial dungeon under their family castle. No one had any idea about this until Anna surprised them with her visit. She learned they were trying to find a way for demons to contract grimoire from ego gems and divinity. Once our world had successfully managed to resist the demon invasion, it had become a hot topic in the dark realm and gathered a lot of attention. Many devils and demons grew interested in our power system and began contracting card apprentices. This gave rise to a period in our history where devil worshippers were rampant. But after numerous attempts and experimentation, the devils and demons could not contract the grimoire nor form ego gems or divinity. So their interest quickly died. However, some did not give up and hired families like the Davis family to continue where they left. All in all, the Davis family deserved what they got. The field marshal got emotional and talked a lot, but feeling Wyatt's gaze, she cut it short. As someone who had participated in the war against devil worshippers, Field Marshal was very ashamed about the existence of the Davis family, who fooled them all. Where does Marcy fall into all of this? I don't see any demon blood in her, except she seems to be infected by some kind of pathogen that is found in the dark realm. Thankfully, it is not infectious. Wyatt reminded the field marshal that she had gone off topic. Though Anna massacred the Davis family, she set the people they were using for their experiment free despite her subordinates advising her against it. Her mother gave her an earful for that. Fortunately, to this day, there have been no cases of those people or the experiment done on them causing trouble. Marcy must be the descendant of those people, but it is surprising that they took the Davis family surname. The field marshal informed. She could not believe that the victims would take the surname of their captors. That must be because Marcy is a descendant of the Davis family. Wyatt could tell this by comparing Marcy's soul record with Ada's soul record. Wyatt guessed this might be because Marcy's predecessors when in captivity might have been assaulted by the Davis family men. If not for the peculiar soul energy signature of the Davis family sins, I would not have known her identity. But that is not enough to tell that she is blood related to the Davis family. How can you tell that? The field marshal asked Wyatt. After all, Wyatt wasn't even born when the Davis family was exterminated, so how can he tell their descendants apart? Add it to your list. I will tell all in time. Wyatt dismissed the field marshal's question. He could have lied that it was related to a new blood rule, meaning he had comprehended, but he did not, as the field marshal's eyes were unique, though not as handy as his unique eyes, still unique enough to confirm if he had indeed comprehended such a blood rule meaning. Now that the field marshal had given him her undying loyalty, he did not want to lie to her. But also being dismissive of her questions was also not preferable, but he did promise to tell her the truth in time. So now that you know she is the Davis family's descendant, what are you going to do about it? Wyatt asked, changing the topic. Nothing. She has nothing to do with their crime. If anything, she is one of their victims. I have been watching this girl for a while now. She is a tough one, and I plan to recruit her in my private army. Can you help her like you helped the orphanage headmaster? The field marshal requested. The field marshal wasn't lying. She had been watching Marcy, wondering when she would give up or die because of her stubbornness. But somehow, every time she manages to pull through. Watching Marcy survive day after day, the field marshal pondered if she did not know that she wasn't supposed to survive. Otherwise, Marcy would not stubbornly stick to her values and reject Feingold's special needs program, which would allow her to live the last few days of her life comfortably. The reason why the Davis family's experimented humans never caused trouble after being granted freedom by Anna was because they sooner or later succumbed to experiments done on them by the Davis family. However, seeing that Marcy would wake up every day prepared to fight the life itself, The field marshal had grown overly fond of her. She was just waiting for Marcy to turn a legal adult before approaching her. If you just want to check if I can turn all mortals into card apprentices, then just say so. You do not have to make up such stories, Wyatt said, rolling his eyes at the field marshal's sneaky attempt to confirm her doubts. Can it be both? The field marshal retorted, saying that she was interested in both Marcy and confirming Wyatt's abilities. Whatever, since it is a request from my most loyal elder, I will fulfill it. Wyatt accepted the field marshal's request. Of the many things she asked of him, this was something he agreed on. This way the field marshal will not be able to complain that Wyatt didn't do anything for her. Special needs program is for those that are unable to take care of themselves, and not someone like me. I can fully take care of myself. Marcy continued to stubbornly reject the idea of being considered one among the special needs. Other orphans might have been happy to sit in a rent-free home and collect subsidies every month, but not her. She had something to prove. Girl, you look like staked bones waiting to be knocked down by the passing wind. But fine, if you do not want to be in the special needs program, suit yourself. However, if you are willing to clean the city sewers, then you would not mind being a janitor at the Feingold's Tower, right? Though it is a dead-end job with average pay, it comes with full medical insurance, housing allowance, and other benefits. It should be enough to get you the proper medical help that you desperately need. Don't think I am doing this as a charity. I like your strong values and ethics. I want someone like you to be a part of our organization. So, do you accept the job? Diana stopped persuading Marcy to make use of the benefits of the special needs program and offered a decent job better than cleaning city sewers. Not that she looked down on it, but a sickly 16-year-old girl cleaning sewers did not sit right with her. I accept, Madam Diana. Marcy hurriedly agreed to Diana's request and bowed, expressing her gratitude. However, just then Wyatt spoke. Diana, you can't hire someone like her as a janitor. What? What did you say to my sister? Brian was preparing to apologize to Diana and thank her for helping her sister, but listening to Wyatt, he went berserk in rage. He rushed at Wyatt with the intent to fight to the death. However, Marcy, who was next to him, hurriedly caught him and pressed him down with all her might. Because of her sickly physique, she struggled to hold down a 9-year-old. Nonetheless, Daisy, who had been quietly following Brain and Bloodette the whole time, made full use of her small size, sneaked next to Wyatt, and kicked his shin while crying out loud, attracting the attention of everyone in the dining hall. Wyatt ignored the gaze from the masses and looked at weeping Daisy, who continued to kick his shin while crying her lungs out. He wondered if crying was part of Daisy's strategy to not get hit in return. Anyway, it worked. Daisy, stop kicking him, Marcy shouted, fully aware of her sister's calculative side. However, she had her hands full with Brain, so she was at her wits' end trying to think of a way to save Daisy. However, to her and onlookers' surprise, Wyatt picked up Daisy in his arms. Ignoring her struggle and cries, he laughed and said, "You are the smart one of the three, aren't you, Daisy? So, stop it, or I will hit your sister." Listening to Wyatt's threat, both Daisy and Brain stopped creating a ruckus. They were orphans. They were not afraid of sticks and stones. They dared to be brazen to get what they wanted. However, hearing Wyatt say he wouldn't hit them but their sister if they continued to do what they were doing, they both stopped, even if Wyatt only made the threat to Daisy. Their sister was not strong like them. They worried that if she got hit, she might die like their late friends. Now that Brain was under control, Marcy turned to look at Daisy in Wyatt's arms and said, "Sir, I apologize for the kids. They are still small and figuring out the difference between right and wrong. Please kindly forgive them. I think they know the difference between right and wrong. They just don't care because they believe everything is forgiven because they are kids," Wyatt said, looking into Daisy's eyes, carrying her in his arms. Daisy pretended to be pitiful and sobbed silently with teary red eyes, staining her pink cheeks with tears. "Sir, it is not like that. They are genuinely good kids." Wyatt, stop it. You are making Daisy cry. I asked to help, not make them cry. Bloodette interrupted Marcy and yelled at Wyatt. Ignoring Bloodette's anger, Wyatt bent down and picked little Bloodette in his arms. Bloodette's clone had taken the form of little kids to play with them. Wyatt now carried an 8-year-old in each of his arms. Ignoring the sobbing Daisy on his right and angry Bloodette on his left, Wyatt looked at Marcy and said, "Enough about the kids, let us talk about you. So where was I? Yes, someone like you is overqualified to be a janitor. You have a unique power, it hasn't blossomed fully and is the leading cause of your deteriorating health condition. Fortunately, I know how to help it blossom properly, and these kids brought you to me in time. If they had been slow by a day or two, even I could not be able to help you. Because even I cannot revive a dead person. I knew it. Our sister was special, Brain exclaimed in excitement, and then turning to face the dining hall he yelled, "Suck on it, you suckers." You heard him. My sister is not sick or dying. She has yet to awaken her unique powers. She is going to become the strongest card apprentices. MH. Waking up from the stupor of learning about having unique power, Marcy hurriedly closed her brother's mouth, then apologized to everyone in the dining hall. I am sorry. An unconscious smile graced Diana's lips. She was honestly shocked when Wyatt said Marcy was not fit for the janitor job. However, she knew her boss wasn't a shallow person and believed there was reason for what he said and patiently waited for him to explain it. And it was worth the wait. Mr. Hope of the South, does my sister really have a unique power? Will you help her awaken it? Unlike Brain, Daisy checked with Wyatt with hope-filled eyes. Looking into them, Wyatt felt it was not a bad idea to help a few people on his way to achieving his chill life. Why should I tell you? You kicked me. Wyatt pretended to be angry with Daisy, causing her to genuinely feel guilt. Then, she sincerely apologized to Wyatt. Mister, I am sorry. I will do anything you want, but don't hurt my sister because of me, okay? Don't say such things, otherwise people will misunderstand and call authorities on me. Wyatt said, finding Daisy was scary. Shaking his head, he answered her. Your sister does have a unique power, and I will see to it that she awakens it. See, Daisy, I told you Wyatt will help. He always helps me and Courtney. Blooded anger toward Wyatt had cleared as he cleared the misunderstanding. Sir, is my condition really because of an unawakened power in my body? Marcy asked Wyatt in disbelief, even if she heard him say it twice. Who could blame her? She had lived with her condition as far as she could remember. Learning that there wasn't just a solution to her condition, but it was a boon to her, she found it hard to believe it. Wyatt lied. Marcy did not have any unique power. Instead, she was infected by a foreign pathogen from the dark realm, which was killing her slowly by feeding on her soul. This was the reason why, despite hailing from a big card apprentice family like the Davis family, she had not awakened yet. If not for her being naturally talented in cultivating active soul control percentage, she would have been sucked dry by these pathogens. However, with time, the number of pathogens in her body increased, but her soul's active control percentage remained the same as it was being abused by the pathogens. With his soul pupils, Wyatt saw that in a week or two she would die unless some strong like the field marshal helped her cleanse the pathogens in her body. She cannot get rid of them, but she can reduce their numbers, prolonging Marcy's life by another year or two. The only reason Wyatt lied about Marcy's condition was not because of orphaned kids, but also because of the orphaned kids. Wyatt did not mind telling the hard truth to Marcy, Brian, and Daisy since he planned to help her, but then he did not tell the truth, because then every sick person would come to him asking him to cure them. Yes, Wyatt did not mind occasionally helping people he met on his journey to achieving his dream of a chill life, but that did not mean he would invite every troubled person in the world to come find him for a solution. If he did that, then even a third lifetime would not be enough for him to solve those problems. Wyatt's priority was still the same, it never changed, and he was clear about it. Yes, it is. But we need to find a quiet place to discuss your condition and possible solutions since it has gotten severe and needs to be dealt with immediately. Wyatt continued to lie in public, but decided to tell Marcy the truth in private. However, getting confirmation from Wyatt, Marcy suddenly broke into tears, puzzling the onlookers. Brain and Daisy did not know why their sister was crying and looked at her in concern. Soon, controlling her tears and emotions, Marcy replied, Headmaster said that my mother suffered from a similar condition and ultimately succumbed to it. If only there was someone as knowledgeable and generous as you present back, then maybe she would not have died. Listening to Marcy, the onlookers nodded in understanding. Most of them knew what she was talking about, as they or their friends had suffered something similar. Though their condition was not as unique as Marcy's, even though the card world had a proven solution to their condition, no one was willing to give it to them for free. They were starting to understand what the Hope of South was. Like Wyatt, even the Southerners were still figuring out what the title Hope of South meant. Anna's mother used Wyatt's achievements to justify his title, Hope of South, to the general public by painting a better tomorrow. However, she never told them what a better tomorrow would be like, how the Hope of South would lead them to it. Like every politician in history, Anna's mother just sold them a dream, but never exactly told them how it was possible except for pointing out who was going to lead them there, the Hope of South. Marcy, let us not waste time on what could have been and deal with the matter at hand. You heard Master Wyatt right. Your condition is severe, let us deal with it first. Diana spoke up. Not bothering to console Marcy, she asked her to stop looking back and continued forward. At least Marcy knew her mother did not abandon her and had a stable orphanage to grow in. Diana had neither. Yes, Madam Diana, Marcy nodded. Seeing Marcy pull herself together, Diana said, Master Wyatt, let me lead you to a quiet place where you can discuss her condition and solutions. No need. Lead us to the gymnasium. I can meet with the employees and talk with Marcy at the same time, Wyatt said, planning to show his trusted employees another miracle. Sometimes people did not need to be rewarded or recognized for their work. It was enough if they knew they were working for something bigger than themselves. That was what most of the employees wanted from Wyatt. They needed to know that their little struggle and sacrifice were part of something bigger and greater. They might not be able to become great, but a part of them was part of something great. Just like how teachers and parents take pride in the achievements of their students and children, Wyatt planned to use Marcy to give them that assurance. After all, the only way for what he had built to last beyond him or in his absence was if he could get his employees' help. Otherwise, everything Wyatt did and built would vanish with Wyatt. A dynasty that could fall with its ruler can never be considered strong. Not that Wyatt was preparing for things after his death. He was preparing for the time when he would take the battle to the Dark Realm. He could only continue to fight in the Dark Realm when he knew everything was all right back home. For that to be possible, it was not enough that he trusted his people, but his people should also trust him. Today Anna's mother was set on making him Hope of the South, but come tomorrow if she were to make him Villain of the South, the public opinion should not bend with her, but oppose her. That was what Wyatt was after now. He knew he could not control everyone's opinion, but by doing little things like this, he could ensure the opinion of those that were in his favor would continue to remain in his favor, which could be enough to keep his dynasty strong even in his absence. Sure, Master Wyatt, Diana nodded. Then, Wyatt gently set Bloodette and Daisy down, saying, You guys go play without any worry. I promise I will help your sister get better. Daisy and Bloodette nodded in understanding, but Brain yelled, No, I want to come too. Only to be hit on the head by Daisy and dragged away by her. He struggled, but Daisy was stronger. After all, despite her young age, Daisy already had achieved 6% active control. If she was fed a small dose of low-grade silver milk powder regularly, then she might awaken before turning 10 years old. She was very talented and would make a strong card apprentice, unlike Brain, who had only 1% active control. After the kids left Wyatt, and Field Marshal followed Diana and Marcy to the gymnasium. As soon as they exited the dining hall, the children who were eating their fill were no longer interested in the food but engaged in a heated discussion about Hope of the South and the silver milk powder subsidies. They all hoped that the Southern royal family would announce the silver milk powder subsidies as fast as possible, so that they had better chances of awakening as card apprentices before they became legal adults and had to leave the orphanage. Heading to the gymnasium, the field marshal spoke. I can't believe you are planning to use the poor girl as a prop. Funny, considering how you are using this matter to get something from me. Speak, what is it? Wyatt replied, fully aware of the field marshal's intentions. Nothing. All I wanted to say was, since you plan on using the girl as your prop, do not cheap out in treating her condition, the field marshal revealed. She was only seeking benefits for Marcy, who had no idea that Wyatt was planning to use her. Have you ever seen me hold back in any project I have taken interest in? Arriving at the gymnasium, Wyatt found a few familiar figures such as Deborah Kahn, Dan Malvin, ex-leader of the former Great Eagle Gang, Kane Kaga, etc. Wyatt said hello to and shook hands with all of them, as Cindy introduced them and their contributions to Wyatt one by one. Boss, this is Rob Fielding. He has the most contribution in helping our fine gold branch into most cities in the Blossom District. Madam, you flatter me. If not for Boss's popularity and prestige, those stuck-up city lords and family leaders from second-tier cities would not even meet me. It was all boss's doing, I was only the messenger. Mr. Fielding, you are too humble. Keep up the good work. After a long line of fine gold employees, it was finally the turn of the kids from Bright Line Security Agency. Wyatt remembers seeing these kids during the city tournament or the Bright Line Gang's parties. They all used to dress like roadside ruffians or whatever they considered cool, but now all of them were neatly dressed in black tuxedos and had a sense of professionalism to them. Wyatt felt that turning the Bright Lion Gang into a security agency worked out for the best. However, one among them, these kids, stood out. She was covered in bandages like a mummy except for her head and eyes, and wearing a tuxedo above it. She looked like an anime character that Wyatt remembered seeing back on Earth. She also oozed a calm and authoritative aura like the anime character. The resemblance was uncanny. When it was her turn before Cindy could introduce her and her contributions to Wyatt, he stared into her eyes and praised. "That's a sick look, impressive." However, the girl was flustered meeting Wyatt's eyes and listening to his praise. She began fidgeting, erasing the calm and authoritative aura she once had. Seeing this, Cindy smiled mischievously and introduced her to Wyatt. "Boss, this is Aurelia Malvin, your #1 fan." Listening to Cindy introduce Aurelia was Wyatt's #1. There were various groans among the Bright Lion Gang members expressing their disagreements with Cindy's statement. One of them, Kane Kage, even fearlessly spoke up in protest. "Madam Cindy, I am boss's #1 fan." His remark ensued a series of protests, each claiming to be Wyatt's #1 fan. It was total chaos. The once peaceful gymnasium was now noisier than a fish market. However, Aurelia, who was fidgeting, sharply turned to face the crowd and yelled, "Silence." Listening to it, everyone immediately went silent, and her voice echoed in the gymnasium. She was no longer a shy girl facing her idol, but a lioness commanding her pride. As her gaze swept through the members of the Bright Lion Gang, everyone looked away, not daring to lock eyes with her. Even Dan Malvin and Kane Kaga did not dare to stand against Aurelia. Seeing that Kane Kaga, who had Ivy, a summon-type origin card created by Wyatt himself, did not dare to go against Aurelia, Wyatt was surprised. What surprised him even more was that Kane summons Ivy did not come out to confront Aurelia when the latter was challenging her master openly. "Kane, what's wrong with Ivy?" Wyatt asked in concern, seeing she did not come out to defend him. After all, Kane's origin card was overpowered for his realm. He found it hard to believe that Ivy was afraid of Aurelia. So much so that she did not come out to protect her master. As far as Wyatt remembered, Ivy was sentient and very loyal. Something like fear should not be able to hold her back. As the creator of Ivy, Wyatt was willing to stake his name to guarantee that Ivy would definitely come out to protect Kane in any circumstance. Ivy, she lost to Aurelia. She was killed in the battle and is still recovering in my grimoire. "I am sorry, boss. We let you down," Kane apologized. Meanwhile, seeing Wyatt inquire about Kane's summons, Aurelia hurriedly came forward to explain. "I did not mean to kill her, but she was too weak." Her words did not help explain anything, but only made things worse. Kane and the other members of the Bright Lion Gang stared at her, but none dared to talk back to her. Dan, who had been silent so far, immediately came forward and apologized to Wyatt. "Boss, forgive my cousin. She did not mean any disrespect. She is just too straightforward and does not have basic social maturity." "So, she is your relative. Is she from out of town?" Wyatt said, recalling both Dan and Aurelia shared the same surname. And also that if the city had someone as strong as Aurelia, then why did she not participate in the city tournament? "Yes, boss. She moved her when she heard about you, and since then she has been doing her best for the gang." Dan explained, only to hear Aurelia warn him. "Dan, stop calling us a gang. We are a private security agency." "Boss, you see what I mean," Dan said helplessly. "I see." Wyatt nodded and stared at Aurelia, and used his soul pupils on her to check if she was truly strong enough to defeat Ivy. To his surprise, he found that Aurelia wasn't strong at all. Instead, she was the weakest among all the members of the Bright Lion members. Her talent for active soul control was also subpar, and she had just recently entered the Cardmaster realm. However, she had a very sturdy physique. So, Wyatt asked her, "Aurelia, do you possess a physique?" Listening to Wyatt, the members who were staring at Aurelia out of rivalry looked at her in pity. Even Dan and Cindy looked at Aurelia in pity. However, Aurelia replied with a confident smile. Yes, boss. I do. Looking at the sudden turn in the expression of the members, Wyatt frowned. Then, he used his soul pupil to gather more information on Aurelia's physique. Learning in depth about her physique, he uttered, "Oh, I see. These bandages are not a fashion statement, but to make up for your physique's shortcoming." Listening to Wyatt, the members turned to look at Cindy to see if she informed their boss about Aurelia's condition, but Cindy shook her head denying it. This surprised the members. They heard that their boss had perceptive eyes, but this was just godly. They knew for a fact this was the first Wyatt was meeting Aurelia. So how did their boss learn about her condition, if not from Cindy? "Malvin, by chance are you the direct descendant of Dan Malvin from the border city?" Field Marshal asked Aurelia, as her unique eyes felt a familiarity from Aurelia's physique. "Yes, senior. You are." Aurelia nodded. Her cousin was named after her great-grandfather. "An acquaintance of your ancestor," the field marshal vaguely replied, and then mentally requested Wyatt. "Wyatt, see if you can help this girl. The southern region owes a lot to her ancestor. That is not of concern to me, and what makes you think I can help her?" Wyatt rejected the field marshal's request ruthlessly. Later, he added, "She is my subordinate, and her well-being is my duty. That is the only reason I will be helping her." "There you go again? What difference does it make when you are going to help her anyway?" The field marshal hated this part of Wyatt that clung to doing this his way. Wyatt did not bother to respond to the field marshal. Ignoring her, he turned to Aurelia, who was hesitating to inquire about her ancestor, to the elderly lady next to him, and said, "Don't feel shy. You can talk to her about your ancestor after the meet. But for now, let us focus on you. It is impressive that you could defeat a peak card grandmaster with a strong summon-type origin card, when you have recently entered the cardmaster realm, not to mention the quirks of your physique. It was nothing compared to what you did, boss. I too hope to one day grow strong enough to defeat a devil in the cardmaster realm." Aurelia brazenly revealed her goal. "Wait, do you mean you plan to stay in the cardmaster realm until you grow strong enough to defeat a devil?" Wyatt asked Aurelia in disbelief. If it was someone else, he would not ask something so silly, but based on what he had gathered about Aurelia's personality, he felt she might have meant what she said. "Yes, boss," Aurelia exclaimed, and turning to her cousin she remarked, "See, I told you boss would understand me." "No, you dumb girl. Can't you tell from his expression? Sigh. Think whatever you want to think. I don't want to ruin my mood explaining it," Dan said, giving up on his cousin. "Aurelia, to be honest, in my current realm I borrowed power from various taboo skills to defeat the devil, and it came with a heavy price, which I am still paying. What I am trying to say is there is a lot of room for you to grow in your current realm, but it is not enough to confront the devil. I have no right to stop you from pursuing your dreams and goals. All I can say is don't waste too much time figuring things out." Wyatt did not encourage Aurelia, nor did he discourage her, because he could not bring himself to do so, noticing the signs of her hard work and dedication engraved on her body as scars and wounds. The reason why Aurelia, a novice card master, could kill Ivy, a peak card grandmaster realm summons created by Wyatt, was because she was a martial card apprentice. A card apprentice that focuses on martial arts cards over skill, summons, and other type of cards. Aurelia was no martial arts genius like Laura Hill, who had the sword salve physique, but Aurelia was able to achieve a maximum of grandmaster level mastery in various body reinforcement martial arts thanks to her hard work, perseverance, and with a little help from her quirky physique. When Wyatt learned this, he realized that the bandages covering Aurelia's entire body under the tuxedo were not a fashion statement, but an attempt to hide her severely bruised body. Because of her quirky physique's nature, Wyatt could not make out the bruises on her body the first time he used his soul pupils on her. "I knew it. You would support me, boss." Aurelia only heard what she wanted to hear, meaning she interpreted Wyatt's words to her mindset. Listening to her, Wyatt and the members of the Bright Lion gang could only shake their heads. Then, Wyatt pointed at Marcy and said, "Anyways, Aurelia, you are in luck that I found her. The thing killing her is an answer to fixing your quirky physique." "Boss, do you mean to say that if catch the scum trying to kill her I can fix my quirky physique?" Aurelia asked Wyatt enthusiastically. Keeping the fact that he did not say that aside, Wyatt wondered how could make Aurelia believe that her quirky physique could be fixed by catching an assassin just because he said so. For goodness sake, he was a researcher, not a fortune teller. Wyatt then turned to Kane and said, "You lost to her despite having Ivy to aid you in combat? One does not even need to lift their fists. Just words are enough to defeat this airhead, and none of you guys could do that." Wyatt then glanced over the other members of the Bright Lions. Disappointed over the fact that after his Calamity daughter Kors and Corey, Aurelia was strongest in the entire Bright Lion security agency. He believed that someone with little brains could fool her into admitting defeat. Real combat wasn't just about whose fist was bigger. It involved presence of mind, strategizing, and judgment. Kane and other members hung their heads in shame. As for Aurelia, she had a foolish smile on her face as she said, "Boss, I feel like you are calling me a fool." "I am," Wyatt said with an indifferent expression. Only someone slow-minded like her would be willing to go through the excruciating pain to practice body reinforcement martial arts, especially with her quirky physique. "Is this why Mom said that we should not meet our heroes?" Aurelia did not say it as a retort to Wyatt. She was genuinely hurt that Wyatt would call her a fool and recalled the words her mother used to stop her from leaving the home and coming to Sky Blossom City. "Don't worry. You are my fool, so I will not treat you badly," Wyatt said to console Aurelia. He never had come across a person who was so honest. Maybe ABA could give her some competition. "Thank you, boss." Aurelia instantly cheered up seeing Wyatt accept her. Though she was hurt that Wyatt considered her a fool, but unlike others he said it to her face, and not behind her back. This made her recall something else her mother said. Some people are rough on the outside only because they are trying to hide their shyness under it. Listening to Aurelia, shaking his head, Wyatt turned to look at Marcy, and said, "I will be honest with you. I lied to you when I said you have an unawakened unique ability that is making your condition worse. Don't ask me why I lied, but rest assured I do have the solution for your condition and plan to treat you as I promised to your siblings." "Master Wyatt, that is good enough for me." Marcy did not question Wyatt and just went along with what he said. After all, she was not paying Wyatt. He was going out of his way to help her. So, she had no complaints or demands. Wyatt nodded, and then turning to Aurelia, he said, "I can help you fix your quirky physique and help you become stronger, but not enough to defeat the devil in Card Master. Are you willing to give it a try?" "I will agree to anything you ask, boss," Aurelia agreed without hesitation. Listening to his cousin's reply, Dan exaggeratedly slapped his forehead. Wyatt turned to look at Cindy, who hurriedly replied, "Boss, leave her basic social education to me." No, I am not studying anything." Listening to Cindy, Aurelia jumped in fright like a vampire exposed to sunlight. Kane and other members snickered at her misery. Ignoring Aurelia, Wyatt signaled Marcy to come over. As she neared him, he swiftly and painlessly pricked her, extracting a drop of her blood. Summoning his grimoire, Wyatt used her drop of blood to create a one-time use blood curse substitute card for Marcy, which the employees of the Fine Gold and members of Bright Lion watched keenly. After creating the substitute card, Wyatt informed Marcy, "You see, your predecessors were used in a heinous human experimentation by devil worshippers. In your predecessor's case, they forcefully introduced various kinds of pathogens that are available in the demon realm to see if humans could gain a similar physique as demons. Fortunately for your predecessor, the pathogens died unable to survive in an unknown environment, an unknown host. However, unfortunately, one species of pathogen of all the various pathogens survived. Not only did it survive, but it found a way to thrive in your predecessor's body. It was only able to thrive in your predecessor's body because of their incredible talent for active soul control. This is also why the pathogen never chose to be transmitted to other humans. After all, people with a talent similar to your predecessor are very rare. If they moved to other humans, they would die with them. But the pathogens found other ways to prolong their survival. That was through your predecessor's descendant. The pathogens could not control the talent of other humans to ensure their survival, but they could ensure the talent of your predecessor's descendant by carrying your predecessor's talent to his descendants during impregnation. By doing so, they ensured your predecessor had a lineage of talented descendants, but your predecessor's descendants were never able to rise to a better fate because they were all plagued by pathogens and doomed from birth, just like you are. The reason I am telling you this is because I thought you would like to know about your family history. Though it is tragic, it is your family history. Now let me put an end to that tragic story with a happy ending." Then, Wyatt summoned 9 floating heads and 9 pairs of arms. They moved from Wyatt's behind and surrounded Marcy. Seeing this, she did not panicking, having decided to trust Wyatt. Soon Wyatt's slave consciousnesses mobilized their spiritual energy and used soul energy vibration to form a bridge between Marcy and her blood curse substitute card, similar to a placenta. Then, Wyatt introduced an abundant quantity of high-quality, refined soul energy in the blood curse substitute card. Sensing the refined soul energy, the pathogens in Marcy's body rushed into the blood curse substitute of Marcy without suspecting anything. Later, Wyatt and his soul consciousness used their spiritual energy to force the remaining pathogens in Marcy's body into the blood curse substitute card. Wyatt used his soul pupils to scan Marcy's body and soul repeatedly to make sure that there were no more pathogens left in her body. Only when he was sure that he had collected all the pathogens and their spores infested in Marcy's body into her blood curse substitute card did he stop. As the pathogens left her body, Marcy felt like a huge shackle around her soul was lifted and her soul was freed. With the talent she inherited from her ancestors, she immediately felt better, as if she was reborn. Removing the pathogens infesting Marcy's body was not an easy task since their spore had infested her ovaries. The pathogens had morphed Marcy's body to their needs. Transferring from one generation to another, they had perfected their methods and in a way evolved themselves to Marcy's lineage. They were no longer the same as the pathogens that were first introduced in Marcy's predecessors. Therefore, if these pathogens were released in their original habitat, they will have a hard time adapting and might not survive. Originally, Marcy's body looked sickly, as if she would die anytime, yet in such a state, she would work hard to clean city sewers, exhausting her body. However, despite all this, her body never collapsed because of the pathogens. After all, Marcy's body was the hive of these pathogens, so whenever their hive neared, they would repair it to their minimum. Unlike bees and other beings that build, protect, maintain, and repair their hive lifelong, the pathogens only act when the situation turns desperate, and they do not even see it to the end, but would do only the bare minimum. The pathogens only cared about maintaining her body till they could move on to her descendants. However, the pathogens seemed to be unaware that because of their predatory actions, their food source, Marcy's soul, was near exhaustion after being abused for over a decade and a half. So even if they barely kept her body from collapsing, the soul running it was about to extinguish. That was, Marcy was about to die without reproducing, which meant with her demise the pathogens would also meet their end. Usually, to avoid such situations, pathogens would have a failsafe to force their host to reproduce by dominating the hormones in their body. But the pathogens in Marcy's body did not do that, showing that they had not prepared for something like this. This could only be possible because, during their evolution to fit Marcy's lineage, they never faced a problem where their host did not give birth to descendants. Since they were not aware of this problem, they did not find a solution or prepare for it. In a way, the pathogens had crippled their evolution when they limited themselves to only infecting Marcy's lineage. But that decision also enabled them to live till today, because if the pathogens were to infect others, then Marcy's predecessors would be killed for being the patient zero, the carrier of pathogens. However, these pathogens had a good run compared to the other pathogens that died at the very beginning. The ending of these pathogens was more like, all good things come to an end. How are you feeling? Wyatt asked Marcy, who was shedding tears. Controlling her emotions, she soon replied, I finally feel free. Good. Take this pill. I will show you the true freedom, Wyatt said, passing Marcy a high-grade silver milk pill. Taking the pill from Wyatt, Marcy swallowed it without hesitation. Seeing Aurelia, nudged her cousin with her elbow and whispered, He is doing it again. Dan nodded, his eyes glued on the sickly girls surrounded by their boss's floating heads and arms. Unlike Clara, who had 6% active soul control, Marcy had none, as until recently it had been constantly abused by a foreign pathogen that Marcy's body had inherited from her predecessors. So Wyatt had to help her build her active soul control percentage from the very beginning. However, he found it easier to elevate Marcy's soul compared to Clara's soul, because Marcy's soul had a strong talent for active soul control, which only further improved under constant abuse of the pathogens. When Marcy introduced the high-grade silver milk pill into her system, her soul began to devour it like a hungry ghost. After all, It was starved by the pathogens for over a decade and a half. Even without Wyatt's intervention, Marcy's soul began to use the soul energy from the pill to elevate its active soul control at a fast speed. Yet, Wyatt's slave consciousnesses remained and helped guide Marcy's soul to follow the advanced soul cultivation method, allowing it to digest the soul power from the high-grade silver milk pill efficiently. 0%, 1%, 7%, 10%, 11%, 16%, 19%. Under the influence of the silver milk pill and following the guidance of Wyatt's consciousnesses, Marcy's soul instantly got rid of its mortal status and became a card student. If not for Wyatt stopping it, it would broken through to the card soldier realm. Marcy's predecessor's talent was a lot scarier than Wyatt had estimated. It seemed to have undergone constant evolution along with the pathogens. Taking out a golden grimoire, Wyatt awakened Marcy and passed it to her, saying, "Contract it." Seeing Wyatt hand a golden grimoire to Marcy to contract, the onlookers were all surprised. They all had witnessed that Marcy was immortal and sick on at that, so they could not help but be puzzled why Wyatt asked her to contract a golden grimoire. Marcy was high on silver milk pill. Right now, she could not tell up from down, let alone respond to Wyatt. The feeling of having her soul rapidly grow was too much for her to handle. It was like she was having multiple orgasms in a row. Thankfully, her heart could handle it. Seeing that Marcy was in no state to respond, Wyatt helped Marcy contract the golden grimoire by dropping her blood on it. Once Marcy's blood came in contact with the grimoire, the golden grimoire shined brightly, radiating an amber glow. It started to hover in front of Marcy, but since she was out of it, it did not open to reveal her status page. Instead, it was recalled, and Wyatt allowed Marcy's soul to do its thing. 19%, 25%, 29%. Arriving at the peak of the card soldier realm, Marcy's soul had completely digested the high-grade silver milk pill. If not for most of its power being used to contract the golden grimoire and consolidate her status, the soul could have broken into the mid-stage of the card master realm before exhausting the power of the silver milk pill. However, following Wyatt's arrangement, Marcy stood to gain the most. She contracted a golden grimoire on her first try. Holy SHD. Is this the birth of a genius, or what? Now I have seen everything. Is it because she is too talented, or is the silver milk powder that good? First the orphanage headmaster, and now a sickly girl. I think it's the silver milk powder. Well, it does look like it. The onlookers were shocked and amazed to see a mortal teenage girl was able to shed her mortal status and become a card soldier while contracting a golden grimoire. They could no longer be silent and began to gossip, making wild speculations. Wyatt ignored the crowd and focused on Marcy, who was still skinny, but her body appeared to have become sturdier and gained a rosy glow, giving Wyatt the feeling that a healthy soul would keep a body healthy. Compared to Clara, whose metamorphosis after becoming a card apprentice was obvious, Marcy's metamorphosis wasn't that obvious yet. After all, Marcy's body was at the death's threshold. Her appearing like she could take a punch or two was already a huge change, not to forget with proper nutrition. The true change in her body would begin to show. When Marcy regained control of her elements, Field Marshal was quick to act. She passed an elixir to her, saying, "Here you go, child. Drink it. You will feel better." "Senior, this appears expensive." Marcy did not take the elixir and hesitated, looking at its extravagant appearance. "It's nothing, child. Just drink it." The field marshal had specifically prepared this elixir for Marcy. She planned to give it to her on the day she recruited her, but now plans had changed. Unlike Wyatt, who had managed to remove all the pathogens from Marcy's body thanks to his keen soul pupils, the field marshal planned to kill all the pathogens she could find in Marcy's body and have her drink in this elixir. The field marshal knew she could not totally rid Marcy's body of all the alien pathogens, but she thought she could help Marcy get stronger than pathogens before they once again grew in her body. This way the pathogens could no longer abuse her soul. Instead, they would form a symbiotic bond and live in harmony like many other friendly pathogens in the human body. The field marshal's idea was possible if Marcy's soul had grown stronger than the pathogens before their recovery. Then, like the demons in the dark realm that have managed to live in harmony with these pathogens and as a result gained strong physique, Marcy too stood chances to develop a demonic physique, fulfilling the original goal of the human experimentation. Seeing Field Marshal insist, Marcy took the elixir and drank it. Soon, the loose clothes became too tight for her, revealing that Marcy not only had inherited a high talent for active soul control from her predecessors, but extraordinary beauty too. The elixir helped her truly showcase the metamorphic change she had undergone, getting rid of the pathogens in her body and becoming a card soldier with golden-grade grimoire. Noticing the change in Marcy, the female onlookers could not help but ask, "What elixir is that? I want one of those." After coming to terms with the change in her body, Marcy turned to Field Marshal and thanked, "Thank you for the elixir, Senior. I will definitely repay you someday." "Don't mention it." The Field Marshal shook her head, acting aloof. She was happy. How could she now be? Wyatt did all the work, and she got the credit by gifting an elixir. Wyatt rolled his eyes at the Field Marshal. How could he not be aware of her intentions? But she was forgetting who he was. Marcy turned to Wyatt to thank him too, but he dismissed her and said, "Summon your grimoire." "Grimoire," Marcy blurted, but soon recalled that when she was out of it, Wyatt seemed to have helped her contract a grimoire. Intuitively, Marcy summoned the grimoire. Seeing its grade, she exclaimed, "Golden grimoire. What are you making a fuss about? Open your status page and let me see that my efforts were not in vain," Wyatt said coldly. Hearing him, Marcy nodded and opened her grimoire to show him her status page. Wyatt, indifferent, went through Marcy's status page to find the following. Trait name, prodigious soul. Trait type, innate, passive. Trait effect, the user's soul has an extraordinary talent for soul cultivation. Trait name, unbreakable. Trait type, innate, passive. Trait effect, the user's body and soul will not collapse until the user's will is extinguished. Physique name, gifted lineage. Physique type, innate, passive. Physique effect, the user's descendant will inherit the user's innate talent, prodigious soul. 2 traits and 1 physique, not bad, Wyatt uttered, going through Marcy's grimoire. Then returning the grimoire to Marcy, he said, "You did not embarrass me." Of the 2 traits and 1 physique that Marcy had, the trait, prodigious soul, she had inherited from her predecessor. As for the physique, gifted lineage, she inherited it from the pathogens that had been plaguing her since her birth. Lastly, her trait, unbreakable, was a testament to her life so far. Just like Clara, who gained the trait soul sensitivity because of the way she lived her life, similarly, Marcy gained the trait unbreakable as a product of the way she had lived her life. Marcy never let her condition break her conviction and values. She had lived her life the best way she knew without letting her circumstances compromise her. Listening to Wyatt say that Marcy had 2 traits and 1 physique, the Field Marshal almost drooled. Wiping her drool, the Field Marshal cleared her throat. "Ahem. Child, can I have a look at your status page?" "Sure, Senior." Marcy passed the grimoire to the Field Marshal with a gentle smile, even though she had not gotten a proper look at her status. Going through Marcy's status page, the Field Marshal's aloof expression was replaced with utter disbelief. Another mortal with the potential to become a demigod, the Field Marshal uttered in disbelief. She could understand Wyatt helping people to enrich their souls with silver milk pills and elevate their active soul control to awaken and contract grimoires to become card apprentices, but to help them awaken traits and physiques that too with limitless potential. Her understanding of the new reality that was created with Wyatt in mind had been shattered by Wyatt again. The Field Marshal returned Marcy her grimoire and then grabbed Wyatt by his collar to desperately ask, "You, how are you doing it?" "What do you mean?" "I just helped her digest the silver milk pill. The rest was her talent." "You did see those traits and physiques were all innate and not acquired, right?" Wyatt wanted to brush her off, saying, "Add it to the list of things she wants answered by him." But he refrained, as she seemed too agitated by the turn of events. So much so that she was talking to him openly without telepathy and creating a scene, ignoring the heated gaze of onlookers. Fearing that if he were to dismiss her again the scene might turn into a drama, he narrated what the onlookers thought they saw instead of telling her what he had done. "What are you complaining about? Weren't you the one who asked me not to cheap out on her? There, I did everything in my power to help her. Shouldn't you be happy now?" Wyatt disintegrated the collar of his shirt, freeing himself from Field Marshal. Taking a few steps back, he restructured his shirt, while the Field Marshal tried to find holes in his story to get him to tell her the truth. Ignoring the Field Marshal, Wyatt turned to Aurelia Malvin and said, "Your turn." "Boss, Will I also be getting traits and physique like my little sister? Aurelia asked, shamelessly calling Marcy her little sister, even though this was the first time they had met. This was her announcing her interest in having Marcy join Bright Lions under her wing. Meanwhile, Marcy could not come to terms with the sudden changes in her life. She tried to, but failed as the changes kept coming at her one after the other. One second she was disease-ridden, struggling to survive, and cleaning sewers for a living, but now she was a healthy and talented card soldier with 2 traits, 1 physique, and a golden grimoire. It was just too much for her little mind to process. All I am going to do is try and fix your quirky physique, whether or not you awaken extra physique or traits that depend on your innate talent. But considering that you haven't awakened them already, it is unlikely that you will awaken any. Wyatt wasn't honest with Aurelia. He not only planned to help fix her innate physique, but also help her acquire 1 trait and another physique. The reason Wyatt lied could not be more obvious. He did not want others lining up to ask him to help them acquire traits and physique. Listening to Wyatt's answer, the field marshal, who had perked up her ears taking interest in Aurelia's question, shook her head in disappointment. However, she did not give up, knowing Wyatt wouldn't just give up the truth so easily. Therefore, she planned to catch him in the act and confront him. Right now, the torment the field marshal was going through only she knew, as she had promised her loyalty to the most mysterious person who doesn't seem to accept her. Yes, she knew his basic birth and citizen records, but apart from that, Wyatt was a total enigma to her. Having promised her loyalty to him, the field marshal did the courteous thing of asking Wyatt what she did not understand, not caring about the disparity in their realm and status, as she had given her undying loyalty to him. Realm and status did not matter anymore. However, Wyatt kept dismissing her and didn't share anything with her, as if he was still wary of her. The worst part about it was that Wyatt was being subtle about it and not doing it outright, not giving her a chance to confront him about it. His actions were starting to cause her mental and emotional torment. She had given him her loyalty, yet he still treated her as an outsider. The field marshal felt like a dog neglected by its master. As for her actions concerning Marcy Davis, the field marshal had taken fancy to that girl long before Wyatt even knew about her existence, and did not want Marcy to be smitten by Wyatt and take the wrong path, just like Anna and Anne. That was all. Unable to tolerate Wyatt's treatment towards her, the field marshal grew desperate, yet Wyatt gave her the runaround and did not tell her the truth. Driven to the corner by Wyatt, the field marshal had 2 choices. Wait for Wyatt to accept her. Do something to gain Wyatt's acceptance. The field marshal was not a big fan of waiting around, so she decided to do something. That was confront Wyatt with evidence, get him to confess, and demand his acceptance. If he still did not accept her, then she would ask him what she had to do to gain his acceptance. She was willing to complete all her labors to prove her loyalty to Wyatt. She would rather die trying to prove her loyalty than be neglected. Now that the field marshal had promised Wyatt her undying loyalty in the presence of the world will, there was no turning back. Whether Wyatt accepted her or not, the field marshal's loyalty belonged to Wyatt. If Wyatt was still not willing to accept her after all her attempts to prove her loyalty to him, she could only ask him to kill her and set her free. But before she drew her last breath, she would ask him, "Why did you trick me into giving you my undying loyalty to you, if you did not want it?" The field marshal then turned to look at Marcy, was surrounded by Diana, Cindy, and a few other people. She made her way to Marcy. Taking out a card from her grimoire, she extended it to Marcy, saying, "Girl, I have no more use for this card. Take it, it will help you." "No, Senior, you have already done enough for me," Marcy rejected, feeling burdened. First the elixir and now an A-rank card. She felt that if she took the card, then she would owe the elder too much and feared that she would not be able to repay her. "Little girl, just think of it as my investment in you. Use it to pay me back what you owe when you are strong enough," the field marshal added, knowing Marcy would not take the card if she did not put it that way. Diana and Cindy, who were aware of the field marshal's identity, signaled Marcy to accept the card. Feeling pressured, Marcy took the card, saying, "Senior, I will not let your investment in me go to waste." Equipping the card given by the field marshal, Marcy went through its card info. Card name, pyrokinesis. Card type, skill card. Card rank, A rank, rare grade. Card rate, 9 stars. Card durability, 84/100. Card effect, the user can use their soul energy as fuel to create a flame and control with their spiritual energy. Additional effect. I. Fire manipulation. The user gains the ability to create, shape, and control fire at will. 2. Fire affinity. The user gains an innate affinity for fire, granting them bonuses or enhanced abilities when using fire-based attacks or abilities. 3. Fire resistance. The user gains a natural resistance to fire damage, reducing the harm taken from fire-based attacks or environmental hazards. 4. Inferno blast. The user can unleash a powerful explosion of flames, engulfing enemies in a fiery inferno. 5. Flame burst. The user can create a sudden burst of flames in a targeted area, damaging all nearby foes. 6. Blazing arrow. The user can shoot an arrow with fiery energy, causing it to ignite upon impact and deal additional burning damage. 7. Firestorm. The user can summon a raging storm of fire, raining down flames upon enemies over a wide area. 8. Scorching ray. The user can emit a focused beam of intense heat, searing enemies with sustained fire damage. Senior, this card is too precious. Marcy was shocked reading the card info, though it had only been a few minutes since she became a card apprentice. She was used to discussing about card apprentices and cards since she was little, so she was aware how costly A-rank skill cards were, especially the elemental skill cards. However, Marcy still had no idea just really how precious the card was. The card the Elder gave to her was not something she could buy in the market, as it was too precious to be sold and could only be created by high-level card creationists with a lot of experience. Such cards would rarely appear in the auction. Even if they did, they would be worth more than regular AA or S-rank cards. Even though Marcy had no idea how precious the card was, she knew it was more than she could owe. But before she could return it to the Elder interrupted her sternly, saying, "That card is nothing compared to the elixir you drank. If you plan to replay me, just use it, grow strong, and come find me." While saying that, the field marshal signaled Diana and Cindy, and they nodded, understanding her intent to have them guide Marcy for the time being. Marcy, unaware of all of this, was in a predicament, as unknowingly she owed more than she was worth. She was indebted to Wyatt and the unknown Elder. Others in her place would be too busy savoring the stroke of fortune upon them, but she was busy worrying that she was indebted to too many people. "Little girl, don't tell me you plan to dine and dash," the field marshal said, trying to provoke Marcy. Previously, the field marshal wanted to throw Marcy in the Southern Watch after she became a legal adult, but now she did not want to reveal Marcy to the rest of the world, as her traits and physique were too tempting, especially the physique-gifted lineage. So she wanted to keep her under her protection until she was strong enough to survive in the way beyond, planning to train Marcy just like how her father trained her. "No, Senior, I did not mean that." Marcy tried to explain from her end, but the field marshal interrupted her and said, "Little girl, with your current strength you can never repay me. With that card, you have some hope. Use it to grow strong. When you are strong enough, I will come to you to collect the debt." "Got it." "Yes," Marcy firmly nodded. The foolish girl only cared about repaying her debt, but never once stopped to consider the hardship she would have to go through, as hardship was not new to her, but being cared for was. How could she not understand what the Elder was doing? It was too obvious. Therefore, she did not hesitate to agree to the Elder's proposal. "Good. Now go meet your sister and bother, they should be worried about you." The field marshal nodded and instructed Marcy, having sensed the kids' worry for their sister through her intense sense. "Thank you, Senior." Marcy bowed to the field marshal in gratitude. Then, before leaving, she headed to Wyatt, who was struggling to explain to Aurelia that he could not just grant her traits and physique because she asked him, as he was not some sort of magician, to express her heartfelt gratitude to him. "Master Wyatt, thank you for everything. This life is yours. If you demand it, I will hand it over." Listening to Marcy, I nodded and sent her on her way. She was too upright for his taste. She had too much compassion for her fellows. She was the type who would be willing to suffer more if meant someone else would suffer less. She was the kind Wyatt chose to stay away from. Now that Wyatt had helped her turn her life around at Field Marshal's request, he did not want to have anything to do with her. People like Marcy made loyal friends and subordinates, but Wyatt's history with such people always ended up with them asking him to compromise for the greater good. Having offered his first life for the greater good, now he had reserved his second life for his good, which was why he chose to stay, not use Marcy. "Boss, I am begging you. Give me 2 traits and 2 physiques." Oh, please, boss, please. After Marcy left, Aurelia continued with her unsightly begging. Now that she had gotten comfortable around Wyatt, the shy fangirl side of hers was nowhere to be seen and was replaced by shameless beggar girl. Listening to Aurelia beg, the corner of Wyatt's mouth twitched as he tried to control his anger. However, Aurelia soon got down on both her knees, and joining her hands, she begged Wyatt, "Boss, if 2 traits and 2 physiques are too much, then give me 1 trait and 2 physiques. Please, I beg you, please." Seeing Aurelia would not listen to reason, Wyatt turned to bid goodbye to his employees and take his leave, having achieved his goal of using Marcy's ascendance to gain their undying trust and loyalty. This way, even if the entire world were to be against Wyatt, these people would not hesitate to support Wyatt and die for what they believe in, assuring that Wyatt's empire can sustain itself in the storm even in his absence. However, just as Wyatt turned to do so, the kneeling Aurelia suddenly hugged Wyatt's waist tightly. Pressing her face against his hip, she pleaded, "Boss, I will be satisfied with 1 trait and 1 physique. Please don't leave. What the heck is wrong with you?" "Aurelia, let go of me before I get angry," Wyatt warned Aurelia, but she would not listen and shouted, "I will not leave until you promise me, boss." "Aurelia, let go? Boss has a serious temper." Dan hurriedly asked his cousin to come to her senses before their boss took a drastic measure. "What the heck? Since when did I have a temper? I am the most patient boss," Wyatt thought, but he did not voice it as long as it got Aurelia off his back. But with this, Wyatt finally understood how Aurelia, a direct descendant of a big family, with notable military contribution, was able to get along with the hoodlums of the Bright Lion gang in a third-tier city so much so that they had a sense of rivalry stemming from camaraderie. She was a hoodlum herself. No wonder, except for Kane, no one dared to voice their disagreement when Cindy openly claimed Aurelia to be Wyatt's #1 fan. She had almost tamed everyone in the Bright Lions with her brazen personality and strength. Adding to that, she was too honest. Who doesn't love an honest thug? They might not be good at their job, but they were lovable that way. "No, I won't let go until the boss promises to give me an extra physique and a trait." Aurelia did not listen to any form of persuasion and continued to hold on to Wyatt. Even if he dragged her on the floor as he walked, or almost broke her arms trying to loosen their grip on his waist. As a martial card apprentice whose primary focus was body reinforcement, Aurelia was not afraid of physical pain or getting her suit dirty. Wyatt wanted to break Aurelia's arm and free himself, then give her potion to heal herself, but stopped as he was in the presence of his most loyal followers. These guys were willing to sacrifice their life for his dream. Such a violent response to Aurelia's childish tantrum in front of them was too much. As Wyatt's most loyal followers, they deserved some perks. Not that everyone wanted to act spoiled like Aurelia, but it was to let them know that in Wyatt's heart, they held a different place compared to the average public. Therefore, he could not resort to violence. Left with little choice, Wyatt pulled Aurelia up and whispered in her ears that he would give her what she wanted only if she could keep a secret from the rest of the world. "Really? But I can't do that," Aurelia replied, honestly fully aware that she could not keep a secret. That was also one of the reasons why she avoided lying. "Then sorry, I cannot do anything about it. How about this? For now, I will fix your physique, but when you are sure you can do what I asked, come to me, and I will keep my promise. Does that sound good?" Wyatt patiently handled Aurelia, gaining a nod from the older employees from the Fine Gold. No matter how capable their leader was, if he could not sympathize or get along with them, what was the point of all their sacrifice? Continuing to hug Wyatt's waist, resting her head on his hip, Aurelia went into deep contemplation, and seeing that she was taking too long to answer, Dan offered to help. "Aurelia, what did the boss say?" "He said when I can keep a secret, he will give me what I want. But I don't think I can ever keep a secret," Aurelia replied in frustration. Understanding that Aurelia can never keep a secret, as such their boss will never have to give her the physique and traits she kept pestering him about, the employees nodded, thinking, "As expect of our boss." Dan, however, curiously asked Wyatt, "Boss, how did you know that Aurelia could not keep a secret?" "She fits the bill of an honest fool," Wyatt replied, answering Dan. However, the turn of events was not something he planned. He just did what he thought would get Aurelia off him, but she remained stuck to him, taking her sweet time to consider the compromise he offered her. Listening to Wyatt, the employees nodded in unison, agreeing that Aurelia was an honest fool. During their visit to the orphanage to meet Wyatt, Aurelia had managed to become acquainted with all the employees from Fine Gold. They all had a good impression of her. In some ways, she became a bridge for the young people from the Bright Lions to get along with the experienced people from the Fine Gold. This was why when Wyatt arrived at the gymnasium they appeared like one crowd instead of two separate groups. "Boss, I don't like it when you call me a fool, but since you call me honest too, I will let it go," Aurelia informed. She has been upfront about her dislike of being called a fool or other similar words, but her boss kept calling her a fool. He reminds her of her annoying elder brother. She just wanted to thrash him, but her martial artist instincts told her she would die before her punch even landed at him. As such, she was learning the meaning of the words, "Don't meet your heroes the hard way," but just like how she learned to love her elder brother, she also found a way to love her boss. The fact that her boss was a lot stronger than she thought made it easier. "Just let go of me already," Wyatt said, trying hard not to lose his patience with Aurelia. "Fine, boss. For now, I will just be satisfied with fixing my physique," Aurelia said, letting go of Wyatt's waist. Standing up as she dusted herself, Aurelia could not help but say, "Boss, I like your fragrance." Dan, who was standing next to her, slapped his forehead, helplessly letting out a deep sigh. After all, Aurelia was only able to enter the Bright Lion gang based on his recommendation, so he felt responsible for every stupid thing she did. Honestly, when his parents said his distant cousin was coming from the main branch to join the Bright Lions gang, he thought it would be someone stuck up who would get him in trouble with their arrogance, but he never expected to get in trouble because of their stupidity. "I am starting to hate your guts," Wyatt said, finding Aurelia intolerable, to the point where he wondered why he chose to help her in the first place. Nah, not because of the field marshal. He planned to help her even before the field marshal asked him to. It was because he was blown away by Aurelia's costume. Wrapped in bandages under her tuxedo, she appeared like a hero from one of those comics back on Earth, causing him to instantly take an interest in her. Learning about her quirky physique, he grew more interested in her, and learning that the pathogen in Marcy's body could help her, he decided to help her. And also a part of him wanted to lock Aurelia and ABA in a room and see what happens. They had identical honest and foolish personalities, but Aurelia was a bit shameless like a thug, and ABA was a bit upright like a hero. Wyatt could not help but wonder what happened to Aurelia in Clown Mask's future vision. Maybe because of the stubborn pursuit of body reinforcement martial arts to get stronger, she succumbed to the quirky nature of her physique. "You remind me of my elder brother," Aurelia retorted. "Just shut up and let us get over this," Wyatt said in annoyance, and summoning his grimoire he said, "Send me a party invitation so we can begin." "Boss, I admire what you have done, but when I become strong I will thrash you," Aurelia said, sending Wyatt a party invitation. "What the FCK is wrong with you? Why would you say something like that to someone who is helping you become strong? Aren't worried in the slightest that they will not help you but punish you or even kill you? What is going on in that muscle brain of yours?" Dan yelled anxiously, feeling that Aurelia would be the death of him. "Dan, relax. Boss has a tough exterior, but he is not petty enough to do something like that. Am I right, boss?" Aurelia asked Wyatt with a bright smile. Looking at Aurelia's smile, the corner of Wyatt's mouth twitched, and he replied, "You know what? I am that petty." However, before Wyatt could complete his sentence, Aurelia immediately got back on her knees and, exaggeratedly prostrating in front of Wyatt, yelled, interrupting him, "Boss, please forgive me, for I have sinned. I am willing to swallow pins and needles to redeem myself." "Ha ha." The field marshal, who was keenly watching from the side, looking at Aurelia's antics, laughed like there was no tomorrow. She wasn't alone who found this funny. The older employees from Fine Gold, Diana, and Cindy, every one of those who considered Aurelia as their cute little junior, found that this was funny. But unlike the field marshal, they all controlled their laughter, knowing that it might tick off their boss. "For someone who is brutally honest, you have no spine, do you?" Wyatt said, looking at Aurelia, who was prostrating in front of him while rubbing her head on the floor. "Boss, my mother said I am pure like river water, so I should learn to be flexible like the river itself," Aurelia informed. "That's a clever analogy. Your mother was smart, to begin with. She would have made a good general if she had not chosen to replace your great-grandfather at the border city." The field marshal spoke, listening to Aurelia. She seemed to have recalled her time with Aurelia's mother. Diana, Cindy, and the other employees in the gymnasium lifted their brows listening to the elderly lady say that Aurelia's mother could have made a good general. They were under the impression that Aurelia was from a wealthy family from some first-tier city, but it seems they had underestimated Aurelia's background. Learning this only increased their impression of Aurelia because she was humble and caring despite her background. Not to mention, not just anybody could become a general candidate. It required a lot of military merit. Not to forget, a decent amount of support from troops to be nominated as a candidate. Regardless of where these candidates ended up, they would be a big deal as they were capable people. It seems Aurelia's mother had rejected the general position for her family. This alone said a lot about Aurelia's mother and her family. Even Dan, whose family treated Aurelia like a princess, finally understood his family's actions. He now knew why his family was enthusiastic about Aurelia staying with them. It seemed the main family was a big deal. "Senior, you know my mother?" Aurelia asked, continuing to prostrate in front of Wyatt. "Yes, I have had the pleasure of serving together with your mother at the Way Beyond. She was a charismatic woman. Her subordinates respected her a lot. So much so that when she completed her active duty, many capable soldiers serving under her chose to discharge and move to the border city to continue following her." The field marshal recounted without revealing her identity. Seeing the field marshal talk so big about Aurelia's mother and family, Wyatt did a small background check on her. He was surprised to learn what he found on her in Border City. Their influence in the Southern Watch was only second to the Southern royal family. The only reason the Southerners did not know about them was that they chose not to. That was because the Malvin family, led by Aurelia's great-grandfather, had gained so much influence in the Southern military that Southern royal court ministers were worried that Patriarch Malvin could launch a military coup. After all, he held the power to do so. So they impeached him, asking the Southern ruler to take precautions against him. Getting wind of this, to prove his loyalty to the Southern ruler and the Heatsend royal family, the Honorable Patriarch Dan Malvin chose to step down from his position as a field marshal and move his family to a third-tier city at the border of the southern region and empire. Ultimately, that city came to be known as Broder City, which grew to become more than a one-tier city. It became an iron wall stopping the fanatics from the empire from wreaking havoc in the southern region. Since that incident, it has become a tradition in Aurelia's family to serve in the southern military and voluntarily discharged once they were prompted to general or above ranks to return to the border city. Clearly, they were still angry about how their ancestor was treated. Usually, a soldier trying to voluntarily discharge from the military was harder said than done, but the Malvin family were not ordinary people. Learning about Aurelia's family history, Wyatt started to find Aurelia pleasing to the eye. An unconscious grin graced his lips as he informed Aurelia, "Get up. I forgive you. I will help you fix your physique." Looking at Wyatt's grin, the field marshal had a sense of foreboding. Listening to Wyatt, Aurelia immediately got up on her knees and thanked him. Thank you, boss, thank you." She hurriedly crawled on her knees and hugged Wyatt's waist, saying, "You are the best, boss. I never doubted you. I believe you. Now, let go of me before I change my mind," Wyatt said, knowing that Aurelia was not only honest, but knew how the world worked. "Yes, boss." Aurelia's actions of prostrating and groveling earlier were to give Wyatt enough face and reason to forgive her. However, she never thought that Wyatt was offended by her words as she recalled that they were in the presence of other employees. Letting her go after she undermined the boss would not be good for the boss's reputation, so he had to do what he did. "It won't work," the field marshal suddenly said to Wyatt out loud. This caused him to frown, knowing what she meant, but he acted like he did not. "What won't work?" "Her family has been neutral for generations now. Winning them over won't be easy," the field marshal said, having guessed that Wyatt was trying to win the Malvin family and Broder City's support through Aurelia. The field marshal spoke this out of experience. Anna's mother had tried many means to please the Malvin family and gain their forgiveness, but all their tries have failed. Every generation of the Malvin family was filled with talented people with the capability to become good leaders. Anna's mother, who revered talent, wanted them on her side to control the southern capital better and increase her influence in the central capital, but she never was able to get through them. "I don't know what you are talking about." Wyatt shook his head, denying everything. "Suit yourself. I just gave my suggestion as your loyal subordinate," the field marshal informed. She had enough of being neglected and took action. The field marshal's words caused a surge of emotion within everyone present, as by now everyone had a feeling that the elderly lady following their boss had an extraordinary status since she claimed to have served it way beyond, which was no place for a weakling. If one had managed to survive it long enough to grow gray hairs, then that person was really capable. Cindy and Diana, who knew the elderly woman's true identity, were shocked the most. They thought the field marshal was guarding the hope of the South, but to learn that she was their boss's subordinate, their minds were blown away. Listening to the field marshal's words, Wyatt's grin grew wider, seeing her finally accept her defeat and announce her status publicly. What was the use of having a loyal dog if it acted like it was the master? Such was the case between the field marshal and Wyatt. Though Wyatt had managed to gain the field marshal's loyalty, he had yet to win her over. Wyatt assured the field marshal that he would not use her loyalty against the southern region. Wyatt assured the field marshal that he would help the southern region prosper. Wyatt even assured the field marshal that he would make her the world's strongest and take her beyond that. However, nothing he said was enough to win her heart. It still belonged to the southern royal family. Wyatt felt pity for the Lorne family. Despite their status, they were like the slaves grown and groomed to serve the southern royal family. After all, both Field Marshal and Lorenzo, despite starting their own family, always have been loyal to the southern royal family. With their combined strength and knowledge, they could gain more status, wealth, and authority for themselves and their family than what the southern royal family had ever given them, yet they chose to serve the southern royal family. Just looking back at her history, Wyatt understood that winning the field marshal's heart was not easy, as she had dedicated her entire life to the southern royal family. For him to reprogram her would not be easy, especially since he used trickery to win her loyalty. Therefore, he had decided to leave her alone until the time was right, believing that to be the best course of action to deal with the field marshal. And soon enough, Wyatt's choice proved to be correct. He did not think that his action would get a reaction from the field marshal so fast, but the result were in front of him. However, this did not mean he would respond to her. He planned to continue his course of action until the field marshal accepts her new reality and breaks free of the southern royal family's brainwashing. Once Wyatt had the field marshal's heart, then he not only planned to start his plan to make her the strongest in the card world, but truly involve her in his grand plans, just like he did with Susan and Corey Park. As for Corey, she was Park's baggage. He could only tolerate her. Suit yourself. I just gave my suggestion as your loyal subordinate. The field marshal replied, accepting her new status, to which Wyatt nodded, and controlling his growing grin, he said, "Noted." The field marshal was taken aback by Wyatt's cold reply. Wyatt wasn't cold, but the field marshal felt he was being cold. It was all in her mind, as she thought that Wyatt would be excited to hear her call herself his loyal subordinate, but he was not. Rather, he acted as if he did not care if she was his subordinate or not. Normally, at times like this, field marshal's keen eyes and intense sense would help her discern the emotions and thoughts of the person in front of her, but Wyatt was different. Despite being in a lower realm than her, his thoughts and emotions were an enigma to her. It was like she was trying to see the water level in the darkest well that ever existed. So in front of him, she could not help but feel like she was not the top 10 strongest demigod, but a mortal. This feeling made her more vulnerable to Wyatt's mind games, adding to the fact that losing the wager to Wyatt had already left a huge shadow in her mind. All of this combined, Wyatt's image in the field marshal's mind was bigger than that of her strongest adversary. "Aurelia, I have sent you a party invite since the one you sent has expired. Accept it so we can begin," Wyatt instructed Aurelia, who had let go of him but still continued to kneel. She did not appear to mind the kneeling position. It was as if she was more used to kneeling and groveling than standing. It seemed she was a born troublemaker. "I have accepted your invite, boss," Aurelia said, giving Wyatt a thumbs up. She did not appear to be ashamed or embarrassed in the slightest by the events earlier. Instead, she seems to have grown more comfortable around Wyatt and the other employees. "Good. Now hand over your grimoire," Wyatt demanded, planning to start repairing Aurelia's physical. Listening to Wyatt, Aurelia passed her grimoire to her boss without hesitation. Seeing Aurelia's grimoire was a silver-grade grimoire, Wyatt was not surprised, considering she had a low talent for active soul control. If not for the resources and training of her family, she might have not awakened or reached the card master realm. Just as Wyatt was about to start, he turned to the crowd and said, "As much as I would like all of you to witness me fix her physique, This one is going to take a while. So it would be best if you guys did not wait for me. He then signaled at Cindy and Diana. They nodded, and Diana promptly spoke up saying, "Okay, boss. You take your time. We will take our leave." "Might as well. The crowd outside is growing uncontrollable," Cindy said. And then turning to the fine gold and bright lions employees, she added, "Let us go help the others disperse the crowd, so that boss can leave peacefully once he is done here." Listening to Cindy and Diana assign them work, the crowd said their goodbye to Wyatt before leaving to fulfill their task. As the crowd left, Aurelia asked Wyatt, "Boss, will it take too much time? I hate waiting." "Aurelia, I like that you are honest, but you should learn about time and place. If you manage to do that, then you are golden," Wyatt advised Aurelia, only to hear her say, "Boss, my mom said the same thing. I would do that, but I hate to wait for the right time and place." Just like the river. Orculian, the physique of the famous patriarch Dan Malvin. Alone, without the main Malvin family bloodline, it was an incomplete or quirky physique. However, the Orculian physique, combined with the Malvin family bloodline, gave the wielder unstoppable momentum and strength, making their achievements in the Southern Watch no less than those with the unparalleled bloodline coursing through their body. As a result, the sycophant ministers deemed them a threat to the ruler and the royal family. Every generation in the main Malvin family, there would be at least one descendant who awakened this physique. Sometimes there were more. In the previous generation, it was Aurelia's mother and her 3 brothers. In the current generation, it was just Aurelia and her elder brother. However, Aurelia had inherited the Orculian physique, but not the Malvin family's bloodline, making her the weakest and most unremarkable of all the wielders of Orculian physique in history. Aurelia's case was special. It made one wonder how she could awaken the Orculian physique, but not the main Malvin family bloodline, as bloodlines were to be inherited by one's descendants without exception, but not the physiques. Until Aurelia became a card apprentice and awakened Orculian physique, the border city people thought she might not be a descendant of the Malvin family, but was adopted as she did not have their bloodline. Though born as the princess of the border city, Aurelia was never treated as one. Even her elder brother did not acknowledge her until she awakened the Orculian physique. Regardless, the present did not change the past. Yet, thanks to her mother's teachings, Aurelia was just like the pure and unstoppable river that moved forward without looking behind, not letting anything pollute her purity. "Just like the river," Wyatt uttered, listening to Aurelia say that she did not like waiting, so she did not wait for the right time or place. "You flatter me, boss," Aurelia said shyly, scratching the back of her head. However, Aurelia's shown learning that her boss remembered. It warmed her heart to learn this. She felt that her trip to the Sky Blossom City going against her mother's will was worth it. Why would the princess of the border city leave the comfort of her castle and come all the way to a third-tier city? She admired the image of Wyatt that her mother had learned through her background check into the boy dubbed as the Hope of the South by the Southern royal family. Aurelia's favorite part of that image was that a card master had not only managed to defeat a devil that killed 24 elite demigods, but was willing to sacrifice himself to protect the world by incubating the plague egg that could wipe out all the card apprentice on the card world within himself. The best part of it was he survived. Nobody knows how, but he did the impossible. Unlike the rest of the Southerners who were only aware of Wyatt as a talented card creationist who gave the world silver milk powder, the VR universe, and the soul energy digestion skill cards, Aurelia knew the other lesser-known side of him, which allowed her to gather the courage to break the unspoken tradition of the main Malvin family. Instead of joining the Southern Watch as a grunt and take post at the way beyond to climb to the general or above rank, she became a thug in the bright lions. Ring ring. Just as Wyatt prepared to start fixing Aurelia's physique, the field marshal's grimoire rang out loud, notifying that she was receiving a call, causing Wyatt to frown. He could not believe she was using such childish means to gain his attention. After all, grimoire notifications sounded in one's mind and not out aloud unless the card apprentice wanted it to. "It's your mother," the field marshal said, looking at Aurelia, who was looking at Wyatt with metaphorical stars visible in her eyes. She shook her head thinking, another one down. Anna has a challenging love life ahead of her. "My mom," Aurelia exclaimed, awakening from her stupor. "It seems like she is calling to check on you." After seeing the promotional video, the field marshal speculated why her favorite subordinate who had never contacted her after she was discharged, suddenly remembered her. Promotional video. Big surprise you guys are quick when it comes to this stuff. Wyatt remarked, ordering his super brain card to search all the promotional material related to the Hope of the South. Though he planned to use this opportunity to unofficially declare the southern region as his territory to the world, he still needed to keep the narrative Anna's mother was spreading in check. "Senior, aren't you going to answer the call?" Aurelia asked, seeing the field marshal was not answering her mother's call. "Do you know how long it has been since she last talked to me?" The field marshal asked Aurelia. It seemed she was dissatisfied with her favorite subordinate. I don't know who you are, Senior." Aurelia hit back at the field marshal's pettiness with honesty. "Well, you are about to," the field marshal said, answering the call and turning on the loudspeaker. "Long time no see, Field Marshal Heatsend." An enthusiastic voice similar to Aurelia's sounded from the other end of the call. Aurelia's mouth hung open, listening to her mother. Piecing her exploded mind together, she hurried prostrated in front of the field marshal, causing Wyatt to shake his head. However, he did not bother to interrupt Aurelia or the field marshal. This call was important for him to gain insight into Aurelia's mother. After all, he wanted her. "I see you haven't lost your sense of humor. I thought you changed, becoming the city lord of the border city," the field marshal remarked, but almost laughed seeing Aurelia's action. "I am not calling you as the border city lord, but as your lieutenant general and a mother," Aurelia's mother replied with her tone turning serious. "Good. I can spare a few minutes for my unfilial subordinate, but you should know you are in the company of the Southern Hope and your dearest daughter," the field marshal revealed, hearing Aurelia's mother take a step back. "I see. What about Her Highness Southern Princess?" Aurelia's mother was not surprised by the field marshal's revelation. She was used to working with her and knew how she functioned. She had called her knowing that Southern Princess would be listening in on their conversation. This was why she would not bother to call the field marshal until it was necessary, despite the camaraderie between them. "She is not here," the field marshal answered indifferently. Listening to Aurelia's mother, Wyatt understood that the field marshal was treating him like how she treated Anna's mother. That was fast. If the field marshal was still loyal to Anna's mother, then she would have connected the call to Anna's mother's grimoire, so she would listen in instead of turning on the loudspeaker so he could listen in. Learning this, Wyatt's back grew wet with sweat and a scare. He thanked his fortune that he only ever had a serious talk with the field marshal telepathically, and Anna's mother was too busy in that central capital answering the world about Gideon Grimm, silver milk powder, the VR universe, and the soul energy digestion card. The legislators of the central government were working day and night to come up with new laws that would limit Wyatt and the Southern royal family's authority over his inventions and discoveries after their master's world decree debacle. Even though their master had given Wyatt full authority over his inventions and discoveries, as long as they were to think of ways for Wyatt to willingly let go of his authority over them, all was fair. The worlds would not interfere. Anna's mother was defending Wyatt's rights to defend her own, and also because she believed him to be hers. This was one of the many things the Southern royal family was doing for Wyatt without him knowing or asking, even if they had their agenda to do so. Listening to the field marshal claim that the Southern princess was not listening in on their conversation, Aurelia's mother paused, as if taking her time to contemplate something. She knew the field marshal would not lie, otherwise she would not have bothered to inform her that the call was on speaker. "Don't tell me you switched your alliance to the Southern Hope," Aurelia's mother exclaimed after piecing what the field marshal's action meant. "That doesn't concern you, but if this call is not about business but personal, I can get some privacy." Field Marshal was not surprised Aurelia's mother instantly figured out what was going on. She was not her favorite subordinate for no reason. "No need. I wanted to confirm about the Southern Hope's character since my daughter was set on giving her loyalty to him, but since you have given your loyalty to him, I can rest assured about him," Aurelia's mother said without making any comment about Field Marshal switching her loyalty to a teenager despite having slaved for Southern royal family her entire life. "Aurelia, honey, whatever happens, remember you are a river, but unlike the river, you also have a home to return to," giving Aurelia a few words of confidence. Aurelia's mother hung up the call, bidding goodbye to Field Marshal. "Your mother is one selfish and heartless woman," the Field Marshal said, seeing Aurelia's mother hang up the call, getting what she wanted. "Your Highness, please forgive me and mother our insolence." Aurelia apologized, continuing to prostrate in front of the field marshal. Girl, get up. I am starting to feel embarrassed because of you. The field marshal was not lying, as Aurelia's action made her feel. She was bullying Aurelia with her identity and power. Field Marshal Heatsend, my mother was right, you are the most generous. I am honored to work with you. Aurelia replied, getting up on her knees. Work with me? The field marshal asked in confusion. Yes, we both are boss's subordinates. If you don't mind me asking, can you tell me when you joined? Aurelia asked, trying to figure out the seniority in the workplace. Bart, don't get any funny ideas. The field marshal warned Aurelia, instantly understanding what Aurelia was getting. Though she was a princess, she started as a mere no-name foot soldier at the Way Beyond, so she was fully aware of how workplace seniority worked. She joined us this morning. Wyatt replied to Aurelia in amusement, wondering how she would use this information. Really? Aurelia asked Wyatt excitedly. And getting up on her feet, she then turned to lock eyes with the field marshal, who was staring at her with a threatening gaze, and informed her without any fear or hesitation. Marshal Heatsend, don't worry, since you know my mother, I won't treat you badly. Girl, do you want the beating of a lifetime? Field Marshal asked Aurelia with a menacing gaze. However, to her surprise, Aurelia ignored her, and turning to Wyatt, she complained, Boss, the new recruit acting out. That is it. I will let you experience what a beating of a lifetime is, so that you won't dare to wag your tail at me again. The field marshal said, taking a step forward. Aurelia was quicker. She hid behind Wyatt and yelled, Know your place, newbie. I am your senior. How dare you threaten me? Ha ha. Wyatt burst out in laughter, looking at the steaming field marshal, adding, Now this is funny. Boss, the new recruit is resorting to violence. This is no laughing matter. She doesn't know her place. Aurelia hurriedly informed, hugging Wyatt's neck, while an invisible force was pulling her to the field marshal's side. Boss, do something. Save me. Aurelia cried for help. Field Marshal, that is enough. Wyatt came to her rescue, understanding that Aurelia's mother had trained Aurelia perfectly. None of his subordinates had the guts to point the obvious. If Field Marshal was his most loyal subordinate, then why did she not act like one? The Field Marshal Heatsend claimed to be Wyatt's loyal subordinate, but she went and did what she felt like. She never bothered to ask Wyatt what he wanted her to do, rather did what she felt needed. Now that was not what a loyal subordinate would do. Wyatt never asked Field Marshal's advice on trying to ally with the Malvin family through Aurelia. Wyatt never asked Field Marshal to let him eavesdrop on her conversation with Aurelia's mother. Wyatt had asked Field Marshal to help him with the criminal rehabilitation and reintegration program, but the Field Marshal had yet to act on it. The Field Marshal did everything but what Wyatt asked her to. Not that she planned on a rebellion. It was just that even though she had given her loyalty to him, the reluctance in her heart was making it difficult for her to fully accept her new role. Honestly, she was making things awkward between them with her half-assed loyalty. Now Wyatt could point that out to Field Marshal, but that would open up another awkward conversation, as he did earn her loyalty through unconventional means, justifying the reluctance she showed. So, he tried to pamper her with lavish promises, but they did not manage to erase the Field Marshal's hesitation. Since carrots did not work, he could only turn to stick. Surprisingly, it yielded extraordinary results. However, it was a different story if, say, someone other than Wyatt pointed out the obvious to the Field Marshal, like Aurelia did. When the rest of Wyatt's subordinates thought Wyatt was lucky and capable of having someone of the Field Marshal's status and abilities guarding and helping him, only Aurelia noticed what the others failed to notice. Not only did Aurelia take notice of Field Marshal's faults, but she did not hesitate to point them out to her. This was why Wyatt could not help but look at Aurelia differently. Underneath her honest personality, along with her spineless and shameless act, she hid the knowledge and training she gained from her mother, the City Lord of Border City, the iron wall between the Empire and the southern region. Field Marshal, that's enough now, Wyatt said, and pushing Aurelia off him as the Field Marshal ceased her pull on her, he wanted to whisper to Aurelia, nice assist. Instead, he added, Field Marshal, she is right. She does have seniority over you. Being pushed off by Wyatt, Aurelia fell on her butt. However, she did not take offense and immediately got on her feet, dusting her behind. Listening to Wyatt give her the green light, Aurelia yelled at Field Marshal, Newbie, I will forgive you since this is your first offense. However, in the future, I will not tolerate such actions. Workplace hostility is a serious offense, and appropriate actions will be taken against offenders. Really? The field marshal menacingly stared at Aurelia, and with a sneer, she sarcastically asked her as an invisible pressure emitted from her and covered Aurelia. Senior, may I know what actions you are taking about? Under the insane pressure from Field Marshal's strong, intense sense, Aurelia was sweating through her tuxedo, but she did not step back. Rather, she stared back into the Field Marshal's gaze and answered, Newbie, appropriate punishment involves official reprimand and docking a month's pay or more. But senior, I don't get paid. The Field Marshal replied, increasing her pressure on Aurelia. The intense sense was unique to the demigods. It could not be considered an attack, as its uses were projecting one's emotions and thoughts onto others, hiding one's emotions and thoughts from others, and sensing others' emotions and thoughts. It was unlike any form of attack, but loosely fell under spiritual attack, which varied based on people's interpretations. Listening to the Field Marshal, Aurelia was stumped and turned to look at Wyatt for confirmation, who indifferently nodded, agreeing to the Field Marshal's claim. Beads of sweat started to ooze from Aurelia's head, but she did not give up and said, Since you are an unpaid intern, we will issue you an official reprimand. If you get 3 of those, then you are out. Good luck finding another job with 3 official reprimands on your resume. Wyatt almost laughed aloud listening to Aurelia, while Field Marshal stared at her wondering if she was for real. Shaking his head, Wyatt ordered Field Marshal, Retrieve your intense sense. Aurelia's heart was beating louder than a drum. If the Field Marshal's pressure continued, Wyatt was afraid it might burst. The Field Marshal frowned but retrieved her intense sense, covering Aurelia, following Wyatt's order. She wanted Wyatt to no longer neglect her, however this was not it. Things should not have unfolded like this. Aurelia, I will hand over the newbie to you. Help her adjust to our organization. From now on you are responsible for her, Wyatt instructed Aurelia. Her knees were wobbling, and she looked like she had just come out of a sauna. Turning to look at Wyatt, Aurelia forced a big smile, and extending her hand, she gave him a thumbs up, accepting her new responsibility with a heavy heart. Then, she demanded, Boss, I need hazard pay and a rise, since I don't know when I can die in this job. Wyatt smiled, seeing he had not judged Aurelia wrong. She was starting to grow on him. Patting her shoulder, he said, How about a physique and a trait you asked for? Will that do, or do you prefer a pay rise instead? Listening to Wyatt, both Aurelia and Field Marshal stared at him, widening their eyes in astonishment. Recovering from her shock, Aurelia hurriedly agreed. Boss, I will take the extra physique and trait, while chanting, All hail the Southern Hope. Long live the Southern Hope. I was right. You can give people physique and trait. The Field Marshal uttered, hearing Wyatt openly agree to what she had been speculating since the beginning, instantly forgetting about the shame Aurelia and Wyatt had put her through. Yes, I can. But Aurelia's case is special. Remember how I told you before? The thing killing Marcy can save Aurelia. Wyatt agreed, finally revealing the truth to Aurelia and Field Marshal. Yes, I remember. Boss, you are great. Aurelia praised Wyatt without sparing her saliva. Had she not been covered in sweat, she would have hugged him. What do you mean? Field Marshal, unlike Aurelia, was more focused on understanding what Wyatt meant, wanting to be thorough. Do I have to elaborate? Just like how the hidden families have their method to let their descendants inherit certain physiques and traits that they do not share with the world. I too have developed a few methods for certain physiques and traits, Wyatt answered honestly. So Clara's soul sensitivity and Marcy's unbreakable proteagus soul and gifted lineage were your doing? The Field Marshal inquired Wyatt, as these traits and physiques were just too attractive. The hidden families that Wyatt spoke of did have methods to help their descendants get physique and traits, but the physique and traits they gained were nowhere as good and powerful as the ones Clara and Marcy awakened. If Wyatt had the method to help others awaken traits and physiques similar to the ones awakened by Clara and Marcy, then that would be godly. No, don't misunderstand. I did enrich Clara and Marcy's souls and help them become card apprentices, but the physique and traits they awakened have nothing to do with me. I am generous, but not generous enough to gift people. I just met the traits and physiques with infinite potential, Wyatt said, shaking his head, as he too had his eyes on Clara's soul sensitivity and Marcy's unbreakable traits. But he was helpless, as they were the qualities of their souls they had honed by grinding themselves in the mill named life. The field marshal nodded, feeling what Wyatt said made sense. She did not believe him when he said he was not capable enough to grant those traits and physiques, but she believed him when he said he was not generous enough to gift those traits and physiques to strangers, clearly showing what kind of impression she had of him despite all that they had been through these past few days. Hey, intern, aren't you being too casual and a bit disrespectful when addressing the boss? Do you even need me to teach you the basic manners? Your actions will reflect badly on you since I am responsible for you. Aurelia suddenly snapped at the field marshal. Were you speaking to me? The field marshal responded threateningly, staring at Aurelia. What kind of attitude is that? Believe it or not, I will write an official reprimand. Remember, 3 strikes and you are out, Aurelia yelled back. By now the field marshal should have taken the hint that Aurelia would not back down to such tricks. Field marshal, if I were you I would take her words seriously, Wyatt said, supporting Aurelia. Feeling that the field marshal was not taking Aurelia seriously, the field marshal intently looked at Wyatt without saying anything, only to hear him say, "If you want to give me your loyalty, do it my way. Otherwise, I don't want your loyalty." What do you mean you do not want my loyalty? What do you take me for? I am not a plaything that you can discard after playing with it. I am the Southern hero, damn it, the field marshal yelled in frustration. I don't care if you are the Southern hero. I wanted a loyal subordinate who could follow my orders, not someone who did what they wanted and when they wanted while claiming to be loyal to me. Speak now. If you cannot be mine complete in heart and mind, then I will annul the oath so you can go where your heart and mind are. If worst comes to worst, I will think that I bet on the wrong person. Wyatt gave the field marshal a chance to regain her freedom. The field marshal could not immediately respond, listening to Wyatt's proposition. Shaking his head, Wyatt decisively declared, "Field marshal, in the presence of the world's will, I, Dalton Wyatt, of my own free will, annul the wager between us. You are now free to leave." Aurelia looked at Wyatt in shock. She had no idea what the wager he spoke of was, but she could not fathom why he would free a capable slave like Field Marshal. If it were her, she could not do it. Why you? The Field Marshal felt like a lump was blocking her speech. She was the most astonished by Wyatt's decisive action as it was directly related to her fate. Instead of being happy that she was free, she felt both rejected and abandoned by Wyatt. Now leave. I would like to continue helping my true subordinate in peace. Wyatt shunned the field marshal like she was an afterthought and turned to face Aurelia, only to find her kowtowing in front of field marshal seeking her forgiveness. Witnessing this, black lines formed on Wyatt's head. She was indeed could adapt to change quickly like the river. Wyatt will give her that. In turn, newbie, your highness field marshal Heatsend, please spare me. I wasn't thinking straight. The little power I had gotten to my head. I beg you, please do not waste your energy on me. I am a nobody. Aurelia began to beg the field marshal to spare her life. Now that her boss had fired the field marshal, she had no power whatsoever over the field marshal and had to watch out for her revenge. Aurelia, shut up and get the heck up. She cannot harm me or any of my friends, family, and employees. Wyatt interrupted Aurelia, sternly informing his most shameless subordinate about his contract with Anna. Listening to Wyatt, Aurelia lifted her head and looked at Wyatt for confirmation. Receiving a nod of confirmation, her face instantly regained her smug expression as she got up on her feet, and looking at the stunned field marshal, she said, "In turn, you should have listened to me. You might have lasted longer." Boom. In our organization, Aurelia completed her sentence, ignoring the deep pit that had formed half an inch to her side by the immense strength of the field marshal. She knew this might be the field marshal's warning shot, yet she chose to believe her boss's words and complete what she prepared to say, risking her life. Listening to the loud noise, Cindy and Diana, who were waiting outside the gymnasium, rushed in, worried for their boss. "Boss, you okay?" Diana asked, looking at the pit next to Aurelia and Wyatt. "Did the contractor do a lousy job?" "But it was fine earlier," Cindy said, with no hostile in sight. "Leader, the boss just fired the intern for doing a lousy job, so she is acting up," Aurelia said, pointing at the field marshal. Listening to Aurelia address the field marshal as an intern and blame her of doing a lousy job, Cindy and Diana's eyes widened as if they heard a banshee scream. Diana immediately yelled, Shut up, you stupid girl. You have no idea the forces you're messing with. If you are tired of living then, do it at your own expense. Don't involve our boss in it. Yes, he hasn't lived enough. He has yet to enjoy the pleasure the world has to offer. Cindy backed Diana with her ambiguous words. Then feeling her boss's blank stare, she quickly added, that senior is not someone you can disrespect. Apologize quickly. Don't worry, leader. I know that is the field marshal in disguise. Regardless of her title and achievements in her previous job, she is still an unpaid intern who joined our organization just this morning. You guys have seniority over her. I'm sorry, you guys had seniority over her since the boss just fired her for being a lousy intern. It is because you two pampered her that she had gone astray and forgotten her duties. Aurelia blamed Diana and Cindy for the field marshal's actions. Then, shaking her head, Aurelia looked at the field marshal in pity and said, sigh. Intern, don't feel sad. As you senior, we have failed to teach you to do your duty properly. Maybe in your next job, you will learn from the mistakes here. Respect your seniors and learn everything they have to offer. Diana and Cindy were in shock listening to Aurelia's words. It only intensified when they learned she had spoken those words despite knowing the field marshal's identity. Their bodies suddenly felt like they were inside a sauna and began to sweat through their office suits. They wanted to stop Aurelia from spouting further nonsense, but their body would not listen. Their jaw was shut and their tongues were dry. They suddenly felt thirsty seeing their dooms flash before their eyes. You really are your mother's daughter. The field marshal responded with a smile, finally having completed her contemplation. Yes, I am. My mother taught me well. I could have taught you a thing or two, but it was not meant to be. In turn, let's part our ways without creating a scene, Aurelia advised the field marshal. And then turning to look at Wyatt, she asked, Boss, the intern did a lousy job, but it is not my fault. So, I will still get the bonus you promised me, right? Yes, you will, since you have performed extraordinarily. Tell you what, keep this up and I might let you lead the Bright Lion Security Agency. Wyatt was impressed by Aurelia's work so far. She was the best sidekick one could ask for. Now with someone who understood him like her by his side, he would not have to do everything alone. Taking Aurelia as an example, Wyatt was thoroughly impressed by the Malvin family, whose merits were only second to the Heat's End royal family in the Southern Watch. That too because they held back, otherwise they would have long suppressed them. Great. You are the best, boss, Aurelia praised. And then turning to the field marshal, she said, You haven't left yet? Don't tell me you plan on begging to get your old job back. Don't be like that. Try applying next year. If I get promoted to the upper management rank, by then I will hire you under me. What do you say? Girl, don't you ever run out of saliva? The field marshal asked Aurelia, indirectly saying that she talked too much. Aren't you too happy for someone who just got fired? Aurelia remarked. The field marshal ignored Aurelia and looking at Wyatt, she said, You did not bet on the wrong person. I don't care if you have annulled the wager, but I have promised to give my undying loyalty to you if I lost the wager. Here I am, doing just that. The field marshal stepped closer to Wyatt, and reaching him, she prepared to get down on one knee, but an invisible force stopped her from doing so. For her strength, the invisible force was as fragile as glass, but since it belonged to Wyatt, she did not break it, instead followed it and stood straight. Wyatt looked at the field marshal with a disappointed look, and shaking his head, he decided to address her. I don't know what you think you are doing, but I don't need your loyalty. Was I not clear enough when I annulled the wager? It is no longer up to you. You should have thought of that before asking for it in return for winning the wager. Now that you have won the wager, I will honor my promise and give you my undying loyalty, the field marshal said, bringing up her honor. What wager? What part of the annulment don't you understand? I declared it as invalid, so you owe me nothing, Wyatt replied in annoyance. Wyatt, stop with the charades. We both know that a wager cannot be annulled by a single party. All parties involved need to agree on that. You might have agreed to annul the wager, but I have not. Now why would you do that? The field marshal was right. Any agreement cannot be just annulled by one of the involved parties, but needs to be agreed upon by all the involved parties. Even if it's a creditor forgiving a debt, the debtor has the right not to agree to it and pay his debt with the agreed-upon interest rate. People overlook this because they all assume the debtor would be relieved to have his debt forgiven. Wyatt was fully aware of this when he annulled the wager. Was he betting that the field marshal would not agree to it? What do you think? Yes, he was, and field marshal was fully aware of it. Still, she walked into his trap, just like had she willing sat and watched as Henrik stole the D-rank Silver Beach dungeon relocation card. Had Wyatt annulled the wager, saying no hard feelings, I was just joking or something of that sort, the field marshal would not have had trouble agreeing to annul the wager between them. However, Wyatt said he would annul the wager thinking he bet on the wrong person. Wyatt stated he judged her incorrectly. He meant he was wrong to think the field marshal was someone who would uphold her promise. He implied that she was someone who went back on her word. In summary, Wyatt said the field marshal had no honor. This did not sit right with field marshal, even though Wyatt handed her the key to unlock her cage. Now all she had to do was use the key and walk out of the cage, but she could not bring herself to do that. Her heart and mind did not allow her to leave the cage. Yes, field marshal had her shameless side, but at the same time, there was another side to her that also valued honor over her family and the southern region itself. One such example was when she watched as the agents from the central government attacked her defenseless husband, bombarded her sister-in-law, and stole the one thing that would help prosper the southern region that she loved just because of her promise to Henriks. Wyatt, who was the victim of the field marshal's shamelessness and honor, knew exactly what he was doing when he went to the extreme and annulled the wager that would give him the field marshal's undying loyalty. He knew if he brought up the field marshal's honor doing it, she would not agree to the annulment. From his conversation with the field marshal, Wyatt had long judged the field marshal as a good person, and the good people were easy to manipulate as, despite their callous exterior, within their hearts, the good people were nothing but gullible fools who believed in the good defined by majority and let that definition limit their freedom. The field marshal was the same. Despite her shameless and despicable front in the rear, she put her and her family's honor first because she believed in it. Who other than gullible fools would believe something that cannot be seen, touched, smelled, heard, or tasted? Despite being the top 10 strongest in the world, she left everything behind and came to a third-rate city to protect a stranger who recently became famous. This alone was enough proof. Why? You know fully well why. It would not be far-fetched of me to say that you were counting on it when you annulled the wager. What amazes me is that despite knowing what you are up to and despite having the key to my freedom in my hand, I find myself stubbornly tightening the slave collar around my neck, the field marshal informed helplessly. Then, shaking her head, she gazed at Wyatt with helplessness in her eyes and dejected said, My niece warned me to maintain as little contact with you as possible. But I was a fool. I was so mesmerized by the beauty of the rose that I forgot about the thorns. Now I have no choice but to bleed paying from my ignorance. I have no idea what you are talking about. I had no other agenda in mind when I annulled the wager. I meant every word I said. Wyatt denied the field marshal's claims with an indifferent look. Diana and Cindy were shocked seeing the scene unfold before them. They knew their boss was dangerous. After all, he brought them to their knees. But they did not know he had done the same to the Southern hero, someone who was known to have single-handedly defeated 100 hostile demigods, someone whose name was feared by beings revered as gods in the ancient period, the supreme beings themselves. But all this was nothing compared to what happened next. Wyatt, will you please stop with games? I am tired and sick of it. If you want me to apologize, I will do that. If you want me to grovel, I will do that. If you want me to beg, I will do that. Just don't force me to taint my honor. I would rather die than become the taint on the honor of the heat-sinned bloodline coursing through me. The field marshal pleaded with Wyatt, and then took a knee in front of him, shocking even Aurelia. Aurelia had heard many stories about the field marshal from her mother. In each of those stories, her mother would make a point of mentioning the field marshal's honorable conduct toward her subordinates, allies, and enemies alike, and her despicable conduct in the battlefield. Aurelia's mother would use the field marshal as an example to teach her that even if she was honest, she could also be equally despicable. Aurelia did not believe that someone capable of stabbing an enemy from the behind on the battlefield without any hesitation would be willing to risk everything she held dear to uphold her and her family's honor. These two personalities were just too opposite. Regardless, seeing the hero from her mother's stories kneel in front of her boss, Aurelia had mixed feelings. She was both proud of her boss and felt pity for her childhood hero. Going past the initial shock of the events, Diana and Cindy were too afraid to breathe as they witnessed the Southern hero bend her knees in front of Southern Hope, begging him not to force her to taint her family's honor. They felt like they should not be present for this conversation. However, now that they were caught in the middle of it, they were worried leaving might come off offensive. Therefore, they thought of minimizing their presence by ceasing to breathe. Aurelia, however, intently shifted her gaze between her boss and the field marshal. As of right now, things appear to be at a tipping point. If her boss handled this correctly, he might receive a strong and capable subordinate. However, if he were to play his hands wrong, he would have one shell of a strong puppet. She had a feeling that her boss did not want the latter, as he already held the strings to the field marshal, but he had shown that he was willing to let them go since he expected the field marshal to be more than a puppet for him. Wyatt looked at field marshal, who had gotten on her knees despite him stopping her. He had tried enticing her with carrots and correcting her with the stick, but both failed to get the field marshal to make Wyatt her priority over the southern region and the royal family. So he used the tested method he knew for sure would get the field marshal to give up on the southern region and the royal family: honor. After all, Henrix had long shown him and the world that for her honor the field marshal was willing to sit by and watch the southern region and the royal family burn. The only problem was the field marshal had her twisted definition of honor, making it difficult for just anyone to use it against her. Wyatt was in awe of whoever groomed the field marshal into what she was today. Field marshal, I asked you if you could serve me with your heart and mind, but you could not decide, so I chose to free you from your oath. Also, I did not want to force you to choose between me and the southern region and royal family. I understand where you are coming from. Going back on your words will hurt your honor, but not doing your duty properly will also hurt your honor. You cannot have it both ways. This is not meant to be. Let us leave it at that. Wyatt spoke, making it clear to Field Marshal that he would be willing to take her back only if she was willing to serve him with her entirety and not just half-ass it by giving her loyalty to him, while her heart and mind belonged to the southern region and royal family. Saying his piece, Wyatt turned to leave. Listening to him, the Field Marshal bit her lower lip, seriously considering things, and soon closing her eyes, letting out a deep breath. Then opening her eyes, revealing a firm resolve, she announced, I am willing. Seeing Wyatt pause, she continued, I swear on my honor to serve you with my entirety. Wyatt turned to look at the Field Marshal and locked eyes with her resolute gaze. He knew that for her a swear on her honor meant more than an oath in the presence of the world's will. However, he still did not agree to accept her. Instead, he neared her and kneeled right in front of her. He daringly took her arms in his and said, I do not care about our oath in the presence of the world's will or the swear on your honor. With enough strength, one can break free of the constraints of the oath taken in the world's will. With time, and under the right conditions, even a diamond decays, let alone one's thoughts. Look into my eyes and answer me this: do you trust me? The Field Marshal did not react to Wyatt taking her hands. Her gaze remained locked with his, as she keenly heard his every word. Then, when it was her turn to answer, she nodded without any hesitation, saying, I do, and morphed into her true appearance. A young silver-haired girl, 14 or 15 years of age, with peerless beauty and gorgeous eyes with blue pupils that resembled the boundless morning sky, filled with the countless stars that would only be visible in a night sky. This was the Field Marshal's true appearance that she hid not just from Wyatt but the rest of the world. Even her husband Lorenzo had not had the honor of witnessing it. After all, she was a few centuries old. In terms of mortal age, her bones should be decaying and not retaining youth. Fearing that seeing her true form people would assume she was vain and afraid of old age, she assumed an image that would not embarrass her and allow her to exert her authority properly. That was also one of the reasons why the Field Marshal did not dare to show herself in front of Wyatt, worried his unique eyes would see her true form. Wyatt was not surprised by the Field Marshal's true appearance, but impressed, as it was common for demigods/devils to retain their youth after ascension to their realms, and the younger one's physical body becomes the more potential and room for growth they held. Wyatt's eyes gleamed, thinking he had not judged the Field Marshal's potential wrong. Looking at the Field Marshal's true appearance, Diana and Cindy, who only breathed to sustain themselves while trying to keep their presence minimum, almost forgot to breathe and lost their consciousness looking at the Field Marshal's beauty. It was truly breathtaking. Aurelia's reaction was totally different. Her eyes widened in disbelief, seeing that the hero of her childhood bedtime stories in her true form was the same age as her. Now she didn't just want to grow strong enough to defeat a devil in the Cardmaster realm, but grow that strong in her current age. She would not let the peers of her age outdo her. If Wyatt knew her thoughts, he would use his soul pupils on her brain to check how it functioned. I do trust you. The field marshal wasn't just saying this to get Wyatt to accept her, but she meant it. This day has been one hell of a roller coaster ride for her mentally and emotionally. One could not go as far as to say that she was able to look and think past her old wiring and programming because of it, but immersed in Wyatt's eyes, she saw his sincerity. In the presence of his pure yet formidable sincerity, the field marshal was stripped of her teachings and experience. She was bare and naked, allowing her to feel the truth with her skin without any prejudice and shaded glasses. She could feel Wyatt's sincerity was true and pure without any trickery to it. She recalled Wyatt's promises to her one by one. Her mind and heart did not ask if he was capable of fulfilling them, but they knew that he was willing to do it for her. At that moment, the field marshal had really come to trust Wyatt. All her doubts and hesitation had vanished. So when she answered that she trusted him, it wasn't just her, but her entire being yelling its answer. Even if that moment lasted for a few seconds, the field marshal had come to learn something surprising about herself, that she truly trusted Wyatt. Despite her reservations about him, she did trust him and everything he said. This was why, despite her niece's caution and against her best judgment, she fell for Wyatt's tricks time and again. Learning her true feelings and thoughts, the field marshal did not fight against them like she previously did. Instead, she respected and accepted them without trying to bargain or reason with herself. In acceptance, the field marshal found that she was complicating something simple and repeated herself, I trust you, Wyatt. Wyatt, noticing the change in the field marshal, nodded and said, I trust you too. Welcome aboard, partner. Then together with the field marshal, Wyatt rose to his feet with a warm smile. Partner, the field marshal uttered, only to hear Wyatt say, yes, we are partners. I get to call all the shots unilaterally, and you get to see them through no questions asked. Where did you get your dictionary? Because mine calls that slavery, the field marshal said, rolling her eyes at Wyatt's shamelessness. Welcome back in turn, Aurelia said, slapping the back of the mid-teen field marshal, causing her to frown as she controlled her boiling rage. Then, forcing a smile, that was the scariest smile Aurelia had seen in her lifetime, she added, in turn, did you not just hear your boss call me partner? How dare you to address a partner so casually? Are you tired of living grunt? Believe it or not, I will dock your entire year's pay. Listening to the field marshal, Aurelia was taken aback. She turned to look at Wyatt for clarification, only to see him nod his head, agreeing with field marshal. Seeing her boss's response, 3 words crossed her mind. I am F-Ked. Though feeling betrayed, Aurelia did not give up. Laying on the floor, she grabbed Wyatt's legs and said, Boss, you cannot throw me under the bus now that you got what you want. Let go of my legs. And who is throwing you under the bus? Aren't I giving you what you wanted? How am I to be blamed for the consequences of your brazen actions? Wyatt said, washing his hands of the feud between field marshal and Aurelia. Yes, Aurelia did what she did to help him, but he could not just ask the field marshal swallow her anger to forgive and forget. However, he did plan to compensate Aurelia in other ways. Boss, how can you be so heartless? Aurelia looked at Wyatt from down below, making abandoned puppy eyes. Wyatt, your subordinates seem to lack some manners. Do you want my help to teach her some basic manners and help her grow some spine while I am at it? The field marshal said, grinning eerily at Aurelia. Letting go of Wyatt's legs, Aurelia spun on the floor like a bottle and came to a swift halt, catching the field marshal's legs, and begged, Your Highness, please forgive this lowly slave for forgetting her place. Please do not waste your breath, energy, or precious time on some as worthless like me. I have long heard that your generosity knows no bounds. Please spare some of it on this nobody. What has your mother been teaching you for you to grow as such? The field marshal was stumped by Aurelia's shamelessness. Just when she would think that Aurelia could not stoop any lower, she manages to prove her wrong every time. While Aurelia and field marshal went to and fro, Wyatt was busy gauging the field marshal physical body, impressed by it. It wasn't surprising for the demigods and devils to rejuvenate and regain their youth when they ascended to the devil or demigod rank and to age slower than their race limit. The reason Wyatt was impressed by her physical body having the appearance of a mid-teen girl was that the field marshal was a few centuries old. For her to retain such youth after ascension to the demigod realm showed she had a lot of room to grow. One could even say that, in terms of divinity, she was just a growing child with boundless potential. Not all those who ascend to the demigod realm were blessed with such a bountiful rejuvenation and slow aging. Some don't even get the blessing of rejuvenation when they ascend to the demigod realm. This could only mean that their divinity did not have much room to grow. Now such demigods were doomed to make very little to no progress in their cultivation in their entire lifetime. Wyatt had long suspected that if not for the card world's limitation and limited knowledge limiting her, the field marshal would have already rivaled the ruler class beings. Now seeing her true appearance, and based on what he had learned about ascension to the devil/demigod realm, he had confirmed that his suspicions were right. As much as Wyatt wanted to use his soul pupils on the field marshal to learn more about her, he did not. Mostly because he would get caught by the field marshal's unique eyes. Also, he could just ask her what he wanted to know. It was a decent thing to do and basic common sense. However, this was not the time and place. Aurelia, enough playing around, Wyatt said, looking at Aurelia, who was still on the floor holding the field marshal's legs, begging her to spare her. Playing around? Boss, I am down here bargaining for my life, Aurelia remarked, not letting go of the field marshal's leg. The field marshal seemed to be enjoying Aurelia's antics. After a mind-numbing day, dealing with someone as shameless and spineless as Aurelia, she was starting to feel unnerved and decompressed. If this is what you call bargaining, my dear, then to you beggars must be salesmen peddling sympathy, the field marshal commented, listening to Aurelia. She wanted to call Aurelia's mother and ask what she had been teaching her daughter. Since she had met Aurelia, she had seen her spend more time kneeling on the floor than standing on it. To her, Aurelia's action couldn't just be explained by the term spinelessness. Your Highness, the weak have their way of survival, and the strong have their way of survival. Then, why do the weak look up to the strong when the strong look down on the weak? Aurelia suddenly asked the field marshal with a serious tone and sincere gaze, causing those present to think the field marshal's words had offended her. The field marshal was taken aback by Aurelia's sudden change in demeanor and tone, feeling that Aurelia had her pride and her comment might have been insensitive. She contemplated her question, trying to think of a good answer, only to hear Aurelia answer the question for her. It is because the weak are kneeling they have to look up to the strong who are standing. Ha ha ha, get it. Listening to Aurelia joke, the field marshal's neck vein threatened to pop as she tried to control her anger. She had thought despite her spineless and shameless ways Aurelia might have her pride, but she was wrong. This girl seemed to have been born without those things. Come on, I thought that was a good one for something I came up on the spot. I guess you guys are not my kind of audience, Aurelia said, shaking her head and getting comfortable on the gymnasium floor. My dear, what kind of audience is your kind audience? I am guessing spineless snails. Having controlled her anger, the field marshal said, letting out a small chuckle. Hey, you smiled. Does that mean you forgive me, Your Highness? Aurelia said, striking the iron when it was hot. Sure, honey. Only if you agree to undergo my special training just for you. The field marshal had a gentle smile on her face as she compromised with Aurelia. Special training tailored just for me, when do we start? Aurelia was many things, but slacker and quitter were not one of them. The bandages wrapping around Aurelia's body, covering her bruises and lesions, were evidence of the hard training she persistently undergoes to master various body reinforcement martial arts, as it was her only way to get stronger with a quirky physique lacking proper active soul control talent. So when the field marshal said that she had special training prepared just for her, Aurelia could not help but get excited like a child seeing presents under the Christmas tree come Christmas morning. After Wyatt fixes your physique, the field marshal answered, but her gentle smile hid a knowing smirk. However, Aurelia, who was too psyched about the special training, failed to notice it. Letting go of the field marshal's feet, she sprung on her feet, performing an acrobatic maneuver. Then, she hurried to Wyatt's side and said, Boss, hurry, I have a special training to attend to. Are you sure you want to attend the special training? It might come in the way of your daily duties as a Bright Lions member. Wyatt subtly tried to warn Aurelia with his eyes catching the field marshal's smirk. Boss, please can I take a few days off for the special training? Aurelia failed to receive Wyatt's signal as she was too enthused to be offered a special training tailored just for her by the Southern hero Field Marshal Heatsend, her childhood hero, herself. Fine, suit yourself, Wyatt agreed with Aurelia, seeing she was beyond help. He understood that despite all her antics, Aurelia was still a child. It was hard for her to resist such temptations. Then, turning to the field marshal, Wyatt bluntly said, "After you are done having your fun with her, please, do give her the training she deserves." Listening to Wyatt, Aurelia could not help but frown, finding his words were peculiar, but she could not put her finger on it as she was too excited about the special training to suspect anything about it. "I plan to do just that," the field marshal informed, arriving behind Aurelia and placing her hands on her shoulders. Then, she uttered to Aurelia, "Don't worry, my dear. It's good that you applied for leave because you would be too tired from training to do your day job." Listening to the field marshal, Aurelia nodded in understanding. She couldn't wait to start the special training. Recalling Anna's training, Wyatt could not help but make one last attempt to stop Aurelia. "You sure about this, Aurelia? There are other easier and safer ways to get stronger, you know." "Boss, for my talent, easier and safer ways don't work. The hard and slow way is my way," Aurelia said with a unique confidence that caused even the field marshal, who was planning to take pleasure in her suffering during the so-called special training, couldn't help but take her seriously, putting her sadistic thoughts aside. "Fine." Wyatt too was unable to persuade Aurelia anymore, seeing her radiant confidence, and turning to the field marshal, he asked, "Speaking of special training, how is Anna's training going on? When will she join us?" "What's the matter? Do you miss your girlfriend?" the field marshal asked, not forcing Anna's mother's narrative of Wyatt being their son-in-law on him anymore. "Honestly, yes. I miss that crazy girl," Wyatt replied. Listening to him be honest, the field marshal was taken aback. It was hard to get a straight answer from Wyatt, but seeing him answer honestly now, she guessed her approach previously was wrong. "I don't know when she will be out, but she is at the crucial period of her training. If manages to pull through it, her future will be limitless," the field marshal answered. However, Wyatt found it funny, considering how the development in the card world was limited no matter how talented one was. The field marshal herself was one such example. "What about Anne? How does she grow?" Wyatt asked, trying to understand Anna's origin card better. Wondering shouldn't and be doing something to lessen Anna's burden by undergoing training herself. Instead, while Anna struggled to grow stronger and ran around doing her mother's chores. "Anne's condition is special. She will automatically grow when Anna breaks through." The field marshal avoided talking about Anne's status as Anna's origin card. And, just like every other origin card, would grow stronger undergoing a baptism as their card apprentice advances to a higher realm. Fascinating. I always thought it was the other way around." Wyatt found it hard to imagine Anna cultivating seriously. He believed that of the two, and in Anna, and would be the one pulling the weight while Anna partied. But it seems even Anna could not escape the struggles of a card apprentice with her sentient origin card. Believe it or not, Anna used to be diligent. At your age, she was already preparing to break through into the card lord realm. However, things changed when her mother decided to send her to the Morningstar University, feeling that everyone in the royal palace was cuddling her too much. Anna's mother was not wrong to fear that if things continued, Anna might grow into a sheltered flower with no real-world experience, but she miscalculated and underestimated the Morningstar University. Not that I am blaming the university for Anna's questionable qualities, but had they not ignored Anna's complaints and acted on them, she might have stood a better chance there. Honestly, considering how Luna turned out, I find myself wondering if Morningstar University is the right place for our descendants' education. The field marshal could not help but wonder. "Don't worry, now that you have handed the Southern Academic City to me, I will turn it around," Wyatt said, feeling that field marshal was confiding in him. This was the first time she did not talk about punishing Luna for hurting their honor, but talked about her like a caring grandmother. "I trust you." The field marshal did not argue about the possibility of Wyatt's absurd claims, just went with it. Wyatt found it refreshing to see the field marshal confide and trust him. With a knowing smile, he shook his head and opened Aurelia's silver grimoire, saying, "Let us continue where we stopped." Opening the grimoire's card creation page, I placed Marcy's Blood Rule substitute card in it, preparing to introduce the pathogen that once plagued Marcy into Aurelia's body. Orculian Physique passively gives its user strength, defense, and speed beyond their realm, allowing them to be physically unrevealed in their realm. When activated, its user gains a golden form that allows them to absorb 80% of all physical or spiritual damage taken, boosting their physical strength and speed, along with physical and spiritual defense, allowing them to become an unstoppable force on the battlefield. Herculean physique, in theory, was a dream physique, but practically was a quirky physique as to absorb 80% of the physical and spiritual damage the user has to directly withstand the remaining 20% of the physical and spiritual damage. 20% of the damage might be small, but when in a prolonged battle, facing a stronger enemy, or multiple enemies, that damage would prove life-threatening. Hence, one could only use this physique to gain a small burst of power and end the battle quickly before it becomes life-threatening. This was why those who had awakened Herculean physique had never been able to use this physique to achieve anything great enough to leave their mark on the card world's history. That was until Dan Malvin awakened this physique. Paired with his family bloodline, it gave birth to the unstoppable legend, Ex-Field Marshal Dan Malvin, the founder of Border City. The reason the Herculean physique was quirky was because of one shortcoming: it had no healing effect. If the physique were to boost the user's healing ability along with their physical powers, then the user would not have to worry about the 20% of damage taken when absorbing the rest 8% of all physical and spiritual damage. Not that none of the Herculean physique users had thought of various methods to make up for this shortcoming. All the previous users of this physique, including Aurelia, have tried to make use of the various healing and regeneration abilities to complete their quirky physique, but they all failed, as it was not as simple as it sounded. The Herculean physique users had to increase their healing powers both physically and spiritually to bring out the full potential of their physique. Just boosting one's healing power was not enough. The healing power should be able to keep up with damage taken both physically and spiritually. Only when they were able to meet these two conditions could a card apprentice bring out the true prowess of the Herculean physique. Just finding an ability with a strong physical healing effect was hard enough, let alone finding one with a strong spiritual healing effect. Therefore, in history, none was able to truly display the full potential of the Herculean physique until the Malvin family. As the Malvin family's bloodline perfectly made up for the Herculean physique's shortcomings, it was able to boost its users' healing powers to keep up with the damage taken. This was possible because the Malvin family bloodline effect was to temporarily boost the innate healing prowess its users were born with every time they took damage. The important part to note about the Malvin family bloodline's effect was that the boost gained would be proportional to the damage taken, and in case of consecutive attacks, the boost gained would stack. Hence, if they were able to survive the initial few damages, their healing ability could stake to a point where it could be considered godly for that duration, making the users of this bloodline very dominant in prolonged battles. Still, just by itself, the Malvin family's bloodline wasn't remarkable, as its effects would not even make it a decent healing ability. Being able to heal oneself quicker every time they took damage provided no advantage on the battlefield, since they could die before their bloodline took effect. Hence, until the birth of Dan Malvin, who awakened Herculean physique, the Malvin family had no highly notable merits on the battlefield. The Malvin family thought of various ways to boost and stack their healing abilities before going into a battle, but that was basically self-harm and a desperate measure. Hence, they used their brains over bronze to survive in that harsh period. This allowed Dan Malvin to possess the brains required to become a field marshal, while his physique, paired with his bloodline, gave him the strength necessary to become a field marshal. After all, a field marshal didn't just have to be strong, but they needed to have sufficient strategic prowess to efficiently lead the army on the battlefield. The Aurelia physique allowed the possessor of the Malvin bloodline to survive long enough that their healing prowess was boosted and staked to a level that would allow them to display the full potential of the Aurelia physique, turning them into an unstoppable force on the battlefield. This combination of the Aurelia physique and Malvin bloodline allowed Dan Malvin and his direct descendants to become legends on the battlefield. However, this led to a problem for them other than them being compared with the Southern royal family itself. Many noticed that almost all the descendants of Dan Malvin were awakening the Herculean physique. This gave birth to the rumors that the Malvin family had a method to help their descendants awaken the Herculean physique. However, The Malvin family denied these rumors, claiming that the awakening of the Orculian physique was a total coincidence by showing that it only awakened in the Dan Malvin's direct descendants with the purest Malvin bloodline. They even speculated that the Orculian physique was inherited by Dan's descendants through his bloodline, because no other descendants of the Malvin family that weren't directly related to Malvin awakened the Orculian physique. However, this led to a division in the Malvin family, as many branches of the Malvin family began to believe the rumor and thought that the main family was keeping the method to awaken the Orculian physique to themselves. Hence, many began to leave the border city and immigrate to various parts of the southern region. This caused the pundits of the southern region to speculate that the rumor about the Malvin family possessing the method to help awaken Orculian physique was started by the Malvin family enemies to divide the Malvin family that was amassing a lot of power in the border city. Many even went far as to say that maybe the Heatsen royal family was behind it. However, the main Malvin family immediately came out and said that these rumors were created not to divide the Malvin family by Malvin family enemies, but to divide the southern region by the enemies of the southern family, and Malvin family has always been loyal to southern royal family and will continue to do so in the future. The swift actions of the main Malvin family were to protect themselves, since even though few of their descendants were unstoppable and comparable to the unparalleled descendants, their family as a whole was not unstoppable like the southern royal family, which as a whole was truly unparalleled. Not to mention, the Malvin family never planned to make enemies of the southern royal family, let alone plan to overthrow them. Hence, they strongly believed someone was targeting their family mainly because of their unstoppable moniker. However, still today they could not figure out who was targeting them. If not for the southern royal family showing them mercy and differentiating truth from the rumors, the conspirators' conspiracy to get rid of their family would have succeeded. Wyatt had no idea about the Malvin family bloodline or their political importance in the southern region when he noticed Aurelia's quirky physique. Yet thanks to his soul pupils, when he first noticed Aurelia's physique, he immediately found that Aurelia's physique had a big shortcoming. It lacked a healing effect, making the physique impractical to use. Wyatt only knew of how Aurelia's family members had similar physiques and used it to make their legends on the battlefield when he heard the field marshal talk about Aurelia's mother and did a deep search on Aurelia's family. That was where he learned how her family members managed to overcome the shortcoming of Orculian physique using their family's bloodline. However, Aurelia, who lacked the family bloodline, planned to make up for the shortcomings of her physique by practicing body reinforcement martial arts. Wyatt thought it was stupid and not the correct way in the long run, as in Aurelia's current realm, not many were capable of using spiritual power to attack, so she was able to showcase her family's signature unstoppable momentum just by practicing her body reinforcement martial arts. However, when faced with enemies that could use spiritual attacks, she would instantly lose, even if the Orculian physique were to absorb 80% of it. Wyatt could not help but wonder why her family members did not warn her about this, especially her mother. After all, they should be fully aware of the Orculian physique's shortcoming. Or it was possible Aurelia took this doomed path despite their warnings, which was short-sighted on her part, considering her big goals. After introducing some of the pathogens from Marcy's Blood Curse substitute card into Aurelia's soul pathways through the Grimoire card creation page, Wyatt retrieved the substitute card and stored it in his grimoire. Then, he proceeded to break down the pathogens introduced in Aurelia's soul pathways into their soul pathways using spiritual energy and the card creation page's effect. Pathogens from Marcy's body were single-celled microorganisms that can be classified as bacteria. After Wyatt's clone in the seed world recruited treacherous helped to get him books on the pathogens in the Dark Realm from the Infinity Library. From those books, Wyatt learned that the bacteria from Marcy's body were an improved version of a species of bacteria that were quite famous in the Dark Realm, mostly among the demons that referred to themselves as plaguemancers. In the Dark Realm, the plaguemancers have termed these bacteria as protean. The reason protean bacteria was famous among the plaguemancers was because of its high adaptability. These bacteria have proven to survive anywhere as long as they have a proper supply of soul energy. Well, the versatile nature of the bacteria alone was not enough to make the protean bacteria popular among the greediest and sinistriest professions of the dark races, the plaguemancers. They found that when inside their host, bacteria will also share their high adaptability with their host, allowing the host to survive the toughest and harshest of the environment and attacks. But the problem was that protean bacteria were greedy and lazy. They charged their hosts more than the service they provided. Marcy and her predecessors were prime examples of how the protean bacteria were prone to abuse their host. But the plaguemancers were no vegetarians. Following their practice of plague, they used a proven method to control pathogens, which was to rid the protean bacteria's reason for survival and replace it with servitude. The bacteria, or any pathogens, live to reproduce and multiply, their whole being centered around the perpetuation of their species. The same was the case with protean bacteria. The reason they took more soul energy from their host than required was to use most of it to reproduce and multiply. The remainder was used to maintain themselves and their host. However, what if the protean bacteria could no longer reproduce? They would have to use all of their energy to maintain themselves and their host, as the perpetuation of their species would only be possible with their survival, since they had lost their reproduction or multiplication ability. The plaguemancers called this method the pathogen castration. They used this method to stop the pathogens they had introduced inside their body, to gain unique effects, from multiplying and becoming the cause of their death. By introducing castrated protean bacteria in themselves, the plaguemancers were able to control the quantity of protean bacteria in their body and also use them to adapt to all forms of damage, gaining resistance to those damages to a certain extent. Because of this, even if the said plaguemancer was from a weaker race with no notable traits or physique, the plaguemancers displayed a strong physique that could cause even demons from higher races turn green with envy. However, there was a huge drawback to this method. By stealing the ability to reproduce and multiply from a pathogen, the plaguemancers were putting an end to the growth and evolution of said pathogen. Not that the plaguemancers did not know of this drawback, they preferred it this way. They preferred the pathogen castration method despite its drawback because it not only allowed them to control the number of said pathogen in their body, but also made sure that the pathogens in their body did not evolve into stronger versions of themselves. This way, plaguemancers would not be in danger of losing control over the pathogens in their body and dying in the process. If the number of pathogens in their system were to decrease, then the plaguemacers could always introduce more castrated pathogens into their system. If they wanted a pathogen to grow and evolve, they could always use others as lab rats to conduct experiments. They did not have to use themselves as the lab rat. Once they have developed a stronger version of the pathogen, they can always find better methods to control it and introduce it to their body or go with the traditional method. However, still today in the dark realm, no one has found the variant of the protean bacteria similar to one that mutated in Marcy's predecessors. The variant of protean bacteria in Marcy's predecessor could be considered the most valuable of all the variants of protean bacteria ever developed, because Marcy's variation of the protean bacteria was capable of carrying the host's traits and physique into their direct descendants. If the Dark Realm were to know that there was such a variant of protean bacteria available, then they would all rush to the card world, ditching everything they had. After all, even if the Dark Realm was more advanced than the card world, they too suffered with the eternal worry of giving birth to incapable and weak descendants. No one could guarantee that their descendants would be as powerful and capable as themselves, let alone grow stronger than them. Yes, the ruler class beings gave birth to strong descendants that might become ruler class beings, but for someone who had achieved ruler class and has ruler class enemies, that level was not good enough. Even if their descendants could not grow their wealth, they wanted them to be strong enough to protect their wealth. This was true even if they were apex ruler class, as even they could not guarantee that their descendants would be able to protect what they had built. Imagine if such beings learned that there was a way that would allow them to pass their talents, traits, and physique to their descendants. Now those beings would not stop at anything to gain their hands on such a method, which was why Wyatt believed that the variant of protean bacteria he found in Marcy was the most valuable version of protean bacteria in the myriad realms. Learning about the lifespan of Voltronians and many dark races, Wyatt always wondered if the purpose of reproduction was to ensure the survival and perpetuation of their species, would an immortal race bother to reproduce? Immortal refers to the state of living forever, never dying or experiencing death. If one does not die, then what reason would they have to procreate? Obviously not for the continuation or preservation of their bloodline. Yet for some reason, even the apex ruler class beings known as the strongest beings of the myriad realms with longest lifespan had not only reproduced, but built big families. That could only mean that even the apex ruler class beings understood and had already determined that there was no eternal immortality sooner or later. They all had to die. This was why they took time out of their busy life to not only reproduce, but to provide for their family. Forget the apex ruler class beings. Even the founders of the central government of the card world had long determined that there was no eternal immortality. They all would die, some sooner and some later. All they were doing with their struggle was pushing their time of death ahead. This was why they all had built their individual families and factions that would support their families, fully aware that they could only pass the torch to their descendants and continue to live in their blood, hearts, minds, and souls. The prime example of this was demigod Norley, Jill's father. He had long determined that eternal immortality could only be possible with reproduction by maintaining their bloodline. No, he did not plan to take over their descendants' bodies using the bloodline like the demigod Redfall did. He planned to create a perfect descendant who would carry the torch from where he had left without having to take a detour. That was why he was so obsessed with the Kunthi's womb. Demigod Norley never started his own family or faction because he understood the truth that if he could not guarantee reproducing descendants that could outdo him, then his descendants would not be able to fight his friends and foes. Fearing they would only become stepping stones for them, he saved his descendants from a lot of pain and agony by not having any descendants. Until Jill, who was the seed of demigod Norley's sins. She had an incomplete physique, the carnivorous womb, which made her incapable of having feelings for the opposite sex whom her physique did not deem worthy of procreation. Now that it had found a worthy mate for Jill, it had begun to show changes. Jill could bargain with it to free her emotions toward Wyatt for their common goal. Be it incomplete research on Kunthi's womb, the quirky physique carnivorous womb, the killer pathogen Marcy's variant of protean bacteria, or Marcy's innate physique gift lineage, all would cause a huge buzz in the myriad realm. They did not offer their wielders strength, but their value in the myriad realm was beyond one's imagination. One could never know what an apex ruler class being would be willing to do to give birth to a perfect descendant carrying all of their talents, physique, traits, and more. However, currently, Wyatt wasn't after Marcy's variant of protean bacteria's gift lineage, but after its versatile adaptation aptitude. Wyatt planned to fix the Orculian physique's shortcomings using the versatile nature of the protean bacteria. Wyatt, who had received a second lease on life, was in no hurry to pass on his torch. Therefore, his interest in the reproduction capabilities of Marcy's variant of protean bacteria was very little, but he also could not help but wonder if he could fix or improve Jill's carnivorous physique using Marcy's variant of protean bacteria. If Jill wasn't demigod Norley's daughter, Wyatt would have seriously given thought to helping Jill fix her quirky physique, but unfortunately, she was demigod Norley's daughter. If Wyatt were to fix or improve her physique, then demigod Norley would definitely learn about it, even if Jill tried to hide it. The consequence that would follow, Wyatt would not even imagine, let alone control them. Therefore, for now, he did not entertain the idea of helping Jill with her physique. Maybe he would get back to her in the foreseeable future when he had more confidence about handling the consequences that would follow. Marcy's physique, gifted lineage, was going to create huge trouble. Thankfully, Field Marshal was on it. So it should not be a problem for the time being. Wyatt did not give Marcy any of her traits or physique. She had inherited them from her predecessors or the pathogen plaguing her or innately awakened them. This was beyond Wyatt's control. Besides, Wyatt could not bring himself to strip Marcy of something she had and deserved. That poor girl had been through enough. Wyatt did not want to use the facade like it was to save her from future troubles or for her own good, to erase the gifted lineage from her soul pathways. That would be cruel. Marcy's 2 traits and 1 physique were the happy ending deserving of the Davis curse that was haunting Marcy lineage. Wyatt had no right to change it. If he really wanted to help her, he could secretly help her shoulder the burden of having something too valuable for her realm. Instead of using self-righteous reasons to strip Marcy of what was rightful Marcy's. In order to use the part of protean bacteria that gave it versatile adaptability aptitude to fix Aurelia's Orculian physique, Wyatt had broken down the protean bacteria he had introduced in her soul pathways to their soul pathways. Now all he had to do was separate the soul pathway that gave the bacteria its super adaptability and then add it to the soul pathway of the Orculean physique in Aurelia's soul pathway. This way the Orculean physique would gain the adaptability of the protean bacteria. Countless processors of the Orculean physique had already determined that its only shortcoming was its lack of healing abilities. However, Wyatt was not adding healing powers to the Orculean physique's soul pathway, instead adding versatile adaptability powers to it. Was it not contrary to what he claimed to do? How did he plan to make up for the Orculean physique's lack of healing powers with adaptability? Like the other users of the Orculean physique, Wyatt too agreed that its shortcoming was a lack of healing abilities, but that was not the only shortcoming. It had another major drawback. This drawback was not just apparent to Wyatt, but to Aurelia too. This was why she continued to practice body reinforcement martial arts to make up for the shortcomings of the Orculean physique, instead of solely relying on the healing cards. The shortcoming that Aurelia and Wyatt noticed, but others failed to notice, was that the boost gained and stacked by the Orculean physique was temporary and be lost as long as the user was not attacked for a period of time. That was to say, the best way to put an end to the unstoppable momentum of Orculean physique paired with the Malvin family's bloodline was to avoid them by not attacking them altogether. This way, after a period of time, they would lose the unstoppable momentum they had gathered and start from scratch. As the bearers of the moniker Unstoppable, the Malvin family's unstoppable descendants were fully aware of this shortcoming, having made up for the Orculean physique's lack of healing abilities with their bloodline. Since the Malvin family was able to overcome the hurdle that many possessors of the Orculean physique struggled with their entire lives, they were able to see the other shortcomings of the Orculean physique that they kept to themselves. However, just because they acted ignorant, it did not mean others would not notice the shortcomings of the unstoppable Orculean physique. Actually, the first-generation unstoppable Orculean Dan Malvin himself had to face enemies that had figured out a way to disrupt his unstoppable momentum by avoiding and not attacking him for a period of time. But Dan Malvin had found a solution to his foe's tactics in self-harm. Yes, he used self-harm to continue and stack the unstoppable momentum. It was unconventional, but it worked out fine. Anything goes on the battlefield as long as you and your comrades return home proud. Aurelia, as the current princess of the border city, had access to all the information on the unstoppable Orculean. So she understood that even if she ever managed to overcome the Orculean physique's lacking healing ability and turn it into unstoppable Orculean, the physique would still be far from perfect, even though it would give her the power to dominate the battlefield. Having understood this, Aurelia gave up on trying to make up for the Orculean physique's shortcomings and instead began to use the Orculean physique as an auxiliary means to help her practice the body reinforcement martial arts. Thanks to the Orculean physique absorbing 80% of all damages and strengthening Aurelia's defenses and stamina, she could not only practice the body reinforcement martial arts for a longer duration compared to others, but also practice it to the extreme thanks to the boost to her defense and stamina granted by her physique. However, these extreme practices of Aurelia came at a cost. She had to cover her entire body in bandages to stabilize and protect the bruises and lesions on her body. Aurelia was at an age where one prioritized outer beauty since they did not have enough experience to see a person's inner beauty. At such a period in pursuit of power and thirst to prove herself, Aurelia had sacrificed her outer beauty and body. The determination shown by Aurelia was contrary to the spineless demeanor she had toward hierarchy. It can be said that Aurelia's achievements and mastery in body reinforcement martial arts were not because she had a knack for it, but because she stubbornly persisted in practicing them longer than anyone else at the risk of her body crumbling. However, her achieving Grandmaster mastery in various body reinforcement martial arts showed that her path, though thorny, was not fruitless. But other questions continued to haunt her and her family. How long could Aurelia continue on his path? Even if her will continues to hold on, will her body be able to continue to hold on? Even if her body were to hold on, what would possessing extreme mastery in body reinforcement martial arts defend against spiritual attack? Because of these questions, Aurelia's family thought that Aurelia was traveling a doomed path. Even Wyatt thought so. However, unlike the thoughts of her family and boss, Aurelia's thoughts were not complex but simple. For now, She only cared about getting strong and worrying about the rest as they came. This attitude of Aurelia was what allowed her to have her current achievements of being able to fight opponents above her realm and become top dog in the bright lines. Otherwise, if she were to let the myriad questions of the future get to her, she would never be able to possess the strength she has today. Instead, she would be as insignificant as the other possessors of the Orculian physique. Aurelia's idea to use her Orculian physique as an auxiliary support to practice and strengthen her main power body reinforcement martial arts was unlike her family members' approach of building their fighting power with Orculian physique in the center, and also what gave Wyatt the idea of using versatile adaptation aptitude of Marcy's variant of the protean bacteria to fix the Orculian physique. Wyatt was not planning on fixing the Orculian physique to achieve the unstoppable momentum that the Malvin family's unstoppable descendants pursued, but to fix the Orculian physique in such a way that it would allow Aurelia to walk the path she had chosen for herself. Wyatt believed Aurelia's tactics to use her Orculian physique as an auxiliary support to practice body reinforcement martial arts was short-sighted. He did not just come to believe this out of the blue, but because his soul pupils had shown him the damage Aurelia's approach was doing to her body. When Wyatt announced he could use pathogens in Marcy's body to fix Aurelia's physique, he had said that not seeing the true shortcomings of the Orculian physique, but seeing the shortcomings of Aurelia's approach. Aurelia's approach to using her physique to help her practice body reinforcement martial arts to the extreme was ingenious. However, her body was unable to keep up with her extreme practice. That was to say, Aurelia's physical body was failing to adapt to Aurelia's insane workout, and as a result, it was failing. Soon or later it would crumble. Having noticed this, Wyatt declared to help fix Aurelia's physique in such a way that she could travel the path she had chosen for herself. Hence, he planned to give Aurelia's physique the versatile adaptability of Marcy's variant of the protean bacteria. Another important thing Wyatt noticed with his soul pupils was that there were signs of spiritual tempering in Aurelia's spiritual body. This means that after entering the card master realm, Aurelia did not limit her insane workout just to her physical body, but extended it to her spiritual body. This showed that Aurelia wasn't blindly traveling the path she had chosen for herself, or at least someone informed and experienced was guiding her in the path she had chosen for herself. Mostly like it was her mother. Either way, once this shortcoming of Aurelia's approach was taken care of, Wyatt felt that in the longer run, one beyond the bounds of card world, expanding to the myriad realms, Aurelia's approach to Orculian physique was the best approach. As for the unstoppable Orculian approach of the Malvin family, it was only good within the bounds of the card world. Outside in the myriad realm, any being with the potential to become a ruler class being or little brain would easily one-shot them. Aurelia's idea to use her Orculian physique as an auxiliary support in her pursuit of the peak of the physical and spiritual martial arts, if her physical and spiritual body supported her, would not only allow her to become the strongest in the card world, but also give her enough change to aim to become an apex ruler class being. Wyatt's thoughts about this were not an exaggeration but the truth, and he was going to prove it with action by fixing Aurelia's physique. Soon, Wyatt separated the soul pathways of the variant protean bacteria that represented its versatile adaptability, the prodigious soul that it carried from Marcy's ancestors, and the gifted lineage that protean had developed after undergoing mutation in Marcy's ancestors' body. Wyatt retrieved these three strands of the soul pathway from the variant protean bacteria because he did promise Aurelia to grant her one trait and one physique. Since she has been a good assist in helping him subdue the field marshal, Aurelia deserved the trait and the physique. Having retrieved the three sets of soul pathways from the protean bacteria, Wyatt erased the rest of its soul pathways so that it would not become a hidden danger in Aurelia's body. Then, Wyatt added the soul pathway belonging to the versatile adaptility of the protean bacteria to the soul pathway belonging to the Orculian physique in Aurelia, such that the Orculian physique would gain the versatile adaptability of the protean bacteria. Later, Wyatt skillfully introduced the soul pathways belonging to the prodigious soul trait and the gifted lineage physique into the soul pathway of Aurelia. Eat this pill. Wyatt passed Aurelia a high-tier silver milk pill to use the soul energy boost from it to help her stabilize the modification of her innate physique and solidify the physique and the trait she would acquire. Aurelia ate the pill without hesitation, and then Wyatt and his slave consciousnesses helped her use the soul energy boost gained from the high-tier silver milk pill to help enrich her soul, using his advanced soul cultivation method such that it could adapt to the changes made to her soul pathways. This part was important, because after awakening as a card apprentice, the only other way for a card apprentice to awaken a physique or trait was by undergoing a baptism or receiving a bestowal. Right now, what Wyatt was doing to Aurelia was akin to pseudo-bestowal. He was able to perform this using what he copied from demigod Michelangelo Godson's bestowal to his last descendant on the card world Pax, White Ben Godson, combined with his advanced soul cultivation knowledge. Wyatt was able to perform pseudo-bestowal efficiently also thanks to his experience and records from helping Clara and Marcy awaken and become card apprentices. While Wyatt was helping them awaken, the Hive AI was recording all the changes and benefits his advanced soul cultivation brought to their soul, especially its miraculous effects on enriching their souls such that they would awaken innate traits and physiques that they would not have awakened by normal means. This data was precious data Wyatt would not even find in the Infinity Library. As Clara and Marcy's souls were unique, they developed their uniqueness by grinding them in the mill of life. Such data was hard to come by, because not everyone would have lived a life that would morph their soul into developing its uniqueness and individuality. Wyatt was lucky to find 2 such souls in a row in a single place. Yes, he was at the right place at the right time. Especially considering the fact that Wyatt now had a better understanding of how a soul could develop its uniqueness and individuality. In other words, how to nurture one's own. This data would be very handy when he begins to properly cultivate his soul. After Aurelia's soul underwent pseudo-bestowal, a golden light shuddered her body as her silver grimoire began to radiate. The grimoire escaped Wyatt's grasp and floated in front of its card apprentice. Covered in a blinding light, Aurelia uttered, "Boss, what's happening? I feel an unknown power coursing through my body." "Aurelia, this is it. I have done everything in my power. Next is up to your luck," Wyatt answered as the light radiating from the card apprentice and grimoire began to diminish. "That's bad, boss. I have had little luck my entire life," Aurelia responded in a panic, claiming that luck has never been her forte. "Why did you not tell me sooner?" Wyatt asked in urgency with a mischievous smile, only to hear Aurelia cry in concern. "Boss, I did not know luck was required for these things. What do we do now?" "Sigh, it is not meant to be," Wyatt said, shaking his head. Seeing him give up, Aurelia's face turned pale and her eyes widened in disbelief, but she was not prepared to throw in the towel yet, and pleaded, "Boss, there has to be some other way." "Aurelia, dear, just shut up and show me your status page." Recovering from the shock of seeing Wyatt induce a phenomenon similar to bestowal in Aurelia, Field Marshal ignored the conversation between the sadistic boss and his dimwit minion, asking Aurelia to show her status page. Reminded by Field Marshal, Aurelia too decided to check her status page. "1 second, Your Highness." "Ah!" Aurelia screamed at the top of her lungs, going through her status page. Then, she dashed toward Wyatt. Midway, she dropped on her knees and slid onto the gymnastic floor. Arriving in front of Wyatt, she hugged his waist tightly. Pressing her head against Wyatt's rock-hard abs, she chanted in gratitude, "Thank you. Thank you. Boss, you are my savior, angel, and messiah. I don't know how to thank you enough. That is what you have earned and deserve. But if you strongly feel about repaying me, you can start by letting go of me and drinking this elixir," Wyatt said, taking out one of Van's A-rank blood elixirs created by extracting numerous A-rank monster blood using the blood rule, meaning blood elixir. "Sure, boss." Letting go of Wyatt's waist, Aurelia took the blood elixir from him and emptied it in a single gulp. And, slamming the elixir tube on the floor, she asked, "Done, boss. What next?" "Clean up the glass pieces on the floor. Kids play here," Wyatt instructed, trying to be understanding of Aurelia's enthusiasm. "My bad, boss. I will clean it up right away," Aurelia replied as began to handpick the glass shards off the floor while on her knees. Seeing this, Wyatt too was beginning to think Aurelia was more comfortable kneeling than standing. Feeling she might not have a cleaning card, Wyatt turned to Diana and signaled, "Help her." Before Diana could act, Field Marshal used her cleaning card to clean the glass pieces off the floor and cleared her throat at Aurelia. Ahem, hinting, Aren't you forgetting something? Thank you, Field Marshal. Aurelia thanked and scratched the back of her head as she passed the Field Marshal her grimoire, revealing her status page. While the Field Marshal went through Aurelia's status page, Aurelia, however, began to scratch herself, feeling an itching sensation all over her body. When the itching got uncontrollable, she asked Wyatt, "Boss, what did you feed me? My skin is itching like crazy." It was a healing potion. It is not as miraculous as the one Field Marshal used on Marcy, but that should be enough to deal with your wounds. Remove your bandages so that the scabs can fall off, Wyatt informed while looking at the myriad changes in Field Marshal's facial expression with great interest. "Oh, thank you, boss," Aurelia said, feeling that her boss was good to her. "Also, when you are free, go meet Van, the guild master of TSR Guild. He should be able to give you enough blood elixir to help you with your special training," Wyatt instructed Aurelia. Before she could answer, he turned to leave, saying, "Continue as you were, but don't spend too much time in the Cardmaster realm. You have a surprise waiting for you during your next baptism." "Yes, boss," Aurelia yelled, bowing to Wyatt's back, resolving never to let him down. Diana and Cindy followed Wyatt outside quietly, leaving Field Marshal and Aurelia in the gymnasium. However, soon Field Marshal's figure flashed before Wyatt, stopping him in his tracks. "You said you had nothing to do with Marcy getting her prodigious soul trait and gifted lineage physique. Then, what is this?" the Field Marshal asked, shoving Aurelia's grimoire in front of Wyatt's eyes. "Trait name, prodigious soul. Trait type, acquired, passive, trait effect. The user's soul has an extraordinary talent for soul cultivation. Physique name, super Herculean. Physique type, innate, active/passive. Physique effect, Heraclean. Passive, the user has an extraordinary physique and spirit beyond others in the same realm. 2. Herculean adaptability. Passive, if the user's physical and spiritual body survives an intense situation, their body and spirit will adapt and grow stronger as a result. 3. Unstoppable Herculean. Active eye. The user takes a golden form and is able to absorb 80% of both spiritual and physical damage to convert it and boost the user's physical strength and speed along with physical and spiritual defense. 2. The boost will stack with continuous damage. 3. 20% of the remaining damage will be directly inflicted on the user and stack with continuous damage. 4. If the user can maintain the golden form long enough, their spiritual and physical body will slowly adapt to the damage sustained. Physique name, gifted lineage. Physique type, acquired, passive. Physique effect. The user's descendant will inherit the user's acquired trait, prodigious soul. "I stand by what I said," Wyatt said, pushing the grimoire aside. Seeing the frown on his face, the Field Marshal hurriedly took a step back and explained, "Wyatt, please don't get me wrong. I don't mean to pry, I was just too excited. Also, I am asking this for your safety. It is okay, I understand. That trait and physique are indeed too attractive. I wasn't lying when I said I had nothing to do with Marcy awakening them. However, by helping her become a card apprentice, I have come to understand how she gained them and helped Aurelia achieve the same," Wyatt answered, not taking offense to the Field Marshal's sudden outburst. It was understandable, as the gifted lineage physique would have such an effect on anyone, be it the Field Marshal or an Apex ruler class being. Locking eyes with her, Wyatt continued to say, exerting a strong confidence, "As for my safety, with you here, I don't think I need to worry about it. Wyatt, I appreciate your trust and confidence in me, but this is even beyond me. I do not think I can handle something like this. You should not be so casual about something like this. I think you should not have given her the trait and physique. This is too risky, especially if she babbles this to her mother." The Field Marshal shook her head, understanding that if the card world were to know Wyatt had a method to give people the trait, prodigious soul, and the physique, gifted lineage, he would become the most wanted man in the world. No one he knew would be safe, including the Field Marshal and the Southern royal family. "I would never snitch on the boss," Aurelia, who had just rushed out of the gymnasium and caught up with the group, yelled, listening to the Field Marshal's words. Then, she rushed to Wyatt's side and, locking eyes with him, she swore, "In the presence of the world's will, I swear." Wyatt moved and forced Aurelia's jaw shut. Interrupting her, he said, "Don't do something stupid that you cannot take back. Be but boss." Aurelia forcefully moved her tongue only to be interrupted by Wyatt once again. Aurelia, I trust you. Then, Wyatt turned to glance at Cindy, Diana, and the field marshal before proceeded to say, I trust all of you. Do you think I would do something without thinking it through? Then once again looking back into Aurelia's eyes, Wyatt let go of her jaw and added, Besides, I want you to tell your mother about this. Wyatt, the field marshal shouted in disapproval. Before he could interrupt her, the field marshal hurriedly spoke her mind. Wyatt, I trust you, but I cannot sit by and watch you do something so risky. Field marshal, if Aurelia's mother is as smart as you make her be, then she will know the best course of action for her, her family, her city, and the southern region, Wyatt remarked. Taking her cue, Aurelia spoke up. Boss, don't worry. I will help her make the right decision. Aurelia understood what Wyatt meant without him having to explain it to her, and she did not hesitate to follow it through. Good. I will leave this matter to you. Wyatt nodded at Aurelia, who agreed to help him ally her mother. He trusted her to do a good job and come through on this one, having seen her excellent performance in the gymnasium earlier. Then, he prepared to head out, but the field marshal did not make way. Wyatt, I like your idea to ally with the Malvin family and the border city, but I can't go along with the means you have chosen. I thought you were more cautious than this. The field marshal felt that even a slight risk of a leak in the case of trait, prodigious soul, and physique, gifted lineage, should not be tolerated as the consequences were devastating. She felt Wyatt should know this, so she did not understand why Wyatt continued to go on this path. Field Marshal, you are right. The old me would have thought of a better method to box Aurelia's mother and the border city in, leaving them no choice but to ally with me. But now that I have capable people like yourself and Aurelia by my side, I will leave it to you guys. I trust your judgment to do what you feel is necessary, Wyatt informed, instructing the field marshal and Aurelia to turn the neutral border city into their allies. Boss, does this mean I will be working with the field marshal on this one? Aurelia asked Wyatt. Yes, you heard her. This matter is too sensitive. We have to lessen the odds as much as possible. I trust you two will come up with a better plan. I will chip in about 100,000 free VR slime cards for the border city, which should give you enough incentive over them, Wyatt proposed, having long decided not to do everything by himself and share some of it with his people. Besides, there was a reason Wyatt was so casual about this. He believed that border city was an easy target. If only they had received a properly worded apology that their ancestor Dan Malvin deserved from the Southern Royal Court, they would have long chosen to ally with Anna's mother with her excellent courting skills. Because Border City was financially struggling. For a city governed by a military family, a financial crisis was expected. The Malvin family members were extraordinary tacticians on the battlefield and excellent scholars of warfare, but when it came to city management and business, the same rule as the army and battlefield did not apply. Their princess, Aurelia, was an example of how impoverished the border city was. Aurelia came from a proper demigod family with strong demigods whose military achievements were compared with the likes of the Heatsend royal family. Yet, Aurelia, the only daughter of the main Maven family matriarch and border city lord, did not have proper resources and cards when compared to ABA Windsor, who only had one parent, who was a demigod. Aurelia did not have a proper supply of healing potions to help her with her training, so she covered her injured body with bandages to help her heal them. A basic cleansing card was a must for any rich family daughter, but Aurelia did not have one and did her chores by hand. If this was the condition of a direct descendant of the unstoppable legend Dan Malvin, then one can only imagine what the regular citizens of the border city must be going through. Thankfully, with their military prowess, they were able to constantly raid high-ranking dungeons and keep their city's economy from a total collapse. Right now, the border city needed help, but the Malvin family and their followers were too proud to ask for help from the Southern royal family because of their past. Even if the descendants of Dan Malvin were willing to let go of the past for the good of their city and the citizens, their followers would not allow them to. The Malvin family had no choice but to value their followers' decision because their ancestors were the ones who helped Dan Malvin establish Border City and its current reputation of being the iron wall between the southern region and the empire. They followed their ancestors from the battlefield and turned the border city into their home. These guys stayed and helped during the city's darkest hour, especially considering that most of their branch Malvin family immigrated to other places believing a baseless rumor. They had equal rights as the Malvin family to be angry with how Dan Malvin was treated by royal court. Without them knowing, the main Malvin family was stuck between doing everything to provide for their citizens and to please their loyal followers. Both Anna's mother and Aurelia's mother were aware of this, but none of them took the necessary steps to rectify this. Aurelia's mother did not take decisive steps because she was worried that if they were to join the Southern royal family without getting a proper apology from the royal court and finding the perpetrator that drove them out of the Southern capital in the first place, they would once again be targeted like in the past. Anna's mother offered Aurelia's mother everything but what the border city wanted because she might control the southern region from the shadows, but to get the entire royal court to apologize to the border city and Malvin family was not possible even for her, because ministers serving in the royal court had accumulated lots of merit, and also some of them were older than her and her father. The political power they held, though, did not threaten her, but was enough to help them oppose her. With such circumstances surrounding them, the border city allying with the hope of the southern region would be in the best interest of its citizens and the Malvin family. Wyatt did not need to box them because they were already drowning in their problems. All the field marshal and Aurelia had to do was throw them a lifeboat, and they would climb on it the first opportunity they got. This was entirely possible, especially when Aurelia's mother learned about Aurelia's new status and the 100,000 free VR slime card Wyatt planned to donate to the border city. Considering their circumstances and the offer made by Wyatt, it would be impossible for Aurelia's mother to reject the alliance with Wyatt. 100,000 free VR slime cards, Aurelia exclaimed, listening to her boss. She only managed to get her hands on the VR slime cards recently, that too, because she was part of one of the vast enterprises under Wyatt's command. So she could not imagine the trouble other people would have to go through to get their hands on the VR slime cards, let alone the border city. Those VR slime cards should be enough to get your mother to leave the border city and head over here, the field marshal said to Aurelia, and then with a threatening tone she added, until then hide your status from her. Got it, field marshal. Can't I just talk this over a call? Aurelia understood that the field marshal wanted to use the free VR slime cards to seduce her mother to the Sky Blossom City, where the field marshal would have total control over how she revealed her status to her mother and talked to her about allying border city with Wyatt. This way, if Aurelia's mother were to reject their alliance, then the field marshal could take swift action to ensure that Aurelia's mother would not be able to leak any information on Aurelia's status or how she got her new physique and trait. This was an excellent plan, but Aurelia was worried. Even though she was sure her mother would choose to ally with Wyatt, a part of her could not help but worry that on an off chance, if her mother were to disagree, then she would be putting her mother in a tough position. Especially with Field Marshal here, her mother would stand little chance. Don't worry, dear. I do not plan on harming your mother. If things don't work out, I will just get her to take an oath to keep our secret safe and let her go without any harm, the Field Marshal assured, having felt Aurelia's worries. That is assuring, Aurelia said, but her eyes expressed complex thoughts. She knew her mother. Even if she was facing the Field Marshal, her mother would only do what she thought was right. Knowing her mother's stubborn side, Aurelia was worried. A fight might break out between her mother and the Field Marshal. She always wanted to find out who would win between her mother and the Field Marshal, but now that there was the possibility of her finding it out, Aurelia was not happy, as she did not want to find an answer to that question this way. Good to see you guys working together. Continue the good work, Wyatt said as he walked past the Field Marshal, adding, let me go greet the guests that arrived before they disturb the city's peace. As Wyatt headed out of the orphanage to greet the people who were creating a ruckus in the Sky Blossom City airspace, the Field Marshal followed him, saying, I can send them on their way if you don't want to meet them. No, let us give the people what they came for, the hope of the southern region, Wyatt said as he exited the lobby. Walking into the orphanage garden, he added, it seems your video is a hit among young people, to thinking they would all rush over here, leaving everything else, before shooting into the sky at max speed. No, it was your speech. You are the hope of South. It struck a chord with them, the Field Marshal said as she followed behind Wyatt with ease. Aurelia summoned a hoverboard and followed the Field Marshal and Wyatt. Unable to keep up to their speed in her hoverboard, she lost sight of them in a mere second. Yet, thanks to her new trait, Prodigious Soul, She could feel the numerous strong presences wildly emitting their soul's signature in the airspace, and head toward them, thinking they must be the people Wyatt was talking about. Need a lift? Diana asked as she and Cindy quickly overtook Aurelia's hoverboard in the flagship of her Phantom Fleet origin card. Awesome, Aurelia exclaimed. She didn't hesitate to jump on Diana's Phantom ship, thanking her for the lift, and adding, "Hurry, I don't want to miss the show." It seems they are by the edge of the void. Will the Phantom ship be able to fly at that height? Cindy asked Diana with a fro, learning the location their boss was headed. The Phantom ship will consume a lot of soul energy to fly at that height, but don't worry, I have stocked up on enough mid-grade and high-grade soul jades just for occasions such as these, Diana informed, as her flagship suddenly picked up speed and gained altitude. By the edge of the void, that means they are not here to simply meet the hope of the South, as the boss made it sound, Aurelia added, staring into the sky. Even though it was clear sky, Aurelia could not spot a single figure. She could see nothing but occasional white clouds in the blue sky. If not for her soul warning her that there were powerful presences in the sky, she would doubt that there were numerous figures in the Sky Blossom City's airspace. Let us head there first before jumping to any conclusion, Diana said as the Phantom ship continued to gain altitude at an incredible speed for an origin card of a card lord. This was because Diana was burning a lot of mid-grade soul jades to get to their destination as fast as possible. "Oh my goodness, Jaya!" Cindy suddenly yelled as she stared at her grimoire in sheer shock. "What happened?" Diana asked as she peeped into Cindy's grimoire to find a video of bloody Jaya engaging in aerial combat. Noticing that the video was being streamed live, she could not help but exclaim, "What is she doing up there? Shouldn't she be behind closed doors forging her ego gem? She can't even react to the opponent's attacks." Sigh. I had warned her on multiple occasions that her extraordinary might was useless if she did not have the proper training and skills to use it. Still, she did not correct her ways. Sigh. Losing to me was not enough, now she is losing to some spoiled brat from the southern capital. This is so embarrassing. FCK? Look at those stupid comments. Aurelia kept sighing and criticizing Jaya. But it was worth noticing that Aurelia, who gained extraordinary strength from her physique, felt Jaya's physical prowess was extraordinary. Then, ignoring Diana and Cindy's stare, Aurelia began to retort the online comments on the live stream with gusto. "Hey, buddy, she is the weakling and misfit of our organization. Winning against her means nothing. Your parents must be proud to know you can use these vulgar words. If they are struggling this much to defeat our weakling, then they are overestimating themselves to say they will defeat Bright Lions. Come to the Sky Blossom City and try saying that to my face. You are crazy and your family is crazy. Even in your dreams, you can't defeat us with that level of strength. You are a virgin. Up yours, buddy. Your mom." Aurelia tried to hold her ground in the comment section, but by the time she posted one comment, thousands of comments targeting her would be posted. Finding herself outnumbered, she proceeded to call on the members of Bright Lions to help her deal with netizens writing infuriating comments about Fine Gold and all other related organizations. These people were so hateful and vulgar that after a few comments, even she started to swear at them and their families. Seeing them call her attention, Hort was her tipping point. None of the netizens dared to comment on Wyatt, the Southern Hope. Even if they envied him and had opinions about him, they did not dare to voice them, as no matter what, he was the hope of the South, agreed by the Southern royal family and the Southerners. Insulting him would be the same as insulting the Southern royal family and the Southerners who had elected him for that title. Therefore, they targeted and focused on the people around Wyatt instead. Anna's mother might have conferred the title Hope of the Southern Region to Wyatt, using his achievements at such a young age to prove his worthiness to carry the title, but she was only able to convince the average public, not the rich and the powerful. The average public was simple-minded and easy to sway, but the rich and powerful had complex thoughts, and they all had their own opinions. However, none dared to voice their opinion, as they did not want to be targeted by Anna's mother. After all, going against her in the southern region was equal to attempting suicide. Still, there were always calves in the mountain that were not afraid of the tiger. "Can this thing go any faster?" Aurelia asked Diana in impatience. Losing to the hateful netizens on the Grimoire network, Aurelia could not wait to go to the edge of the void and beat the SHD out of those stuck-up snobs. "Hey, I am going as fast as I can here. Diana snapped back at Aurelia. This must be the 10th time Aurelia rushed her in the past minute. She was a human, and her patience also had limits. Aurelia, answer me this. How do you plan to fight them in at the edge of the void if you can't even fly? Cindy reminded Aurelia. I have my hoverboard. Aurelia answered immediately. Sure. If you want to plunge to your death, your hoverboard is a good choice. Cindy said sarcastically, hinting to Aurelia that there was a limit to the height at which her hoverboard could fly. No. If Jaya can do it, I too can. Aurelia said, feeling if Jaya could fly by the edge of the void, it would not be hard for her hoverboard to fly at that height. Not to mention, Aurelia did not want to be outdone by Jaya. Even though Jaya was losing devastatingly, she was in the game and Aurelia wasn't. Your teachers must adore your genius-level intellect. Cindy mocked Aurelia, listening to her dumb argument. Sigh, Cindy, leave her alone. She still has a long way to go. Diana sighed, defending Aurelia against Cindy. It was not a secret, though Aurelia was a quick learner, she was not that bright. So, Diana was in awe of Aurelia's mother, who had done a good job teaching her about judging people in politics. Seeing Aurelia in action against the field marshal in the gymnasium, Diana and Cindy were in awe. But listening to her say she planned to fight at the edge of the void on her hoverboard, they could not shake their head in dismay, wondering how she could not know something so basic. Well, not every teenager can be like the boss. Otherwise, our existence would become obsolete. Cindy gave up teasing Aurelia, recalling that Aurelia had been a little dumb since she met her. She believed it was one of Aurelia's charms that made people not feel threatened by her by taking their minds off her other outstanding qualities. Are you guys calling me dumb? Aurelia asked Diana and Cindy with a frown. We would never, honey. You are smart and quick on your feet compared to many we know, but we feel that you need to focus on your studies a little bit more. Diana did not just say this to console Aurelia. She honestly felt that way about Aurelia. After all, not just any teenager could stand tall under the field marshal's intense pressure. Diana, herself, had almost been manipulated by the field marshal into going against her boss's orders. But Aurelia held her own and assisted Wyatt against the field marshal. Aurelia had her strengths and weaknesses. She was still young. With her age and experiences, her weakness would only decrease and her strengths would increase. Listening to Diana say that she should focus on her studies more, Aurelia exclaimed, You guys are calling me dumb. For you to get so defensive about this, it must be a sensitive topic for you. Let us just drop it at here. Diana took a step back, finding Aurelia gets defensive whenever they bring up studies or school. Listening to Diana, Aurelia frowned, brows eased. However, Cindy did not let the matter rest, instead tried to persuade Aurelia to give the school a second try, saying, Aurelia, honey, you have the trait prodigious soul. It has the word prodigy in it. I think, if not for anything, just for the sake of exploring the extent of your trait, you should give the school a second try. Who knows? Maybe your trait might have made you an academic genius. Is that even possible? Aurelia asked Cindy in longing. It seems she did not hate the idea of studying, but had a hard experience with it. I think so. How about I arrange a secret private tutor for you to test the effect of your trait in the academic field? Let us just think of this as a trial round. If your trait has made you a prodigy, then you can start attending the school and show off your brilliance, Cindy proposed. Her boss had made her responsible for Aurelia's education. She planned to get it done, even if it meant tricking Aurelia. Yes, let us do that. Aurelia nodded, agreeing to follow Cindy's arrangement. Diana had a knowing smile seeing Cindy trick Aurelia, but she did not blame Aurelia for being gullible, because many would find Cindy's words enticing. Heck, anyone would jump at the first opportunity to rectify their past regret. But I have a special training session with Field Marshal after this. Aurelia suddenly recalled her arrangement with the field marshal. Don't worry, we can experiment on your trait after your training is concluded, Cindy assured. As long as Aurelia was willing to give studies a try, half of Cindy's work was done. Another half was to make studies fun for Aurelia, such that she would not give up midway, disappointed that her trait doesn't help her with her academics. Cindy never believed that Aurelia's prodigious soul would make her an academic prodigy, otherwise their boss would not be one of a kind and so quick to rise to fame. If nothing, this girl can take a beating, Diana suddenly said, looking at the live stream of Jaya's fight by the edge of the void. Cindy and Aurelia walked next to her to see a bloody Jaya looking around the sky in alert as multiple shadows flashed around her. Her opponent seemed to be an assassin-type card apprentice well-versed in illusion and agility. The card apprentice was just too fast for Jaya, was using tricks to confuse her mind, and seemed to have an extraordinary weapon that could break Jaya's skin, muscles, and bone that were near invulnerable in same realm. How are they able to fly at that height? If my hoverboard cannot fly at that height, Aurelia asked, looking at the occasional spectators shown in the live stream. They all appeared to be kids of her age, but they all were capable of hovering by the edge of the void. In the live stream, she could not tell their realm, but considering that they were all of her age, they must be in the same realm as her, or at most in the cardlord realm. Aurelia, honey, your hoverboard is an E-rank basic model item, but they are all equipped with a minimum of C to A rank items. Those kids who appeared in the live stream just a few seconds ago were all equipped with the latest Void Step boots. Even the C-rank Void Step boots item card would allow one to easily walk in the air at any height, while automatically rearranging the center of gravity of the user according to their movement. Those cards are not only expensive, but hard to find in the regular market. Fine Gold wanted to stock a few of those considering their demand in the market, but we could not get our hands on a single one of them, Diana informed Aurelia based on her observation. When I get my first salary, I will buy one of those, Aurelia uttered with resolve. Listening to her, Diana felt as if her words fell to the deaf ear. I know that Bright Lion's pay is generous, but with your current salary scale you will have to save up about a decade to get one of those cards unless you raid the dungeon on the side, Cindy informed, pouring cold water on Aurelia's dream. It was because Aurelia acted like this. None of the employees of the Fine Gold or Bright Lions thought Aurelia had a huge background. She did not have a single princess bone in her body despite being the princess of the border city. Cindy and Diana felt that Aurelia had a tough childhood in the border city for her to grow up spineless and shameless despite her honest tongue. Otherwise, no descendant of a demigod would be as comfortable groveling on the floor as standing on the floor. Knowing that everyone had their story, they did not try to pry in on her past, instead tried to be part of her present to hope for a better future together. Okay. From now on, I will start raiding dungeons in my free time, Aurelia announced, having resolved to buy Void Step boots. Or we can just hand Boss a list of cards that are in demand in the market, and he will mass-produce better versions of those cards for us to sell and use. Diana proposed the alternative that she had been thinking for quite a while. Boss's hand is full with VR slime cards. Do you think he will have time to take on new card projects, especially with the Slime Fairy card project still under development? Cindy asked in doubt. After all, their boss was a busy man. It won't hurt to try. Besides, we will need those cards to help us and other employees to keep up with the boss's astonishing growth rate. I am starting to worry that the Blossom District branch of operation will soon become obsolete in the boss's grand plans at his current pace of development if we do not get creative and hesitate to take risks. Diana has long realized that if they wanted to be in Wyatt's grace for a long period with the addition of new and capable members, they would need to be of use to him, and that was only possible by quickly conquering the Blossom District and expand to a nearby district. Guys, with the boss's flight speed, shouldn't he have already reached the edge of the void? Jaya will die at this rate, Aurelia said in concern, noticing that blood-covered Jaya was wobbling and was barely able to maintain her flight at that height. It was already a miracle that she was able to last so long sustaining such severe injuries. Oh, this is nothing. She has recovered from worse, and that was before she got her origin card, Diana responded nonchalantly to Aurelia's shock. She did not appear to be anguished over Jaya's current state. She was rather apathetic about Jaya's fight. Seeing Diana's lackluster reaction to Jaya's fight would make it hard for a stranger to guess they were sisters. Jaya lacks the creativity to fight, but is good at taking a beating. When it comes to stamina, no one is her match unless they have a special physique or skill like you. Cindy shook her head and informed Aurelia, adding to Diana's response. I agree with you. She makes a good punching bag. I have fought her, I should know. But I feel like her opponent is toying with her. Aurelia felt that Jaya's opponent was using her to keep the live stream lively, instead of finishing her off in one go. Well, underestimating Jaya will cost them dearly. You will see, Cindy said, having been part of Jaya's daily training. Whatever, I don't like this. How much longer? Can't this thing go any faster? Aurelia asked Diana impatiently. Even though Jaya was part of Fine Gold, she moonlighted as a member of Bright Lions. so Aurelia could not help but feel responsible for her. My Phantom fleet isn't meant to climb to such high altitude. The flagship and the Phantom crew are doing their best. We still have 50 miles to go, Diana replied in annoyance. Her Phantom fleet's maximum operational height was 6 to 8 miles from the ground. Right now, she was burning mid-grade soul jades as fuel for it to climb to the edge of the void, nearly 100 miles from the ground. Her Phantom fleet's maximum speed was the best among any A-rank vehicle cards out there, but when climbing beyond the specified maximum height, its speed was reduced by a significant margin. Therefore, Diana was satisfied that her origin card was able to take her to the edge of the void so that she wouldn't miss out on the action. Ah! Aurelia screamed in frustration. Her body might be here, but her mind was at the Jaya's fight. If only her hoverboard was capable of climbing to the edge of the void. Having played their share of school gang fights at Aurelia's age, Diana and Cindy clearly understood Aurelia's frustration, but there was nothing they could do about it. Just then, a thought crossed Cindy's mind. Building on it, Cindy took out a golden grimoire and passed it to Aurelia. I have a means to help you get to the edge of the void faster. First, take it and upgrade your grimoire. It should be possible with your new traits. A golden grimoire, that's too much. I can't. Aurelia was aware that a golden grimoire was a precious resource even for a big company from a third-rate city, so she immediately rejected Cindy's offer. Besides, her family would provide her with a golden grimoire if she needed one. Don't feel burdened. Boss has given us a bunch of gold and silver-grade grimoires to sponsor talented card apprentices such as yourself. Cindy pushed the golden grimoire into Aurelia's hands. Talented card apprentices. An unconscious smile graced Aurelia's lips as she uttered these words. Then taking the golden grimoire from Cindy, she summoned her silver grimoire to begin the upgrading process. After a couple of minutes, Aurelia's grimoire's silver brilliance slowly morphed into golden and vanished, revealing a golden grimoire. Witnessing that Aurelia's grimoire was upgraded, Cindy unequipped 2 cards from her grimoire, and before passing them to Aurelia, she reminded, I am only lending you these cards temporarily. You have to return them to me later. Yes, I will. Aurelia enthusiastically took the cards from Cindy and equipped them in her upgraded grimoire. Upon learning that Cindy's cards were a Wind Rule Rune Spirit Summon card and a Summon Possession card, she exclaimed, Whoa, these cards are too strong. How can I get one? Boss gave me the Summon card when we uprooted the Sun Blossom City branch of the Circle. If you are lucky, he might give you one later. Cindy's Wind Rule Rune Spirit Summon card was none other than the Elemental Rune Spirit Summon card Wyatt had created using broken runes. Later, she bought the Summon Possession card with her savings. These cards were too precious and stronger together. It was hard for her to part with them, even if it was only her temporarily lending them to Aurelia. Stop wasting your time and get to the battlefield. Corey has made her appearance. Don't let her steal all the spotlight, Diana said, noticing Corey's appearance in the live stream of Jaya's fight. Diana was well aware of her little sister's strengths and weaknesses. Jaya was strong with a powerful origin card, but not skilled enough to become the center of attention on the battlefield, like Aurelia or Corey. Jaya seriously lacked in terms of combat skills. She was too reliant on her origin card. Diana specifically had a card Lord of Cindy's caliber to beat some combat skills into her, but Jaya had yet to pick a decent combat sense. But she had made some progress, far better than the idiotic display she had put on during the city's tournament. How did Corey get there faster than us? I have to get there immediately. The only people to suppress Aurelia in the Bright Lines were all the descendants of the Bright family, the Bright brothers, and Corey. These people displayed strong physical strength, had awesome origin cards, and were highly skilled in combat. No matter how hard she tried, she could not last more than 10 minutes against them. This was especially true against Corey. Summon. Wind Rule Elemental Rune Spirit. Aurelia uttered in urgency. Soon the wind in front of her gathered to form a voluptuous humanoid female figure. The spirit's curves and lines were well defined along with its facial features. It appeared to look like an apparition of a benevolent middle-aged woman. Summon Possession. With Aurelia's command, the wind apparition turned into a tornado and entered Aurelia's body. Soon Aurelia's body and hair began to float, wrapped by a delicate layer of wind. This is awesome. See you guys later. Bidding her goodbye, Aurelia rushed to the edge of the void with her newfound cards. Ha ha. I forged my ego before that BTCH Cindy. Jaya laughed in joy as she walked out of her closed-door practice. Cindy among the fine gold trio had shown the fastest progress in forging her ego gem. Therefore, Jaya was always worried that Cindy would forge her ego gem first among the three of them and get rewarded by Wyatt. Fearing the worst, these past few days Jaya has been seriously refining her soul energy to compress them and forge her ego gem. However, when she refined a minimum amount of soul energy to forge her ego gem, her blue stone suddenly mutated. I was lucky that the blue stone that my birth parents left with me had automatically morphed into a mutated ego gem meeting the right requirements. Otherwise, it would have been hard for me to forge my ego gem before Cindy. However, Wyatt did say he wanted to see my ego gem after I forged it. Was he already aware that the blue stone would mutate into my ego gem when I met all the requirements? Well, he did create my origin card, so I cannot put it past him. Jaya contemplated as she walked to the elevator to head to her sister's office and give her the good news in person to see the joy on her sister's face. I wonder if Wyatt will give me an extra reward for forging a mutated ego gem, especially since my mutated ego gem has an overpowered special trait, rule invulnerability. Jaya skipped and hopped toward the elevator, joyously wondering about Wyatt's reaction to her mutated ego gem and its special trait. Trait name: rule invulnerability. Trait type: innate, passive, trait effect. Whenever the user comprehends and masters a rule, they will gain invulnerability to the rule proportional to their comprehension and mastery of the rule and its meanings. The special trait rule invulnerability will automatically give Jaya invulnerability and resistance to rules and their meanings propositional to her mastery and comprehension of the said rule and its meanings. This means that if Jaya had uncommon tier comprehension and mastery of fire rule, she would be invulnerable to uncommon tier fire rule power attacks or display strong resistance to fire rule power in case the attack was of a higher tier. This elevated the invulnerability of Jaya's Viltronian origin to a whole new level. Not to forget, the Bluestone's mutation also helped me break through to the mid-rank of the card Grandmaster realm and upgrade my origin card, adding the Viltronian legacy to its additional effects. Jaya recalled her gains after successfully forging her ego gem. This caused Jaya to wonder, maybe I should make some time to explore the Viltronian legacy. I might find out about my birth parents in it and learn why they abandoned me. However, Jaya soon put that thought in the back of her mind, as she did not have that much attachment to her birth parents. Just the thought of trying to learn about her birth parents made her feel guilty. She felt like she was betraying her sister, Diana, especially since the topic of her origin and birth parents has been a sensitive topic for them. Then, Jaya began to fantasize about her informing Wyatt about forging her ego gem and how he would choose to reward her. Just thinking about it got her excited and flushed. As she reached her sister's penthouse, she found it to be empty. She instinctively wanted to call her sister, but did not. Because if Diana learns that Jaya was out of closed-door practice, she will ask if Jaya had forged her ego gem. Not wanting to ruin the surprise, Jaya reached out to the regular employees to learn that her sister was at the orphanage to arrange a meeting between Wyatt and the employees with notable contributions to the company. Learning that she could inform about her successfully forging her ego gem to both Wyatt and Diana at the same time, Jaya grew ecstatic. She hurriedly activated her origin card, planning to make a dazzling entry at the orphanage by donning her glittering gray Viltronian bodysuit. This is different. Jaya found that her metallic gray Viltronian bodysuit had turned into a silver Viltronian bodysuit. The golden 8-pointing star on the bodysuit's chest section had become more defined and had a golden electric glow to it, while her cape was no longer white, but silver with golden trim. The cape fluttered with the light movement of the wind, showing that it had capabilities to help with her flight. The golden armguard and boots had subtle changes, making them more majestic in appearance. Jaya's new bodysuit had a surprising new addition, a golden tiara. It's a golden-colored circlet donned on her forehead, featuring a neon gold 8-pointing star in the center. She had a vague feeling that this tiara was more than just a fashion statement and had a deep and profound meaning to it. Jaya could sense an incredible power gathered at the center of the neon gold 8-pointing star at the center of the golden tiara that scared even her. Jaya thought her current silver bodysuit was sturdier and stylish than the previous one. In her current form, she felt like an incarnation of a saint. As such, she was obviously happy about the unexpected gain and was looking forward to seeing Wyatt and Diana's reaction to her new bodysuit. Excited, Jaya took to the sky and found that the cape of her bodysuit allowed her to break wind resistance and increase her flight speed to set a new record. During her flight, Jaya also found that the cape allowed her to make sharp turns and make a quick halt. Most importantly, whenever she flew along with the wind current, Jaya found that thanks to her cape, her flight speed increased by almost 3 times. Exploring the capabilities of her new bodysuit's cape, Jaya learned that there was so much more to flying, and it was a lot more fun than she previously thought. Flying at record-breaking speed, Jaya was enjoying herself so much that she forgot about her initial goal to meet up with her sister and boss at the orphanage. Experimenting with her newfound flight capabilities, Jaya soon climbed to the edge of the void to see how high she could fly. However, as she neared the edge of the void, she felt numerous powerful presence. Despite being surprised to sense several strong presences here of all places, Jaya decided to greet them, hoping to run into the Southern Emperor and Royal Queen once again. Just like the time when high school gangs from the surrounding cities planned to retaliate against Bright Lions for helping Wyatt destroy the Sun Blossom branch of the Circle. However, arriving at the edge of the void, Jaya was surprised to find that the powerful presence she felt were children of her age. Most of them were walking effortlessly at the edge of the void. Observing that they were all having some sort of gathering and waiting for their peers, Jaya was astonished. After all, this was the edge of the void, not some picnic spot. I did not think there would be a local card apprentice capable of climbing to the edge of the void. About time they noticed us. I was starting to think this trip was just a waste of time. Do we begin? Others aren't here yet. Gloria, you and the local are in the same realm. With your cards, it shouldn't be hard for you to take her hostage. Do I have to take her hostage? Can't I just kill her? No, capture her alive. After all, we cannot meet the hope of the South empty-handed. In that case, won't her corpse make a better present? Listening to the mysterious teenagers, Jaya gathered that they were here to meet Wyatt. Seeing them show hostility toward Wyatt and her, Jaya became alert, ready to fight them if necessary. She eyed the teenage boy and girl who were debating about taking her hostage or killing her. The girl named Gloria was a tall blonde in a white halter top. She was in the card grandmaster realm, the same as Jaya, but the boy who ordered her was surprisingly in the card master realm. He was gray-haired with a tall and slim build. Jaya felt the boy either had incredible status or power beyond his realm to command the girl in a realm higher than him. Gloria, just go and capture her. We are not here to make enemies of the Southern Hope, but wish him luck in his pursuit. The boy snapped at the blonde girl, asking her to do what she was told. Shaking her head, Gloria came forward, heading toward Jaya, asking, "What kind of vulgar attire is that? Is that how you locals dress down here in the Deep South? And what's with the tiara? Are you supposed to be the princess of the local tribe or something?" Vulgar? Jaya took a look at her bodysuit. It was tightly wrapped around her well-endowed physique. It highlighted her ample curves, slim waist, flat belly with defined lines, and long legs. Then she looked at Gloria's body, especially her chest and ass. She had none. Jaya unconsciously grinned, having made this observation. "You itch," Gloria yelled, seeing the wide grin on Jaya's face when she glanced at her chest and ass right after glancing at her own. Jaya's action could not have been more obvious and proactive in Gloria's eyes. Shadow Fong. Gloria summoned a dragger with a pitch-black blade, gray hilt, and red handle as she dashed at Jaya in rage. However, as she neared Jaya, she suddenly retreated, jumping back, while performing a double flip to dodge a crimson energy slash that was aimed at her. Then, she frantically scanned her surroundings, yelling, "Who dares to attack me?" The crowd of noisy teenagers who were cheering for Gloria suddenly turned silent, seeing the crimson energy slash that appeared out of nowhere. Soon, all their gazes moved and converged on a group of fellow peers dressed in the Southern Watch armor. Seeing them, their expression turned dignified. Seeing the Southern Watch armor, even Gloria turned silent and intently glanced at the girl leading the group. But receiving a signal from the boy who ordered her to capture Jaya, she raged at the girl leading the group of teenagers dressed in Southern Watch armor. "Arya, what is the meaning of this? I should be the one asking you that." Arya Art asked Gloria, emitting an overbearing aura. Gloria glared at Arya, but seeing the intimidating Southern Watch armor Arya was donning, Gloria chose to swallow her words and remain quiet. Seeing this, the boy ordering Gloria shook his and spoke up. "Captain Art, are you here on official Southern Watch duty?" Following the voice, Arya looked at the boy. Learning his identity, her brows frowned, and she reluctantly replied, "No, young Master Servos. We are off duty right now." Listening to Arya's reply, the silent crowd sighed in relief and once again grew rowdy, while Servos and Gloria had a knowing smile. Gloria, who was hesitant earlier, stepped toward Arya and asked, "Captain Art, mind explaining why you attacked me?" "I showed no sign of aggression toward you. You know why I attacked you." Arya responded with disdain and ordered one of her subordinates, "Escort the civilian out of here and back to the city." "Yes, Captain," as a soldier prepared to escort Jaya back to the city safely. Two teenagers blocked his path, and young Master Servos said, "I am afraid that is not possible, Captain Art." "Young Master Servos, what is that supposed to mean? I can overlook your unlawful gathering over the airspace of a third-rate city, but I cannot overlook you intentionally harming an innocent citizen." This was why Arya was hesitant about revealing that they were off duty. The teenagers gathered here were all from prominent families and had little regard for authority, especially for the off-duty Southern Watch squad. "Captain Art, you are going to do just that, unless you want to go against me," Servos said as a baleful aura emitted from his body covering the Arya and her squad. "SHD, what kind of mess did I get myself into?" Jaya thought, glancing at Servos, who despite being a mere card master dared to threaten Captain Art, a peak card lord. Not to mention, her squad of teenage soldiers seemed to have the minimum realm of card lord. Witnessing this, Jaya wondered what gave Servos the confidence to go against them together. However, observing how the rowdy crowd was cheering for Servos, Jaya felt he was not bluffing and might be the real deal, especially considering that even a captain of the Southern Watch addressed him respectfully despite their disagreement. Noticing that the atmosphere was getting heated, Jaya suddenly spoke up. "Captain Art, no need for an escort, I can head back to the city myself." Having said that, Jaya prepared to rush to the city and report what she saw and heard to her sister and Wyatt. However, before she could retreat, the teenagers surrounded her, blocking all the exits. Thinking she would have to fight her way out of her, Jaya balled her fist, ready to knock a few teeth out. "Where do you think you are going?" "I am not done with you yet, you cow," Gloria said grudgingly. She seemed to have taken serious offense to Jaya's action previously and planned to make Jaya suffer. Seeing Gloria and other kids corner Jaya, Arya stared at Servos and warned, "Young Master Servos, you are strong, but Wyatt defeated a devil. Please, think twice before you poke the hornet's nest." Having read the Southern royal family's dossier on Wyatt while serving as his bodyguard, Arya was aware of Jaya's identity as Wyatt's subordinate. "I have heard about it too, but let me remind you, he isn't the only one who can borrow powers." After serving as Wyatt's bodyguard, Arya applied for transfer from the Southern Royal Palace to the Way Beyond. She was done serving the willful people and guests in the Royal Palace and would rather risk her life on the battlefield. Her experience with Wyatt was very disappointing, and it was the turning point in her career. Still today, Arya wasn't clear on why she was assigned as Wyatt's bodyguard, as he outclassed her in every way. Sometimes, she pondered whether Lorenzo intended to use her as a honey trap for Wyatt. However, looking at her underdeveloped curves, she shook her head and reluctantly concluded she was a spy planted by Wyatt's side to earn his trust and report his every move to the royal family. She was hesitant to conclude this because if she was assigned by Wyatt's side to do so, then she failed her mission. This did not sit right with her. In the Southern Watch, it was said it's easier to transfer to the Way Beyond, but Arya found it false in her case. She applied for a transfer 5 times and was rejected all 5 times. During her 5th application, and came in person to deny Arya's transfer request. But seeing Arya was death set on transferring from the Royal Palace base, and transferred her to the Southern Capital Garrison. The Southern royal family was never shy of sending their cubs to the Way Beyond, especially the ones with potential, but ever since they learned about the 3 mischiefs and the matron targeting them, they have made protecting their talents a priority over nurturing their talents. This was why, regardless of how many times Arya applied to transfer to the Way Beyond, she was denied and finally moved to the Southern Capital Garrison, where she would have to patrol the city streets and help citizens and tourists. Though it was a routine job, it was better than facing the mood swings and whims of the royal family and their guests. So, Arya was enjoying a slow life in the Southern Watch's southern capital garrison until this late morning when Wyatt's speech and miraculous use of silver milk powder were aired on the Grimoire network. It was supposed to be an ad for silver milk powder that the royal family plans to distribute in the market this month. However, the fame that came with it made Wyatt a source of envy and jealousy, especially among the wealthy kids of the southern region. Not that he wasn't already a source of envy for these kids with all his achievements. This time it was different. Wyatt's speech, "You are the hope of the South," stuck with them. The poor orphans who were uncertain about their future outside of the orphanage could not afford hope, let alone become someone else's hope, so they were not moved by Wyatt's speech. However, it was different for the rich kids. Wyatt's speech ignited an untold passion in them all, especially seeing how Wyatt was being revered by the general populace. So why were they targeting Wyatt? What better way to show their friends and family that they can be the Southern Hope than defeating the existing Southern Hope? After all, the card world, despite its magical advancement at its core, still was the world where the strong ruled and were respected while the weak followed and worshipped the strong. Arya and her squad were supposed to be on the night shift, but as a child from a prominent family and carrying the royal unparalleled bloodline, Arya was an integral part of many social groups, where she picked up the chatter that the high school gangs from the southern capital were gathering other high school gangs from other prominent cities at the Sky Blossom City, planning to dethrone the current hope of the southern region. At first, Arya scoffed at the idea of these rich kids thinking that they could dethrone Wyatt, but then fearing the consequences of these kids being killed by Wyatt, she reported the matter to her immediate superior and called her squad. Then, they rushed to the Sky Blossom City, using the city's teleportation array. Arya planned to disperse the gathering crowd using her identity as the captain in Southern Watch. But noticing that Servos was leading the gangs, she was no longer confident that she could stop them from making the stupidest mistake of their life that could cost their life. "Servos, I see you still like to bully the weak. I wonder what your parents did to you for you to grow up like this." A voice sounded from all directions. Listening to it, the rowdy crowd of teenagers surrounding Jaya immediately became alert of their immediate surroundings. Servos' smug face instantly turned ugly listening to this voice, and he responded grudgingly, "Armine, one of these days I will capture you and torture you to my fill, then gift you to my pet as a toy to satisfy its urges." Servos, when you make statements like that, I can't help but wonder if you were sexually abused by your father for you to cultivate such a deviant fetish. After all, your father's notorious reputation precedes him, Armine remarked. His physical body was nowhere in sight, however his voice was audible to everyone and sounded from all directions, making it harder to pinpoint his location. "You son of BTCH, I dare you to come out of hiding and say that to my face." Servos lost it listening to Armine bring up his father and his notorious reputation. He frantically scanned the edge of the void, but he could not find any clue as to where Armine was hiding. "Ha ha, I dare you to find me if you can." Armine laughed aloud in satisfaction. Listening to the conversation between Armine and Servos, Arya frowned her brows and requested aloud, "Sir Armine, please do not provoke the crowd anymore. If possible, please help me disperse them." "Sorry, Captain Arya. I cannot be of any help to you today. I also want to see what Southern Hope is capable of." Armine rejected Arya's request. "Haha, it seems I wasn't alone to think as such." A loud, immature voice sounded as a group of about 200 teenagers appeared behind the crowd of teenagers surrounding Jaya. This caused the tension in the air to soar by several notches. "JJ, not you too? Didn't Her Highness Southern Emperor warn you not to mess with Wyatt? Besides, shouldn't you be the most aware of what Wyatt is capable of?" Arya frowned, looking at her younger cousin who appeared by her side. She wondered if he dared to show himself here because Anna was in closed-door training. "Don't worry, cousin. I have created a new card just for this occasion. Today, I will show the world who is better, me or Wyatt. I am sick of constantly being compared to him," JJ uttered under his breath, just for his cousin to listen. He was hailed as a genius in the royal palace, but ever since the appearance of Wyatt, his nightmare began. Today, he will put an end to that nightmare, or die trying. "JJ, Grandma is here to guard him. So, if you provoke him, she will watch you get killed by him, but not save you even if you have the royal bloodline." Arya whispered to her cousin, warning him. She was aware that Field Marshal Heatsind was guarding Wyatt. She wasn't sure if most of the kids gathered here knew that. Mostly like they didn't, otherwise they would not dare to show up here. But she was clear JJ knew about it, therefore she reminded her cousin not to expect Field Marshal Heatsind to save his ass if things turned ugly. I would not want it otherwise, JJ replied with resolute eyes. It seems we are late to the party. Pretty soon other gangs began to appear in the edge of the void. Some seemed to be harmonious with Servos' group, while others joined JJ, but most stayed independent. The people leading these groups each oozed an intimidating and authoritative aura. Looking at them, Jaya's frowned brows grew narrower, almost joining in to a single brow. Unconsciously, she moved closer to Arya as the rest of the people here were eyeing her, as if she were their prey. Usually, Jaya would not be intimidated by such gazes, but the size of the crowd kept growing with the passing second, and the odds of her leaving here alive grew smaller and smaller. Jaya no longer cared about surprising her sister and tried to call her, but for some reason, her grimoire call would not connect. After repeated failed attempts, Jaya gave up trying to contact her sister, believing that someone among the crowd had equipped a grimoire network jamming card. Seeing the smug face of Gloria, Jaya guessed, "It must be this BTCH who is jamming my grimoire's network." "What's the matter? Cow can't call for help," Gloria said, wanting to enjoy the look of despair on Jaya's face. One after the other, those who were moved by Wyatt's speech, "You are the hope of the South," began to gather at the edge of the void at the Sky Blossom City's airspace to answer the question Wyatt ended his speech with. Who is the hope of the South? They all had interpreted Wyatt's speech in their way, and now they were here to give their answer to his question. It did not take long for these groups to form factions based on their interpretation of the speech and their answer to it. With the difference of opinion, the tension in the atmosphere soared. And amidst these factions, one person stood alone, Jaya Keith. Jaya ignored Gloria and instead focused on the people with threatening auras among crowd that managed to awaken her innate Voltronian fighting instinct that she did not know existed within her until today. She felt a sense of excitement. She wanted to just rush into the crowd and conquer them all. Her mind said, "That's suicide," but her heart said, "Bring it on." The crowd also noticed the change in Jaya, especially those that were eyed by her. They felt a sense of trepidation from her. They could not help but lift their brow as the person they considered prey turned out to be a cornered predator. Seeing Jaya ignore her, Gloria was pissed. She could not believe that some random country hick dared to ignore her in front of her clique. This was the highest level of disrespect anyone had ever shown her. Gloria could not stomach it. She had to teach the country girl a lesson, regardless of the crowd's opinion. "How dare you?" yelled Gloria as she threw her shadow fong, aiming at Jaya's ample chest. Even in rage, she did not forget the source of her initial shame. However, to her surprise, the knife that cut through the air and reached its target at insane speed bounced off Jaya's bodysuit, causing her bountiful fun bags to giggle a little. Similar to the ripples on the surface of a lake when a pebble's thrown into it. Seeing this scene, Gloria's eyes widened while the onlookers could not help but swallow their saliva. Following this, some unknown hero in the crowd yelled, "Girl fight." With the hero's reminder and lead, the crowd began to chant, "Girl fight! Girl fight! Girl fight! Girl fight!" Cheap shot. Jaya wasn't fazed by this in the slightest. Rather, she stood tall with her chest puffed out. The first lesson she learned in her training was to stop being conscious of her body in the middle of a fight, as it would cost her life. She had to be alive to worry about her purity. "Deviants," Arya uttered, seeing the crowd's reaction. She almost lost it when she heard someone ask if they had recorded the scene. Not everyone was lucky enough to witness the majesty of Jaya's twin peak. Influenced by the exaggerated reaction of their fellows, they could not help but blame themselves for missing it. "JJ, I don't care what you do, but help me escort the civilian back to safety." Arya asked her cousin to help her rescue Jaya. Listening to Arya's words, the crowd cheering for a girl fight paused and focused their attention on JJ, waiting for his answer. As the leader of the biggest faction present, his word held a lot of weight compared to Arya, who was an outcast because of the Southern Watch armor she donned. Even though JJ was a royal, he was here as one of them, unlike Arya. "Captain Arya is right. I don't think there is a need for us to harm a civilian in our quest." It wasn't JJ who spoke up, but a gingerhead female. She led a faction of decent size. Most importantly, all of her faction members were girls, beautiful girls. Adrian, stay out of this. That cow is mine. Gloria warned the red-headed girl, only to be ignored by her. Gloria was pissed, but she did not dare to attack Adrian. Adrian walked toward Jaya, planning to take her under her faction protection, but Servos walked out of the crowd and blocked her path, saying, "You heard her, stay out of this." Adrian was not afraid of Servos, but noticing that his faction was almost 3 times hers, she hesitated, worrying for the safety of her followers. But as the leader of her faction, she chose to stick to their creed, otherwise there would be no point for them to gather under a common belief. Therefore, she fearlessly locked eyes with Corvos and warned, "Step aside, or I will make you." Listening to their leader, Adrian's followers prepared for a full-on battle. Meanwhile, Corvos stared into her eyes, and with a creepy smile he said, "Oh, I would like to see how you will make me." Seeing that the crowd was about to rip themselves apart even before they gave Wyatt a chance, Arya shook her head and nudged JJ to speak up and put an end to it. Forced by his cousin, JJ had no choice but to speak up. Ahem. JJ cleared his throat aloud and immediately became the center of everyone's attention. With everyone's attention on him, he said, "Servos, chill." Then turning to look at Adrian, he said, "You too, Miss Adrian. I am not stepping back until I make sure the civilian is safe," Adrian declared, to which Servos announced, "I would like you to try. Shut the FCK up, you too." JJ suddenly snapped at Adrian and Servos, only to instantly become the target of their rage. Ignoring their stares, JJ announced, "The crowd has spoken. Girl fight." With his words, the crowd, regardless of their faction, cheered, chanting, "Girl fight. Girl fight. Girl fight. Girl fight. Standard street rules applied. Now fight." JJ announced, staring at Gloria and Jaya. Listening to him, the crowd moved, forming a ring with Gloria and Jaya in the center. It was because JJ was such a prodigal royal. He had such a die-hard following among his age group despite his age. Arya was shocked by her cousin's action. Forgetting their surroundings, she instinctively twisted his ear, asking, "Have you gone insane?" However, it was too late. The ring was set, the players were ready, and the crowd was beyond control. Just then, a scarlet butterfly monster appeared in the makeshift ring created by the crowd from nowhere. No one seemed to notice its presence until it landed on Jaya's shoulder. Jaya did not attack the butterfly monster. Instead, she smiled ear to ear and looked at it endearingly. "Don't worry, boss. I can handle these fleas," Jaya uttered as her eyes glanced over the crowd and finally landed on Gloria. As the scarlet butterfly monster landed on Jaya's shoulder, she felt an unknown power influence her blood, and she saw vivid images of Wyatt asking her if she was all right on her own or needed his help. Knowing that Wyatt could morph his appearance to his will, Jaya immediately deduced that the butterfly was none other than her dear boss. So she assured him that she got it covered. Letting Jaya know she wasn't alone, Wyatt left her side and hovered over to his ex-bodyguard's side. The kids in the crowd who tried to kill the scarlet butterfly monster momentarily had hallucinations, and before they knew it, the butterfly monster had moved from Jaya's shoulder to Arya's shoulder. This caused many to become suspicious of the butterfly monster, but seeing Arya arguing with the butterfly, they felt it was her pet or summons, and chose to ignore it as long as she did not plan to use it to disrupt the girl fight. Seeing the butterfly monster head her way, Arya wanted to squat it away, but soon she saw vivid images of Wyatt in her mind, saying, "It's me. Just pretend as if I am your summons. Get off me. I do not want to be part of your schemes." Arya immediately rejected Wyatt in a hushed voice. Having served as Wyatt's bodyguard, Arya was painfully aware of how deep his schemes ran, and she did not want to be part of them. The only reason Arya rushed over here was to try and stop the turmoil that would follow when all of the kids present were brutally massacred by Wyatt. "You have no choice in this matter, Captain Arya," Wyatt imposed on Arya, using the hallucination ability of the scarlet butterfly monster to communicate with her. "No." Arya was about to argue and shove Wyatt off her shoulder, but after receiving a mental order from Field Marshal, "Captain Arya, assist Dalton Wyatt," she became docile, resolving to her fate. "Fine." JJ frowned, looking at the scarlet butterfly monster on his cousin's shoulder. He knew Arya had no such pet or summons, so he did not misunderstand like the rest of the crowd. Earlier, just when he showed intent to kill it, his body froze as his mind experienced hallucinations. It seemed to have a passive ability to put anyone with ill intent toward it under hallucinations. JJ found this monster's ability fascinating, especially considering that the passive ability was strong enough to put him under hallucinations. He had not read or heard of such a butterfly monster with such ability. This caused him to grow curious about it. As a card creationist hailed as a genius, JJ was aware of all the monsters in the card world, and this butterfly monster wasn't among them. He felt it was not from the card world or belonged to a new dungeon that had yet to be listed. Lost in curiosity about the butterfly monster itself, he forgot the important question: if the butterfly monster did not belong to his cousin, then whom did it belong to? Sitting on Arya's shoulder, Wyatt glanced over the crowd. His Hive AI and Super Brain card worked in sync to scan and identify each individual in the crowd. Among the crowd, Wyatt did not find anyone to be implanted with hypnotic suggestion, which was both a sign of relief and foreboding for Wyatt. He could not help but worry about what Handsome Fox was planning. Though Wyatt did not find any hypnotized puppets of Handsome Fox in the crowd, he found other variables such as people affiliated to Circle and Yin-Yang Harmony sect. The two guys leading the people from the Circle and Yin-Yang Harmony sect were both incarnations of the Supreme Leader. Wyatt had thought that his small ploy using the Array Master G phone from the Yin-Yang Harmony sect to sow discord among the Circle and Yin-Yang Harmony sect would stop the unification of the Yin-Yang Harmony sect into the Circle, but it hastened the process. From the look of things, when things did not go according to his plan, the Supreme Leader had resorted to extreme means so that his incarnation could take over the Yin-Yang Harmony sect. Finding the Supreme Leader's cronies in the crowd wasn't surprising to Wyatt. He even believed that these people might be the ones who instigated the crowd to make this display. Wyatt felt that Matron's brainwashed and blackmailed slaves also helped them in this matter. However, it was not as easy to spot Matron's Paw clan in the crowd as it was to find the Supreme Leader's incarnations in the Circle. After the incident in the southern capital, both the Matron and Supreme Leader must be clear about Wyatt's strength. Yet, why would they resort to instigating these kids? What would they stand to gain from this? Their plan could not be more obvious and simpler. It was to get Wyatt to kill these kids, just like how his subordinates massacred all the gangs that threatened to invade the Sky Blossom City and slaughter the Bright Lion gang. All the kids present here came from rich and prestigious families. Their parents, grandparents, or relatives were somebody with power or someone with authority in the southern region. Just imagine all of these powerful people turning against Wyatt because he killed their kids. Even Anna's mother would have a hard time quelling the anger, rage, and sadness. They all would not hesitate to start a mutiny just to get revenge on Wyatt. Regardless of whether they succeed or not, the entire southern region will be left in shambles in the aftermath of this incident. No matter how it ended, the real winners here would be the Matron and Supreme Leader. This was why they did not hesitate to sacrifice a few of their pawns by sending them to the field to ensure that this incident ended with Wyatt killing everyone. When Wyatt was busy sorting the identity of each individual in the crowd, Jaya prepared to fight Gloria as the crowd cheered on. Jaya was confident she could defeat Gloria as long as the southern capital city's street fight rules were the same as in Sky Blossom City's streets. "Cow, you'll regret crossing me," Gloria threatened Jaya. However, her eyes shortly glanced over at Adrian while smiling smugly. Provoked, Adrian took a step forward to put an end to this sick game, but her vice-captain stopped her. Though they could not escort the girl to safety as intended, they managed to give the girl a fair fight. With JJ siding with Servos on this matter, there wasn't much they could do. At least they managed to give the girl a fair fight. Though with Gloria as her opponent, the chances of her survival were basically nil. But this was the best they could do. Continuing to resist wouldn't just put the girl in danger, but their faction members too. If the girl dies in the process of their resistance, the sacrifices of their faction members would be a waste. In their current state, they had to pick their battles. If the girl manages to survive Gloria, they will have enough basis to speak for her. Seeing Adrian's reaction, Gloria's mood instantly improved, and her smug smile morphed into a wide grin. She was enjoying this. Her face flushed with red, imagining the look on Adrian's face as she killed the country cow. After all, there was no way the country hick could hold a candle against her. Tightening her grip around the handle of Shadow Fawn, Gloria swiftly closed the distance between herself and Jaya. Seeing Gloria rush toward her, Jaya grinned in her mind, knowing that Gloria was underestimating her and it would cost her a life. Gathering all her strength in her fists with a determined look in her eyes, Jaya waited for the perfect moment. When Gloria appeared before Jaya with her arm poised to strike, in that fraction of a second, Jaya brandished her fist, striking at the center of Gloria's chest with all her might, summoning her highest attack speed. Boom! Jaya's fist instantly pierced through Gloria's chest, and the force from the impact spread through Gloria's body, causing it to balloon up and burst, showering Jaya with blood and gore. The shockwaves from Jaya's punch caused the surrounding wind to rile up, forming a small-scale tornado that reached the onlookers, causing them to instinctively close their eyes and take a defensive stance. A sinister grin formed on Jaya's face, covered in blood and gore, but before she could celebrate her victory, she realized that she could not smell blood from the blood that showered on her as Gloria's body burst. Having raided dungeons and fought in her share of life and dead battles, Jaya's superhuman senses were aware of how blood smelled, and the blood and gore covering her did not have that smell. Learning this, Jaya instantly grew alert and suddenly felt her cape flutter, even though there was no wind in the air. Before Jaya could deduce what it signified, it was too late. A cold blade pierced her back, breaking the defense of her bodysuit, and her superhuman Viltronian defense that was near invulnerable to attack of the same realm and below. Being attacked, Jaya intuitively punched in the direction of the assailant, but her reaction was late. Having stabbed her twice in a row, her assailant escaped, reading the subtle changes in Jaya's body movements. Blood spurted uncontrollably from Jaya's wounds, dyeing Jaya's silver bodysuit red. Noticing that the blood would not stop flowing out, Jaya felt that the assailant's weapon had a bleeding effect. Whoa, that was close. Good thing I did not underestimate you. Gloria's figure appeared 200 meters from Jaya and commented. Seeing that Gloria was fine, Jaya understood that the Gloria she saw die was a clone or illusion of sorts. Gauging that her opponent possessed an item that could not only break her defense, but had a bleeding effect, and possessed a clone or illusion skill, Jaya no longer dared to be defensive. Mobilizing her fast speed, she rushed at Gloria and punched with all her might. This time on impact, Gloria dispersed and Jaya groaned in pain as a cold blade pierced her back. Jaya tried to attack in the direction from where the attack came, but once again Gloria was long gone, having read the subtle cues of Jaya's body movements. FCK, Jaya screamed at the top of her lungs in frustration. However, in her mind, she noted that every time Gloria attacked, her cape would flutter in the direction the attack came from by reading even the small changes in the air, warning her of Gloria's attack. Realizing this, maintaining an irritated and annoyed appearance on the outside, Jaya calmed her mind and stood in one place waiting for Gloria to make her next move. This time, instead of trusting her sight, she planned to follow the signals of her bodysuit's cape, as it seemed to be able to read the movement of air and warn her of incoming attacks that were not visible to her eyes. However, Jaya's plan was easier said than done. She has been relying on her 5 senses from birth, yet it took her lots of training to use them in real combat. So for her to adapt the warning signals of her cape to her combat style would not be easy, considering that she would have to read the movement of her cape to deduce the direction of the incoming attack. Just as Jaya was dwelling on how to use her cape's warning signals to her advantage, her cape warned her of an incoming attack. Being warned, instead of trying to defend or confront Gloria, Jaya retreated to safety, as she still had to figure out how to deduce the movements of her cape to read the direction of the incoming attacks. Did you see that punch? See it, I felt it. The turbulent wind current from the shock wave of her punch scratched my skin. How can a little girl pack such a devastating punch? If it had landed on real Gloria, she would be dead for sure. SSSH, watch what you say unless you want to be next. Whoa, the country chick is not easy. You are recording this, right? Not only am I recording it, I am live streaming it for our friends back home. Unfortunately, I could not record the elasticity of the country chick's chest. The crowd was in awe of the strength displayed by Jaya. They felt that in terms of sheer strength, Gloria was no match for Jaya. But not many dared to say it out loud, fearing Gloria, servos, and their followers. Gloria frowned upon seeing Jaya retreat and narrowly escape her attack in the nick of time. She doubted if Jaya saw through her illusion, but soon she rejected that thought, believing if Jaya had seen through her illusion, she would have attacked her instead of retreating. She wondered if Jaya had cards related to or similar to danger sense. To confirm her suspicions, Gloria attacked Jaya again while concealing her presence with her illusion skill card. This time, too, Jaya remained unresponsive until the very moment she neared, ready to attack. As Gloria made her move, Jaya instantly retreated to safety, escaping the impact. Seeing this, Gloria confirmed her speculations and also learned that Jaya's danger sensibility was advanced, as it didn't just alert Jaya of incoming attack, but also vaguely informed her of the direction of attack. Otherwise, Jaya would not be able to retreat to safety. Gloria contemplated the odds of encountering an enemy with advanced danger sensibility to counter her illusion skill card, especially in an unknown third-rate city. Shaking her head, she blamed her bad luck and thought, "Now this is going to be troublesome." A-rank field card, Kaleidoscope Array Formation. Gloria chanted, summoning Array Formation with Jaya in the center. Soon multiple mirror clones of Gloria began to appear in mandalic patterns. With every second, this mandalic pattern would change into a new pattern, changing the location of Gloria's mirror clones. Though these mirror clones had zero attack power, this array formation didn't just allow Gloria to create multiple mirror clones of herself, but also allowed her to move between these mirror clones instantly. This way, Gloria can have the numerous mirror clones attack Jaya simultaneously, and she would keep switching places with the mirror clones so that Jaya's advanced danger sense would go haywire, trying to guess which direction the attack was coming from. When Jaya's danger sense was muddled, she would land the finishing blow. This was the combo move Gloria had thought of to deal with a card apprentice with advanced danger sensibility. As expected of a second-generation rich card apprentice, she did not spare any expenses to fill the hole in her card deck. Having set her combo move, Gloria deployed her attack. The numerous mirror clones dashed at Jaya. Meanwhile, Gloria kept transferring between the numerous mirror clones. As for Jaya, she stood tall with all her senses focused on her cape. As such, she did not flinch as many of Gloria's mirror clones lunged at her. On contact, these mirror images shattered into millions of tiny pieces and dispersed. Seeing this, Gloria reconfirmed her speculations, and without any further ado, she launched her attack. Transferring her place with a mirror clone that was about to lunge at Jaya, Gloria noticed Jaya retreating backward. With a grin, Gloria then instantly transferred her place with a mirror clone that was about to come in contact with Jaya. Splurt, and successfully managed to land an attack on Jaya. Finding an opportunity in Jaya's confusion, Gloria instantly transferred between multiple mirror clones and stabbed Jaya in various vital spots. But to her shock, despite taking life-threatening damage to her vital organs, Jaya continued to stand tall and launched a strong punch that blew all her mirror clones away with a strong wind current, gaining a gasp from the onlookers. With no more mirror clones to hide among, Gloria had no choice but to retreat till the array formation replaced the mirror clones. Jaya's condition had gotten worse. The blood level in her body was low. Because of the bleeding effect, Jaya's blood had completely dyed her bodysuit red. Now nobody could tell that her bodysuit used to be silver in color. The lack of blood in her body was dulling her senses, which could be considered a promising situation for her condition. Jaya's current blood level and damage to her body would have rendered any ordinary card apprentice unconscious. Fortunately, she was a Voltronian. This much was not life-threatening to her. After all, Voltronians' evolution had made them cockroaches of humanoid species. She would be fine even with a couple of holes in her brain, as long as they missed the critical sections of the brain. Though being Voltronian gave one a sturdy body, without a tenacious will it was nothing. Jaya could barely manage to continue her fly properly and wobbled like a drunk fly despite her injuries, mostly because of her strong willpower. Jaya recalled how her cape warned her that the attack was coming from the front, but then suddenly it changed its prediction, hinting to her that the attack was coming from her side. Mid-retreat, Jaya was taken aback, and before she could change the direction of her retreat, Gloria landed multiple decisive blows, catching her off guard. Meanwhile, Jaya's cape fluttered vigorously along with Gloria's instant transfer skill. Gloria's instant movement was too fast. Though Jaya's cape predicted the attacks, she could not keep up. Forced into a corner, Jaya burst forth a punch filled with her superhuman might, destroying all the mirror clones and buying herself room for a quick breather to salvage the situation. You dumb cow? You are not smart, so stop trying to apply your brain and start using your devastating muscles. A rude voice echoed in Jaya's mind. She was familiar with this arrogant and condescending tone. It belonged to Corey Bright. Jaya did not have the luxury to take offense to Corey's words, nor the time to retort to it. Instead, she did what she was told. Once the kaleidoscope array formation replenished her mirror clones, Gloria repeated her combo move following her previously proven tactics. However, this time when she landed her first stab on Jaya's left upper arm, her Shadow Fang remained stuck in between Jaya's muscles. No matter how much force she applied to her pull, Gloria could not retrieve her jammed Shadow Fang knife. Being held up, Gloria could not transfer to a mirror clone. If she wanted to do so, then she would have to leave behind her Shadow Fang. However, that was the only weapon in her arsenal capable of breaking the country Higgs-dense defense. Caught in a dilemma, Gloria could not make a quick decision, allowing Jaya's right hand to grab her left wrist. Catching Gloria, Jaya's face donned a fiendish grin, uttering, "Got you, itch." Jaya grabbing Gloria's left wrist was a spontaneous act that surprised Jada herself. With her Shadow Fang stuck between Jaya's muscles, Gloria was unable to make a decisive decision to ditch her weapon, but she did use her illusion card to hide her presence. So the chances of Jaya grabbing invisible Gloria's wrist with her free hand was like 1 in 1,000. This can only be explained as a coincidence. However, Jaya's action was not a coincidence, but an intuitive response unconscious to herself. In a fraction of a second in which Jaya saw and felt Gloria's figure stabbed her, her mind registered and reacted to it. Jaya herself was surprised by the outcome. She did not know how her body responded so precisely. She would understand if she had punched Gloria, but to grab her wrist now, this was beyond her and her training. Jaya did not overthink about it and just went with it. With her opponent in her grasp, she would hate to lose because of indecisiveness. Viltronians were a race born to fight. They had strong fighting instincts. It was an innate, natural impulse that guided their behavior and decision-making. Hence, they were one of the most violent races in the myriad realms. These instincts of the Viltronian race were subconscious and evolved responses to stimuli, shaped by genetics and past experiences. Jaya, in the heat of the battle, when she stopped thinking and began using her body, unknowingly awakened her dormant, innate fighting instincts. As soon as Jaya came in contact with Gloria, her illusion was undone. Locking eyes with Gloria, Jaya had a fiendish grin on her face as she uttered, "Got you, itch. Let go of me, you cow." Gloria struggled to free her hand and Shadow Fang. She regretted not decisively ditching her Shadow Fang. She could have retrieved it once Jaya unwittingly dislodged it from her body and discarded it, just like how she recalled it after it bounced off Jaya's breasts previously. Though Shadow Fang was the only weapon in her arsenal that could deal with Jaya's dense defense, it was not a throwing knife, so it did not manage to penetrate Jaya's defense when thrown at her. Instead, it bounced off her. Seeing Gloria struggle to free herself, Jaya's grin grew wider. Then, she ruthlessly utilized her superhuman strength to tighten her grip on Gloria's left wrist and crush it. Jaya was decisive and unforgiving in her actions. Getting her left wrist crushed, Gloria screamed at the top of her lungs in pain. This was the first cry of pain since the battle started. Gloria had stabbed Jaya numerous times, targeting her vital points, but not one scream or cry escaped from Jaya's mouth except for occasional grunts and groans. Only when Gloria cried in pain did the onlookers notice this. Even now, Gloria's Shadow Fang was lodged in Jaya's upper left arm. In her struggle to free it, Gloria twisted it, but Jaya never screamed in pain, but endured. This small detail gave birth to a newfound respect for Jaya in the eyes of onlookers. Many did not believe they would be capable of enduring pain as Jaya did. As Gloria's scream echoed on the edge of the void, two separate commotions unfolded in the crowd. One was caused by the abrupt appearance of Corey in front of the crowd out of thin air, and the other was caused by Servos and his followers. While a part of the crowd tried to confirm Corey's identity, Servos and his followers prepared to help Gloria. However, before they could rush to her rescue, one guy blocked all their paths. Jane Jr. Austin, aka JJ. His presence alone was enough to cause Servos and his followers to think twice before taking a step forward. However, JJ was not alone. Adrian stood beside him, exerting an intimidating aura targeting servos and his followers as she announced, "Standard street rules. No one is allowed to interpret a street fight, especially a girl fight." Though Adrian hated this filthy logic, she wasn't above using it to her advantage. Servos was about to retort to Adrian and force his way to rescue Gloria, but was interrupted by JJ's words backing Adrian. "You heard her. Everyone is equal on the streets." "I don't care, Moo," Servos yelled in urgency. Listening to the commotion that had unfolded in the crowd behind her, Jaya, who wanted to enjoy Gloria's cries and wailing a little more decisively, decided to end it, saying, "It was fun while it lasted." With a knife lodged deep in her left arm and right arm grabbing Gloria's left wrist, Jaya found that she did not have enough limbs to land the finishing blow, so she raised her head high and bashed it into Gloria's face. The impact broke Gloria's nose, loosed Gloria's molars, dislocated Gloria's jaw, and dyed Jaya's tiara with Gloria's blood. Gloria's brain was too disoriented from the blow, so she had yet to feel the pain. Finding that the force in her head but was not strong enough, Gloria slowly elevated her height with her Voltronian flight, and then gathering all her might in her head, she prepared for a second round of head, but, however, as she thought to bash Gloria's face with her head, summoning all her might, and bright golden energy beam shot out from the neon gold 8-pointing star in the center of her tiara and vaporized Gloria's entire head and everything in its path. Holy SHD! The onlookers whom the energy beam grazed by screamed in panic as they all not only witnessed, but almost experienced the terror of the energy beam. Gloria's dead. The country chick killed Gloria. With Gloria's death, the crowd no longer had the time to bother with Corey's identity. They all exclaimed the obvious in astonishment as they witnessed blood-covered Jaya finally let go of the wrist in her grasp, causing the headless corpse of Gloria to fall to free fall to the ground below. However, she did not forget to collect Gloria's golden grimoire. With Gloria's death, the shadow fong jammed in Jaya's arm was recalled into its card. As a result, Jaya's wounds were now free of their bleeding effect and began to close at a speed visible to the naked eye. With Viltronian's super recovery and stamina working hand in hand, Jaya glanced over the crowd and challenged, "Which one of you itches is next?" Gloria's death came as a shock to the crowd, not because they had not seen a card apprentice kill another, but because they did not think Jaya would be the last one standing of the two. The reaction of the crowd to Gloria's death was not out of numbness to cruelty, but a realistic reaction fitting the card world. They all have raided dungeons and killed monsters and rivals alike. They understood if you want to kill someone, you have to be prepared to be killed. Besides, they were all legal adults and were responsible for their choices. Listening to Jaya openly challenge them all, the crowd admired and hated her guts. However, no one came forward to accept her challenge. Jaya had already proven her strength by defeating Gloria, so most of them were not her opponent. Besides, she was gravely injured, and also since the battle was being streamed, they all understood that they would stand to gain nothing from defeating Jaya in her current condition and would likely gain an ill reputation of bullying. Not to forget, if they lost to Jaya in her current condition, then they would not be able to show their face anywhere. However, this was only true for a part of the crowd, but not for the Servos and his faction. Seeing Jaya kill Gloria with her deadly energy beam, Servos was too shocked to react. His followers clamored and roared, but none dared to cross the line, with JJ and Adrian defending it. Servos blankly stared at Jaya, who killed Gloria, and then glanced at JJ and Adrian blocking his way to Jaya, before leaving to collect Gloria's free-falling corpse. Listening to Jaya openly challenge them all, the crowd admired and hated her guts. However, no one came forward to accept her challenge. Jaya had already proven her strength by defeating Gloria, so most of them were not her opponent. Besides, she was gravely injured, and also since the battle was being streamed, they all understood that they would stand to gain nothing from defeating Jaya in her current condition and would likely gain an ill reputation of bullying. Not to forget, if they lost to Jaya in her current condition, then they would not be able to show their face anywhere. However, this was only true for a part of the crowd, but not for the Servos and his faction. Seeing Jaya kill Gloria with her deadly energy beam, Servos was too shocked to react. His followers clamored and roared, but none dared to cross the line, with JJ and Adrian defending it. Servos blankly stared at Jaya, who killed Gloria, and then glanced at JJ and Adrian blocking his way to Jaya, before leaving to collect Gloria's free-falling corpse. After retrieving Gloria's corpse, Servos stared at Jaya grimly and grudgingly replied to her challenge. "I am next." "No, you are not," Adrian immediately protested. "Why not? You heard her. She has issued an open challenge to everyone present here. I have every right to be her next opponent," Servos responded while glaring at Adrian. Knowing that being emotional would not help his case, Servos remained calm and replied, gauging the circumstance. "You cannot because I am her next opponent," Adrian retorted, heading into the makeshift ring created by the crowd. Her plan was simple. She would fight Jaya so that Servos would not get the chance to fight Jaya. If it's her, she would render Jaya unconscious. Unlike Servos, who planned to kill Jaya even before she killed Gloria. Why was Adrian going to such lengths to stop Jaya from recklessly accepting Servos' challenge and inviting her death? Adrian did not blame Jaya for her reckless action. Instead, she felt that Jaya's reaction was acceptable for someone who was cornered by a large crowd and forced to fight a death match. Adrian's plan was well and good, but how could Servos not understand what she was up to trying to accept Jaya's challenge before him? He had seen her plans from miles away. Adrian could not be more obvious. "Sorry, but I accepted her challenge first," Servos said, walking into the ring. Seeing him enter the ring, Adrian immediately positioned herself between Servos and Jaya to protect Jaya from any sneak acts. Adrian would not put sneak acts past Servos. He was just too despicable. "That doesn't matter since I was in the ring first. So, please leave the ring while I am still being polite." Adrian made up a bullshit argument just for the sake of it. Listening to Adrian, Servos' calm and cold facial expression morphed into a hideous expression straight out of a revenge novel. However, before he could express his dissatisfaction with Adrian, Jaya suddenly shouted, announcing, "I don't care which one of you goes first. Both of you come at me together." Jaya's declaration caught Adrian, Servos, and the crowd off guard. They felt that Jaya was seeking death to propose something like that. They could not help but wonder if the country chick had a death wish. Until now, all signs pointed to it. They pondered if all country gals were as wild and reckless as Jaya. Adrian stared at Jaya, though she did not say it, her eyes conveyed. "Girl, can you shut up? You are making matters worse." Jaya's eyes, however, stared right back at Adrian, asserting, "You want a piece of me? Come at me. Itch, I will rip you one." She looked like an angry honey badger ready to attack everything in sight. Aside from her confidence in Wyatt, Jaya was pissed at these people, hence she acted so recklessly. These people did not even know her and attacked her right off the bat. Not to mention, they did not even bother to learn her name, forget asking for her opinion. It was irritating for her to hear them keep calling her the country hick, cow, country chick, or whatever pleased them. Jaya had it with their fake and pretentious chivalry and concern. All of these people were nothing but vain sociopaths. They all deserved what was coming for them, death. Knowing that this crowd's ultimate target was Wyatt, Jaya was sure that these people were seeking death. She thought that they had signed their death warrant the moment they decided to come to Sky Blossom City to challenge Wyatt. "Haha, that works for me," saying that Servos summoned his grimoire, preparing to fight. The only reason Servos did not go berserk after Gloria's death was that he knew he could not take on JJ and Adrian together. However, if it was just Adrian and the country hick, he had full confidence that not only could he kill Jaya with ease, but wipe the floor with Adrian in the process. Soon Servos' energy signature began to climb from the Cardmaster realm to the higher realms at an astonishing speed. Seeing that Servo was preparing his attack without holding anything back for a full-on confrontation, Adrian did dare slack off in her preparation. Just then a jet of wind passed from space between Adrian and Servo at a frightening speed. Due to its speed, they only noticed a humanoid figure in the gust of wind and could not make out who it was. The jet of wind circled back and halted next to Jaya, asking aloud, "Is the fight over? Am I late? Aurelia, you can fly?" Jaya was baffled to see Aurelia here of all places. "Cindy loaned me a set of her cards," Aurelia answered honestly. The figure that appeared with the gust of wind was none other than Aurelia Malvin. Since it was her first flying and using the summon possession card, it took Aurelia a couple of minutes to understand the mechanics of flying, even with the wind rune elemental spirit guiding her. However, she still managed to make it to the edge of the void. Even though she was late, her timing couldn't be more perfect. What about you? How did you manage to get dragged into a death match? Aurelia asked Jaya, ignoring the gazes of the crowd and the surroundings. I don't know. Ask these crazy itches. They attacked me on our first meeting, totally unprovoked. Soon, they forced me into a death match with another girl chanting girl fight. Jaya narrated the series of events that led until now. Don't worry. Now that I am here, no one will be able to hurt you, Aurelia assured Jaya, glancing over the crowd. Listening to Aurelia, Jaya rolled her eyes. But she did not dare to complain, as she felt that she was still not a match for Aurelia, especially with her new set of cards that allowed her to manipulate wind. Taking a quick glance at the crowd, Aurelia caught a glimpse of Corey among the crowd. She waved her hand, signaling Corey to come over. Seeing Aurelia's action, the crowd followed her line of sight and spotted Corey. Then, they finally knew that the cold chick was associated with the country chick and the country tomboy. Yes, the crowd nicknamed Corey the cold chick because of her icy, authoritative aura, and Aurelia the country tomboy because of her dressing in a male tuxedo. None bothered to learn their names, but many noticed the beauty of the trio and wondered if this third-rate city was crawling with beauties. Many made plans to explore the city after their business here was done. Seeing that her identity was exposed, Corey left the crowd and headed to Aurelia and Jaya's side. As she stepped out of the crowd and into the ring, Servos and Adrian, who were preparing for a full-on battle, suddenly lost all their momentum and gazed at Corey in shock. Adrian, who was near Corey, could not help but retreat, feeling Corey's aura. Both Servos and Adrian looked at Corey. She appeared harmless and did not even seem to spare them a glance, but for some reason, their augmented senses rang with the highest level of warning, cautioning them of certain death. They turned to look at each other. Locking their eyes, they felt the fear for Corey in each other's eyes. It was one thing if it was just them, but seeing that the other also felt the same, they were sure that the feeling they got from Corey was not simple. They did not dare to act rashly. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.